live stream. Let's hope this one goes a little bit better. Not that the last one was bad. We had 6 hours and, well, I guess almost 7 hours straight of live streaming before. So we're back. We are going to continue with this 24-hour live stream. Let's wait to see who finds us and what it is that they want to chat about. So anything you guys want to talk about when it comes to Freemasonry, any thoughts you have, we're going to go over all of our items once again. It's going to be a blast. Hopefully, we're not having any issues with frame rates or the things getting choppy. If for whatever reason we do, I may have to find myself a different place to stream, and I got a couple ideas. But I restarted my router and modem, and hopefully that should work. Hello, Ryan. Thank you for coming back on. I really appreciate it. And thank you to everybody who's joined our stream thus far. By the way, Ryan, there is apparently a package for me downstairs in the ballroom. I was going to pick it up tomorrow, potentially, after I'm done with this live stream. But just so you have the heads up. I'm back. How do I look? Am I doing well? Am I looking good? Is it buffering at all, Mr. Keeps on Ticking? Or have we managed to solve that problem for the time being? Okay, let's hope so. Let's everybody knock on wood. And like I said, if this doesn't work again, I gave the caveat way before when I started this, which is we will be, if we just have technical difficulties, even like what we had before at the hip hop festival, we're just going to start a new stream. So there might be some breaks as we sort things out. Don't worry, I'm consuming on the stream. I'm not consuming your package because it's currently in the Masonic Temple, but I am consuming on stream. I promise you that. No. Looks like for 1 second it went out. Okay, we're all going to hold our fingers though, or keep our fingers crossed. If you can cross your toes as well, then I would suggest you do that. Also, I cannot cross my toes as I have no toes. Welcome though, Emmeline. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here, Red Lighting. I hope you guys will hit the like and subscribe button. Yes, I'm on the phone. I know it looks like for whatever reason, this is not working. I may need to switch and go to my laptop. Yes, it is red lighting, but for whatever reason, it seems like it's glitching. So what I may need to do is actually just go onto my computer. I'm already so I started this at 2 p.m. So we are 8, what time is it now? It's 8:44, so that's what, 9 hours in thus far. I did not restart the phone, I restarted the router, which, I mean, it seems like it's coming in and out, so I'm not sure. I'm wondering if there's something happening like that's messing up with the signal above me or something to that extent. Like I said, there are some places I can go if I have to, if this keeps not working. But what I probably try next, though, is trying my computer and seeing if that works. Because I did update my computer. Well, I got this protein bar. That's a snack. You know, this is going to sound like a weird thing, but I'm wondering if the reason that this is happening is because my cat is next to the router. I'll be back in a minute. Poor Bandit. Gonna have to kick her away from the router, but that's okay. I know, Bandit. I know. I'm not blaming Bandit for it, but you know, I'm just saying if anybody asks. It's the cat's fault. Normally it doesn't though. This, like I said, and it was going well for the first, uh, I guess 6 hours or so. But if it still starts to mess up, then no worries. I will switch over. I'll do this on my computer for the last little bit. And if that doesn't work, then don't worry as well. I will head to a new location. There'd be a little bit of a break, but I'd head to a new location where I would be able to stream and I wouldn't be worried about the internet. So, one way or another, we will. But welcome back. All right, so I was going over all of my different Masonic items. I made it through pins, coins, mugs, clothing, my awesome possum hat over here, and some of my Masonic documents. And we talked also about how important it is that we have proper insurance for these items, how to get proper insurance for these items and what proper insurance looks like, how to store these items in a manner that protects them and preserves them, as well as how we can grow these items, or not grow these items, excuse me, how we can make sure that we have these items available to share with our lodges in future generations, right? We're going to talk more about that later. No, it's better than it's what's the frame rate? Normally it's good. Are you still finding it's choppy on your end or is it sticking? Is it good now? What are you finding? Because it looks good to me over here from what I'm seeing. Yeah, I thought it was 1080. Okay, well, let's keep our fingers crossed. So let's go back. So I've said before, Freemasons need to think about and care about supporting our local communities, right? That can be through things like supporting Chapter 2 Brewing, which has taken part in a couple of Masonic events that I've organized and catered them. Caesar's Windsor and charitable efforts there. That can mean supporting businesses like Shitagi Apparel. That can mean supporting local, but that also means when you travel, you make sure that you support where you're traveling to. I've said before, I have attended the Windsor, or sorry, I've attended Glenview, Illinois. It's got to be close to hundreds of times, like so many times since 2011. Um, and it's been an absolute blast every time. But that also means when I'm there, I try to support them. I try to, you know, buy stuff from the local businesses to bring to the lodges, to bring back with me. I support their local history, which is why I have this book and I keep it in my Masonic collection. Glenview Centennial, the first 100 years. This bear is like a famous Glenview symbol. And it's also why I have in my Masonic collection this tote that says, as it should, um, I love Glenview, or I love downtown Glenview, because I absolutely do love downtown Glenview. I've got in here as well, when I talk about really cool Masonic coins, this is one I forgot to show before, so I got to show it now. Morton Grove Masonic coin, which they meet at the Glenview Masonic Temple. This is a worshipful master on there. He actually did a bust of himself. There you go. You can see it well, which I thought was really, really cool. I've seen Grand Masters do pictures of themselves, but never the worshipful master of a lodge do it. That's one I forgot to show, but that's one from, one of the places that I love. This is a armband from the Masonic, Detroit Masonic Temple, which is a memory of a show I went to there. It was actually wrestling I went to see there. It was AEW, which I thought was really, really cool, getting the chance to see a Masonic getting a chance to see a Masonic venue being used for professional wrestling, I thought that was really, really awesome. So when I traveled to the Philippines and Rio, I kept with me some of the stuff from the plane, including the menu from the flight. That was both the menu from the flight to Manila, and then this one from the Philippines to Rio de Janeiro. This was my name tag or place seating when I went to the Grand Lodge of District Grand Lodge of South America, Northern Division, Sand, which was this year, the 90th anniversary of that. You know, when I think about how cool it was literally the greatest meal I ever had was this meal here. So getting the chance to keep the name tag and the place setting just reminds me of how wonderful of a meal that was and how much I enjoyed it. This is from the Morton Grove. Again, the installation itself. So that was really cool, keeping that. Oh, so I've talked about all the different things that we can have. Yes, Crystal Moon, welcome back. Crystal, please hit the like button and please hit the subscribe button. I'm sure everybody subscribe, but please hit the like button if you've not done so already. Let me know how it's going. So, we've talked about different items you can have outside of the typical, right? Coins, pins, those are more typical. But there are a lot of atypical or less typical items you can have as part of your Masonic gifts. And that includes, let's see if I can do it. Come on. This is a Morton Grove frisbee. And the really cool thing about it is what you can do is you fold it up like this, and then you fold up like this. Nice, that's awesome. I hope you enjoyed the parade. I can do it one more time if you want. Here we go. Ready? 1, 2, 3. There you go. And then you fold it this way, you fold it this way, and now it's back. Oh, I'm sorry about that. That's not cool. I hope it feels better. And then you're back in the back in its carrying case. And the last thing I'll say is we as Freemasons want to make sure we are supporting our brothers, not just Masonically, but in their life outside of Freemasonry. I've been blessed to be invited to visit Masonic brothers during special occasions in their life. That has included one person who was getting his citizenship and one person who graduated law school, just like I did many moons ago. And this is his convocation, just celebrating his law school graduation. And as someone who, the cat has the zoomies, and as someone who was himself a law school graduate, I know how important that can be for a brother. And so I want to be there for him for that. And I was honored that I got the invite. And that's another thing where you might not think to yourself, why is that how is that a Masonic, pick your term, a Masonic item. But again, I was there supporting a brother who was himself graduating law school, and so it's Masonic. That's awesome, Crystal. I wish you the best of luck. I think you'll really enjoy it, so I absolutely wish you the very best of luck and success. It's a really special feeling to be a lawyer, so. Yes, that's always good advice. I would agree with that. Study, study, study. that will 100% lead to good results, at least to good results in life, I suppose, in fairness, right? Not just when it comes to, um, not just when it comes to law school, but it comes to even Freemasonry in general, right? Making sure that you are studying really does help. That's awesome, Crystal. Congratulations. So going through a few more of these items, we're almost there, I promise. I know we've been through a bunch of these. Um, Going through some other of these special items, we've got, what else do I want to show you guys? I was lucky enough to, so this was a book. Somebody asked me about books before. This was a book that was given to me, The Wander Society, All Freemasons Should Be Wanderers. This is given to my good friend Igor at a Masonic function. I've not started reading it yet, but I've heard it's really, really good, and I would really enjoy it. Good for you, Crystal. That's awesome. This was a gift from St. Clair College. I did a presentation to their interior design students about the Windsor Masonic Temple, and they gave me a journal and a couple other items I'll show in a second. This reminds me, though, if you are responsible for a Masonic building of any sort, and you are, let's say, you want to get more people into the building to see it, check with the closest school that has an architecture or interior design program. They may absolutely love checking it out, and they may love seeing it. I find architects often, and architecture students are often fascinated by Masonic buildings, as are photographers. So that is worth checking out as well if you want to check them out. And just bring them into the building. They'll share it with others. Freemasonry and First Nations have a really incredible connection. Freemasonry was actually one of the first places that First Nations people could join and be a part of. And I got this smudging kit from a First Nations fan of Freemasonry. He wasn't a brother, but he knew a lot of brothers. And he kept saying he was going to be joining. I don't know if he ever did or not. I mentioned attending Paducah, Kentucky for their barn raising third degree, and I got this while I was there. I am a traveler, this cool license plate thing, which I love having. I got, oops, let me put this over here. Some paintings. So this painting was given to me by brother Jason. I think it's absolutely beautiful. I loved it, and thank you so much to Jason for taking the time to paint that for me. He displayed it at the Masonic Temple. I said I liked it, and I got it. And he also painted this, which is the Windsor Masonic Temple. Talk about an absolutely beautiful painting. The fabric is awesome. I always show this off. This is my favorite Masonic building in the world. Again, there's a lot of different things you can do to commemorate your Masonic building. You can have coins, you can have postcards, or you can have a painting done by a professional painter, which was really, really awesome. I loved it. Let's see, what else do we got? Here's just a picture. Again, he made a bunch of these for me as well, prints of that painting. Again, that's from Masonic Brother. And then we have one more bag, and then we're basically done showing off my Masonic items. So, this is a stand for a gavel, and this is the gavel itself. So it goes like that. And this was a gift from my parents, my mom and my dad, when I became a worshipful master for the first time in 2015. And how honored I was to become a worshipful master for the first time. Part of it being because my mom and dad came to visit, My dad came to the lodge with me while I sent my mom out with all of my friends to the bar to keep her occupied. Because, we in Freemasonry, that's what you do with your friends. You ask them to watch your mom for you. So they were kind enough to do that for me. I'm going to save this couple things to the end. We have here the table lodge shot glass, which connects to the apron I showed earlier in the previous stream. This was from the table lodge that I took part in, June 24th, 2023, which is really, really cool. This is something I'm really proud of as well. During the pandemic, right, Christmas of 2022, I think it was, or one, it basically, the pandemic was going on during Christmas, so we couldn't meet. So I asked a brother's wife, who was an awesome lady, because she liked to knit. So I asked her, can you knit, I think it was like 100 stockings. And she did. They looked like this. I got one that's pink, because pink's my favorite color. And me and Igor, we went out and we delivered all of these stockings to every member or widow of the lodge. So let them know that even though we couldn't meet in person, because we were, for obvious reasons, isolating, we were still thinking of them and we wanted to see them and we hope to see them soon. And yeah, I really was proud of these. I thought they were really cool. And it's my Christmas Masonic stocking. This is a Masonic pen. I think it looks beautiful. It's got a lot of the Masonic symbols on it. I got it at a Grand Lodge one year. So I thought that was really awesome. And thank you to, I believe it was a brother actually gave this to me as a gift from a Grand Lodge at some point. Thank you, Crystal Moon. I enjoy these as well. Awesome. Well, maybe you can have somebody create one for you where you are. I don't know if there'd be an interest in it, but I'm sure you could find them. I've got a ton of stickers. These are all stickers and car ornaments, which I love. This is the trowel. Again, it's a Masonic symbol, very popular in the States. We've got another St. Clair College keychain, which, just like the journal, it was given to me for inviting out the St. Clair College interior design students to join and tour the Windsor Masonic Building and to show off the historical and design elements therein. And again, if you have a Masonic building, please consider inviting your brethren out, inviting interior design students out to take part in it, or to tour it, or to see it, or to whatever it might be. An Ontario Masons flashlight and pen set. Again, we talk about branding, the importance of branding. Putting this logo on items like pens and flashlights and things people will carry with them can be incredibly helpful in terms of a branding exercise, and something worth doing for sure. Speaking of flashlights, a couple more Masonic flashlights here. We got this one here. We got this guy. If you can see, oh, there it is. It's from Mount Horeb Lodge in Pennsylvania. I got this when I was visiting the area that included Delaware and New Jersey. A Masonic tie clip, another item that's a little bit more interesting to consider and to check out. And then this, the operative stonemason. It's a keychain, again showing off the operative stonemason at his work. Keychains feel like they're going out of style a little bit in terms of types of gifts that people are giving out Masonically, but I still think there's a lot of value in it. Another pen. You see the square compasses on it. I don't even know where this came from. My advice for this type of stuff is if you're going to invest in pens to give away as gifts, don't simply put a square and compass on it. Put a square and compass on it along with the information about the lodge, the name of the lodge, the membership, all that type of jazz. Because again, I was not good enough to keep a journal of where I got this from, so now I don't know, which is unfortunate. What I feel like I'm almost there. This belonged to my grandfather, Papa. It's a horse. It goes on a horse saddle. And I don't even think he ever rode horses. I just think he found it somewhere and liked it. I never saw him ride a horse. He was not a cowboy, to my knowledge. He fought in World War II, so he was as tough as a cowboy. But yeah, I got that. And so I talked before about special cards that I've received that I loved as a Mason. Getting this was really special to me. This is a Happy Holidays Christmas card from the Village Studios. The Village Studios, again, being a studio out of um, Los Angeles. They've recorded, Fleetwood Mac recorded there. All of these absolutely incredible artists recorded there. And they gave me a tour of their whole facility because it's housed in a old 1920s Masonic building. And I thought that was incredible, getting the chance to check it out. It was really, really special. It was a beautiful building, and the fact that they then remembered me enough to send me this card, I thought that was really cool. Hello, Secret. How's it going? Please hit that like and subscribe button, by the way, and let me know if you have any thoughts on Freemasonry. But again, I got this because A, I approached them, and B, I gave them my contact information and kept in touch with them. If this is about forming a relationship, then it's about forming a relationship. And that means not just this one contact and then you're done kind of thing. This was from the Scottish Rite Bay City Valley of Michigan, where I attended the Northern Jurisdiction Scottish Rite event, which was a pleasure. And so these are really special. As part of my work organizing Border Cities Lodge, I was trying to grow the lodge, and I started again to support local businesses. I invited local businesses to come out and show off their products and do different tastings. Like Ryan remembers the ice cream tasting, I'm sure. I also earlier than that did a coffee tasting. And the coffee tasting I did was you had three different types of coffee from a local coffee shop, and Masons would take a sip of each one and vote for their favorite. It was Anchor Coffee, and what they did is they created cards describing each coffee, how it was, the flavors, all that good jazz. And so I really, really appreciated that, again, as an idea. So, again, Courtney, any Masons watching this, maybe you want to do a coffee tasting in your lodge. Maybe you want to do an ice cream tasting in your lodge or an ice cream social. You can do all of those things, and it helps out majorly. This is a beer cozy, speaking of tapestries, in the square and compass. This was created by a worshipful master out of Washington. Ben Stagner was his name. He's a worshipful master. And this is his lodge. Going strong, Alonzo. Sadly, our last stream suffered from technical difficulties, which was a pain in the butt. Hence, I had to stop and start a brand new stream. But we are about, 9 hours in? I started at 2. It's now, I can do math in my head. 2 to 3, 3 to 4, 4 to 5, 5 to 6, 6 to 7, 7 to 8, 8 to 9. So we're about 7 hours and 10 minutes in. If I have another technical difficulty, I'm going to be restarting something new. But he even said on the stream, he said, look, I was trying to think of what I wanted to do for my year in terms of some type of Masonic gift or special item. And he said, I decided pins, coins were so common, a, you know, a cup holder of some sort, or to keep your, beer, something to put on your beer so you can hold it easy. And he was actually a tattoo artist, so he designed this himself, which I thought was really, really cool of him as well. That was from University Lodge out of Washington. And that brings us to something I'm incredibly proud of. It was a ton of work, but last year on January 19th and 20th of 2024, no worries, Mr. Keeps, there's no rush at all. I'm not going anywhere. We had two of the best Masonic days I've had thus far. They were really, really special. And it was a Windsor Lodge 140th anniversary installation, and this was the invitation to that. Then the next day, it was a free event. It was a Windsor Masonic Temple public unveiling. This is it here. The fact that what I love about this is the fact that it's in both English and French made me really, really proud. I think we as Freemasons need to be communicating more in French than in French and English. But it's a beautifully designed item. It's in English and French. It's got the First Nation stuff on there. It's got some great designs. And the celebration was really about all the work that we did on the building in terms of restorations and renovations and getting grants organized, getting grants coming in. It was incredibly special, all the work we put in, not just me, but everybody. And I was really proud of it. One of the things that they did is they replaced the copper on the building, right? They replaced the original copper on the building, which was from like the 20s, with brand new copper. What they did with the old stuff, most of it ended up going to scrap metal and we got some money for it. But I kept 5 or 6 big pieces, gave it to a friend who chopped it up, cut it up into pieces this big. And with these, I gave most of these away as gifts. We got about 30 pieces of it. And so I gave out 30 pieces of original metal that came from the building that dated to the 1920s. And it was really, really cool. And I kept it as well. I agree, Alonzo. I think it's very, very cool also. And it was really, I felt really lucky that I got it. So, and I, of course, made sure to keep one for myself. But yeah, so this piece of copper, it was placed on the Masonic Temple in the 1920s and then, stayed up there until it was removed in 2023 and 2024. And then most of it, again, we got some money for it, but most of it was, like a few pieces were cut up and given out as little mementos. We tried to see if we could turn them into like coins, like use the metal and create coins, but it was so thin. It was a pain and it was so green and you had to like buff it forever. It was really, really tough. But again, that's an example of I agree. That's the example of thinking outside the box, something different, something unique, something that maybe you've not done normally, which nonetheless, creates a much more memorable relationship. If the purpose of this, as I've been saying, is to create some type of relationship, if the purpose of giving gifts is to create some type of relationship, to a certain extent, that relationship will be strengthened, A, by the quality of the gift that you're giving, but B, by the uniqueness of the gift that you're giving. Both of those things are equally necessary and equally valuable. So I've talked about as I eat my protein bar, and as a motorcycle goes flying by, I've talked about the insurance, caveats, and what you need to think about when you're thinking of insuring these items, either at the lodge level or at the individual level. I've talked about ways to preserve the information. So pictures of items, descriptions of items, appraisals of items, scanning physical documents, and why it's vital that we keep those things and why that's so important and so necessary. I've talked about the importance of keeping a journal where you include when and where you received these items, so you have a record of that. Social media can work for that. And a lot of this stuff I do record on social media, but unfortunately, a lot of the time social media is not sufficient. You need to actually be recording it in with pen and paper. I do want to also talk about the importance of end of life considerations. I know that nobody wants to think about the fact that they could potentially die. I don't plan to die ever, if that makes anybody feel better. However, I understand that for most people, it's something that is going to happen. And so I cannot tell you how many times I've come across in a pawn shop jewels, like even incredibly beautiful jewels, like, let's see. Yes, sorry about that. We had technical difficulties. I had to end the former stream and go to this one. If this stream keeps acting up, I may have to go onto my computer or try something different. We'll see how it goes. But I am here. You didn't see the coins? You weren't here for the first stream? All right, I'll show the coins off again in just 1 second. Like I've seen things as beautiful as this in pawn shops. And sometimes it's because maybe it got stolen or who knows, but sometimes it's because somebody passed away, didn't have a will, didn't have an executor or even a family, and whoever ends up with the stuff just sells it. You have a responsibility. No worries, Half Hawk, man. I'm just bugging you. I'll do it in 1 second. The dangers of not having a will and not talking to somebody. And if you don't have a family, talk to your Masonic brothers and say, if I pass away, these are the coins I want, or the jewels I want, or whatever I want returned to a lodge. Please make sure that you talk to somebody and you get it to them. It's incredibly important that we as Masons do that. Put it in a will, talk to somebody about what you want, and get it in writing. And don't think that because you're young, you're going to live forever. I mean, knock on wood, you will, but you get hit by a car or a bus or whatever it is. You don't want these items ending up in a pawn shop, right? Like this, technically, even though it was given to me, when I pass away, I want to make sure it goes back to the lodge so the next past master can get it as part of his jewel, right? I don't want to see it in a pawn shop with someone who doesn't know what it is or its value. So get it in your will. Again, don't just say Masonic items to go to lodge. List the Masonic items, include pictures, include information on them. Paulette, welcome. Please hit that like and subscribe button. Treat it the same way you treat insurance. Don't just say, I want my Masonic items insured. List the types of Masonic items for anything that's especially valuable or unique. Take a picture of it, get it appraised, Same thing with the will, right? Don't just say Masonic items to go to lodge. List the Masonic items, list what they are specifically, list how you want them to operate, and all of that good stuff. Because, or where what they are, their value, because um, you can't rely on your typical executor or your typical lawyer knowing what it means when you say Masonic Past Masters Jewel. You need there to be a picture, and you need there to be information about how to get it. Yeah, hot man, there are some, there are actually some even Masonic cemeteries. I have mine, well, I don't have my headstone yet, but my plan is to, well, actually, I don't really care that much. It's funny because when I did my um, will, they asked me what I wanted to be done with my body when I passed away. And I said, well, I want a Masonic funeral. But after that, I said, it's no longer my problem. It's my body's there. I'm not. So you can do whatever you want with it. I said, take it to the strip club and sit it down at the stage for one last hurrah. You know, I don't really care that much if my body's there. I'm not anymore. But I mean, if I do get buried, I'd like there to be a square and compasses on my headstone. But my assumption is I'll probably get cremated because I just said whatever the cheapest option is. That's what I want. I don't want to spend any more money on disposal of my body than absolutely necessary because, like I said, I'm not there anymore. I don't know where I will be. I think we go on somehow. I don't believe in ghosts or spirits, except in that I enjoy scary movies. Um, but I like to think some part of us goes on. I mean, our story doesn't end. I know that is the case, right? Our story keeps going through our friends and family and those that remember us and even those that don't. We have probably more of an impact than we think. Even our actions during life probably have a pretty significant impact on people after we pass away. Um, Maybe that's what it is. I mean, conservation of something. So going back, so Alonzo, you wanted me to talk about this piece. I assume you're referring to this past master's jewel. Um, I have two. I have a bunch of them, but this one I got for being the past master of Harmony or Windsor Lodge, or sorry, Harmony Lodge. So after you've served a year in the East, which means you've been the worshipful master for a year, they tend to often give you a jewel as like a congratulatory thing for making it. And this one was presented to me um, in December 7th, 2019, after I finished being the worshipful master in Harmony Lodge. And yeah, it's something really special that I'm proud of. This is my past master's jewel from my grandfather's lodge, and my dad's information is on here as well. Um, I've got, well, so the symbolism of the piece, I mean, it's actually not as symbolic as you might think per se. Um, You've got the names at the top of the brothers, who's it belonged to in the past. So this was the first master. This was the second. They get recycled upon a brother's death. This was the logo or the seal of the Harmony Lodge. And so whatever the lodge is, if it has a seal or a picture or something attached to it, it goes there. What the logo is basically. And then this whole symbol here, this is the square. The square obviously represents, the stone builder's tool, the square, and it's part of the Masonic symbol. And this is the 47th problem of Euclid, or the 42nd, which has Masonic symbolism, but really it's a reminder of the importance that geometry plays in our Masonic meetings. But it's the past master's jewel. It's the same symbol I got when I got my tattoos. This one here, right? The square and the 47th problem of Euclid. And I got this kind of beat up and ugly looking because to me, the past master's jewel should be very old and look beat up, because the whole point is past master's jewel. Absolutely, half hawk, half man. You're 100% correct, which is why I always say, don't, and take pictures of this, and let the lawyer know precisely what it is and where you want it to go, as with the executor. Don't just hope it makes its way back, because we have jewels. There are some jewels that are over 200, 300 years old out there in the world, made of like gold. We don't want them lost or in a pawn shop or in a dumpster somewhere because people just took a box of stuff and threw it out, right? We want to preserve the provenance of all of our brothers. I agree. Is the audio cutting out for anybody else? Yeah. Okay, hold on just one sec. Yeah, but it cut out for a second. I'm no fan of that. I don't want to take the risk. Um, okay, I think I'm back. Half hawk, half man. I hope you're still there. If you are, let me know. I tried to, like I said, get this. If this keeps on being a pain, then what I'm going to be doing is probably going to a new location and streaming from there. Uh, so you might have to wait about 15, 20 minutes for me to find the new location. That, I think, is my plan at the moment. So we will see, though, how it goes. But half hawk, half man. I hope you're still there. If you are, jump in. I'll show you my coin collection. I'm going to give it a few minutes. We're going to see who else finds us. And if you do find me, jump in the chat, say hello. Half hawk, half man. I'm going to see if I can't take a few moments to show you some of those coins. I just need to see if you're back on the stream still. I do want to talk about psychological first aid as well. That's going to be really important. But first, let's see who can find me. And if you have any questions or thoughts on Freemasonry, positive, negative, or neutral, I'd love to hear them, as well as any thoughts you have on kind of the Masonic coins, pins, all the stuff I've been showing off so far. I would love to show that off as well. Or answer any questions you may have about those things, or all that good jazz. So let's give it a bit more time. Let's see who else finds it. For another 24-hour live stream, we are about 9 hours in. And welcome. I'm just waiting to see who jumps in the chat. Half hawk, half man, if you're still there. We are going to go on to the next topic, unless anybody jumps on and wants to chat about the items I've been showing off, wants to see the coins, wants to see all that good jazz. I'd still be happy to do so. I just need to wait to see who finds me. But please jump in the chat, say hello, and let's talk about Freemasonry. Maybe. First, I need some people to jump in the chat to say hello. Renegade. I don't hate you for no reason, nor do I hate you for any reason. What would make you think I don't know who you are, but I don't think I hate you. I try not to hate anybody as a rule. I don't always succeed in that. But why do you ask that question, Renegade? What is the thinking behind that? I'm just going to wait to see once people join. And like I said, if they have any questions about Freemasonry or any thoughts. Well, I mean, holding a job is important, but having said that, there are reasons why people can't. Sometimes it's a physical disability, sometimes it's a mental health issue, sometimes there's just no jobs to be held. Um, I think for me, the goal has to be, are you trying your best? And if you're trying your best, then I don't think you're a loser. Um, and just because maybe you're not holding down a job right now doesn't mean you won't hold down a job in the future. Welcome back, Red Lighting. Yes, 24 hours, though we are experiencing technical difficulties with this stream, which is proving to be a pain. But I'm managing to somewhat solve the problem. So if it keeps on going, we may have to go to a new location for the stream. But we're going to keep our fingers crossed that I can get this sorted out before that is necessary. But I am sorry about that, Renegade. I hope that you are able to find some work. I mean, I don't know where you're located, but I know there's some supports here in Windsor to help people find work if they're struggling. Um, there's different resources. There's some shops even will provide, or at least they used to provide, a free suit if you had a job interview. I don't know if they're still doing it, but I know they used to. So that might be something worth exploring as well. Unfortunately, Red Lightning, I cannot help you with that. Other than, like I said, I'm not sure where you're located, but I do know some places which would offer things like free suits. They'd offer free printing for resumes. And honestly, if you're struggling, it doesn't hurt to just ask. Just say, hey, can you potentially help me with printing some items? I need some help with that. Yes, or see a psychiatrist. I mean, there's no shame in seeking professional help. There's absolutely no shame in looking for or seeking professional help by any means. So that might be something you want to consider doing also. And welcome, by the way, we're still live streaming, part of this 24-hour stream. We are about 8 hours in. Once we hit 2 in the morning, we are at the 12-hour mark. We have had technical difficulties a couple of times. If they continue, I'm going to be stopping the stream and finding a new place to go to keep the stream alive. And so there might be a little bit longer break than normal. But hey, we'll still track it down. But I do hope everybody is doing well. And I want to thank everybody once again for being here. Welcome. Please hit that like and subscribe button. We're here to chat about Freemasonry. Oh. I mean, that sucks. That sucks, Renegade. I'm really sorry to hear that. And it can't be easy to be exposed to toxic chemicals. It certainly can't be easy to have a painful skin condition. I can't imagine how challenging and difficult that is. Again, I don't know where you're from. I know in Windsor there are some places that can talk to you, about maybe steps you can take if the factory messed up and potential actions you can take against them. as well as, doctors and stuff taking patients, but I don't know where you're located, so I can't really connect you with resources. I can say that that sounds really, really tough, and it's certainly understandable that you would be depressed since then. That makes a lot of sense that you would be depressed. Just being in pain is difficult and depressing, right? To have the painful skin condition. Yeah, I'm really sorry to hear that. I hope that maybe you're able to find some supports within your area. It's like I said, I can't really connect you too well to anything. I know what we have in Windsor somewhat. Oh my God, Smokey. Maybe that's why we're having trouble with the live stream and the technology. Maybe the tornado that you guys are struggling with is affecting my Wi-Fi up here. I'm going to blame that until I can think of something else. I'm blaming the tornado warning. How's it going, Smokey? How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. I hope you'll hit that like button. I know you've already hit the subscribe button. Were you on earlier in the stream? Did you see any of the Masonic items that I shared or had the chance to share with people thus far? Because I do want to move on to and talk about the and talk about the psychological first aid. However, I think it might be worth going over those items again because there's a lot of really good ones. And if nobody saw it, I almost caught him. I would want to maybe share that with people as well. Darn it, I keep trying to catch this fly and it keeps flying away. I've had like these 2 flies in my apartment for like the last 3 days. It's very challenging. But if you want to go through those again, I know Half Hawk, Half Man wanted to check them out again. So hopefully he jumps back on the stream and I can show him those coins. It might be worth, though, in the interim to go through the psychological first aid trading. Oh, no worries. Well, let me show you maybe my favorite item that I had. I'm not going to go through the final arrangement stuff again or the insurance stuff again. We're going to leave that out for the time being because I've already gone through it. But just some of my favorite items. These are what are called past masters jewels. We've got this one here. What I got when I was a past master of Windsor Lodge. This one belonged to my father and my grandfather out of England. This is my Masonic ring that was given to me by my father. I'm very fond of it as well. This is a Masonic Christmas stocking. Don't fall. Which I remember I had all of these created to give away as gifts during Christmas time a few years ago. And I remember just thinking it was a really cool idea. It was during COVID, right? And during COVID, one of the biggest challenges was how to keep in touch with membership if you had, when you couldn't meet in person. We did a lot of virtual meetings, which I absolutely loved. We did a lot of virtual meetings where we had, for example, a virtual beer and cheese tasting, which was organized by Chapter 2 Brewing, these guys here. And yeah, we also created Christmas stockings and gave out to all of our brethren and their widows or family. We also, I showed off all of these coins, every coin in this bag, but that includes maybe one of my favorite coins. I'll show this one. This is from Morton Grove Lodge. I'll show this side first. We showed maybe my favorite coin. What's tough? There's a couple, but this one from the city of Windsor, the grand opening of the city hall, which Masons were involved in and which I absolutely loved. And, we have this wooden coin, Masonry on the Frontier. My pins, mugs, I don't even know what else. Paintings, pictures. Oh, one thing, I can't believe I forgot to show this. One of my maybe most proud achievements is my Mason of the Year award. I got this in 2017. And this was a real honor to get. So, Mason of the Year from 2000. Oh, it's shining. Gotta see if I can get rid of that shine. There we go. 2017. I was honored to be Mason of the Year for outstanding service to the craft. And I would say I feel like I worked pretty hard and I tried my best, and so hopefully it was deserved. Though there were a lot of Masons doing a lot of excellent work during that time as well. If you thought that was a cool award, leave some hearts and stuff in the stream, in the chat. And let me know how this is looking for you guys, if you're still able to see it well. Oh, yeah, let me know if you're okay. I mean, if you're not, or if you need any help or anything, like let me know in terms of maybe, not just you per se, but the community, if it needs like donations, if there's any damage from the tornado. Whenever there's any type of situation happening, one thing I always ask is, are any Masons in harm's way? And if so, can we help them? And not just Masons, but in this case, my audience as well. The trades do pay excellent. You're not wrong, Ryan. But Renegade, I mean, I don't know how painful the skin condition is. I can't imagine having a skin condition is easy. And if it precludes you from working, I'm really sorry about that. Like I said, I don't know where you're from, so I don't know what resources are in your area, but I do hope that you are talking to doctors about, how you can manage the pain and maybe if there's treatments available, anything like that. Oh no, the trades are excellent. You can do a ton of amazing stuff with the trades. There's no doubt. Okay, we're going to start on the second topic in a couple minutes. I just want to wait to see if potentially half hawk, half man comes back so I can show him those coins. Or if at any point he comes back, I will show him those coins. A protein bar, French vanilla protein bar. It's got 14 grams of protein. You didn't see the coins, Alonso? I thought you were here before. You missed them? In which case, I'm very sorry to hear that. I will get the coins out for you in 1 second. So I'm sorry that you missed some of the coins. I'll show you some of them now. How many calories? I do not know. I never pay attention to calories. I really should. I always say Freemasons have a responsibility to be healthy. 220 calories. And I think we do. And I am healthy in terms of exercising. And I take certain pride in the fact that I'm always exercising. But probably my worst habit is eating. In terms of not eating well and not eating in a healthy way. That is absolutely, I think, my biggest downfall. Also, drinking water. I don't really drink enough water. I'm trying to be a little bit better at it, but I'm still not succeeding by any means. So that's another thing that's on my list, is to drink more water. It's funny because I often go to the casino and get free, water bottles, but I use those to give water to my cat. So, my cat drinks, my cat is healthier than me. Well, at least you're one ahead of me then, Alonzo, because I don't drink water at all to like save my life. I'm the worst when it comes to drinking water regularly. I should be better. So this is do as I say, not as I do. All right, Alonzo, if you have seen some of these coins before, please let me know. Because I feel like you were on the stream for some of it, but this is from Chicago Lodge, which currently meets out of Skokie. Hey, I will take free anything, Smokey. I will take free anything. I'm not too proud, whether it's free water bottles or free whatever it is. I am not too proud at all. But this is Chicago coin. I love the fact that it has the Chicago flag. I think we as Freemasons need to support our communities, need to support our towns, and that includes places like Chicago. I don't know, Alonzo, are you a fan of Star Trek? If you are, check this out. This is from North Hollywood Lodge. I got this when I was visiting San Francisco. By the way, I love San Francisco. I thought it's a great town, very underappreciated. This is Morton Grove Lodge, which meets at the Glenview Masonic Temple. This was the coin in honor of their recent installation, celebrating 99 years of being a Freemason, of being a Masonic Lodge. Let's see. This is a Scottish Rite coin. I guess really I should be putting these over here and not like putting them back in. This is a coin celebrating Buzz Aldrin, the first Mason on the moon. He was a Mason out of Colorado and out of Texas. This might be, I already showed this coin. Already showed this coin. Let's see. This is for my Texas brothers, Brad Billings. You can see the star there in celebration of Texas. One of the absolute best places. I love it. I loved my visits to Texas. I love Brad Billings. I think he's a great past worshipful master. It's probably one of mine as well. We've got the Bicentennial Independence, Delaware. Yeah, I just drink tap water. My cat drinks better water than I do. I really like this design. This was from the Grand Master of Nevada. It reminds me of the symbol in the Charmed, one of my favorite TV shows. Well, this one is another Texas one. So there you go. This is Missouri. I got this when I was visiting the Missouri Grand Lodge annual communication. We've got, this is the one from City Hall. Freemasons were very much involved with a cornerstone dedication. I love Charmed. Buffy was my favorite. I'm less a fan of it now. It's more Charmed that I'm a big fan of. Let's see. What else do we got? This is the Windsor Masonic Temple coin. Welcome back, Underground Thomas. Hello again. Thank you for finding my stream once again. Hit that, give some hearts, give all that good jazz. I like this coin because of the white and gold on it. I think it is a really cool combination of colors. Well, it's a single star on the flag. I don't know why they have a single star. Like why that is the case, but The flag has 1 star. We've got Chicago Lodge, which meets out of Illinois. I believe they now meet out of Skokie Masonic Temple. They used to meet out of the Jefferson Park Masonic Temple. This might be my favorite for no other reason than A, I love the colors, and I like the fact that it's got ridges around it, so it has a neat texture to it. It feels a little bit different than the typical coin. But they're all real nice, Alonzo. It's hard trying to pick just one nice one because they're all so beautiful. And I feel very lucky I managed to collect all of these over the years. Cameron Bailey, this is his coin. Sorry, what's your favorite movie, Smokey? Um, yes, I'm streaming for 24 hours, Christopher. So please help me out by leaving a like, hitting the heart button, and sharing this stream with other people. Oh, so this is, I talked about this before. I have no idea why it is the case that I'm streaming for 24 hours straight. I am 8 hours in. So I've had some technical difficulties. I may have more. If I do, just hang on. I'll jump back on the stream, I promise. Or a stream. I have a Protecting the Frontier Frontline U.S. Customs and Border Protection Field Operations coin. I have no idea where that came from or why I have it. It must have been a brother who worked for them gave it to me, but I can't tell you where I got it from. I just have it in my Masonic coin collection. Like your weather's bad, Smokey, or my stream is cutting in and out. 2 p.m. I started at 2 p.m. today. I started an hour later than usual. So 2 p.m. tomorrow. So it's going to be quite tiring, but quite a lot of fun as well. I may have to jump back and forth on different streams. Or different, like I may have to go back to onto my computer at some point because my camera's been acting really funny for this stream. I don't know why, but I don't want to. So if at every point, like I've been saying, if the technical difficulties mean the stream cuts out, don't be alarmed. Give it a few minutes and I'll find a way to come back. Might be at longest a half-hour delay. If for whatever reason I don't come back on, I will leave messages explaining what happened, or at least trying to explain what happened as best as I can. We got this, coin here. I don't know what the balloon is for, but the balloon is on there. And yeah. Those are pretty much all of my, I've got more in here, but some of these are repeats as well. Well, let's just calm down with that. I'll do it eventually, but I'm not going to add to the time because, I need my sleep at some point. Well, with the delays, I'll probably be ending at 7 p.m., but at some point, I'll just pass out. I like this coin a lot because I like the fact that it looks like a poker chip, and it feels like a poker chip. And you see the Masonic family on there. Thank you. I don't know why I'm considered wicked, although I know a few people who could tell me. This coin here? This is from Texas as well, if I recall correctly. Yeah, Fort Worth, Texas. A couple of Grand Masters, the Masonic family, the Scottish Rite, Eastern Star, and York Rite. Ooh. Maybe take a picture and we can share it on our live stream. By the way, we are having a live stream together, Smokey and I, on August 29th. That is going to be on my personal channel. So that will be a lot of fun. My personal YouTube channel starting August 29th at 12 p.m. Well, we do not, Jim Jones was not a Freemason. I promise you. He was just a crazy person. and I've showed all of my coins. I think my pins, I've got my ring I've shown. I've got some other jewels, which I can show quickly. Like this is Scottish Rite jewel. This is Manitoba 150th. And this is from the Grand Lodge of Holy Land, Grand Lodge in Israel. Sure, you can see the ring one more time. Here you go. There you go. I hope that it was given to me by my father in his lodge. So I thought that was really, really cool. And I love the chance I get to share it. So let's give it a couple minutes, and then, as it drops, we're going to start on the next topic, as I keep dropping things, which is going to be psychological first aid, what it is, and how I think we as Freemasons can benefit from having it in our Masonic Lodge. In the meantime, if you are just joining us, please take a moment, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Let me know how you're doing and if there's anything that you want to chat about when it comes to Freemasonry. You are welcome, EA Freemason. I hope that this stream is not cutting out too much. If it is, let me know. And again, I may have to switch over and try this on the computer and basically give it a couple minutes. But I feel like we're doing okay for now. No worries. So let's give it a couple. I'm just going to rest my voice for a sec and, drink some coffee. Some free casino coffee, which is much appreciated. And then we'll switch over to topic number 2, which is psychological first aid. Thank you, Smokey. And again, let us know if you are okay. If you ever need any help, please let us know. Or not just you per se, but your town, if anybody's affected by the tornadoes. I just got to type out my poll question. If I could see the keyboard, that would be helpful. If I could spell, that would be even more helpful. Are you aware of psychological first aid? Start the poll. All right. Thank you, Alonzo. I appreciate that very much. And I'm happy that you love the coins. Actually, Smokey, I am going to be having another contest. So this is the Windsor Masonic Temple coin. I will be, if you become, and anybody who's watching this, you become a patron at $3 a month, you will have that coin sent to you. If you become a patron for $3 a month and then cancel after the first month, so all you pay is $3, you are still going to get the coin, along with a commemorative postcard. So keep that in mind as well. $5 a month. The $5 a month a tier. So one $5 payment and you get that coin and a postcard. No worries. The free membership is perfect. I'll probably do a contest giving away one of those coins eventually. So just keep paying attention, and you as a Freemason you as a Patreon member will be eligible for the psychological, or for the free coin. I'll probably be doing it sometime during Christmas. So once I know for sure when I will be doing it, I will let you know. And in the meantime, to everybody watching this, I hope that you will take a moment to hit the like button, to hit the subscribe button. Let me know how you're doing, and if you have any thoughts on Freemasonry, positive, negative, or neutral, I'd love to hear them. And as always, let me know if my stream is doing okay or if there's any concerns with it. in terms of how it sounds, how it looks. All that stuff helps out big time as well. And, throw some hearts in there as well. We got one yes, one no. Are you aware of psychological first aid? You may have heard it from me, to be honest. I may have talked about it before, so. He did, which is fun, makes it interesting. I appreciate the fact that it kind of keeps things exciting in that way, Keeps things fun. So oh my gosh, we are 8 hours in. So we are 1/3 of the way done this live stream. So that is awesome. Thank you to everybody who has been taking part so far. I really, really appreciate it. As you should, Courtney. Texas is a great state. The Lone Star State. I mean, half of my pins and coins are from Texas, as you saw, right? And so, I love Texas. I loved visiting it. It's a great state, great people. I always think of Texas. I think of Pee Wee Herman going to Texas, where he's on the phone and he says, "I'm in Texas," and they say, "Prove it." And he just, what does he yell? The stars at night shine big at bright. And then everybody else around him goes, "Deep in the heart of Texas." So, I scared my cat with that clapping. I shouldn't have done that. I'm very sorry, Bandit, but that's what I always think about when I think about Texas. Okay, I'm just pulling up my psychological first aid training. I got this from the Canadian Red Cross. I hope that nobody should take what I'm saying as me, certifying anybody or training anybody. That's not the point of this. You should take the training yourself. It cost me $20 Canadian to take this training course. So if I can take, the $20, then you can too. Or I'd be willing to bet money that you can probably find a free version as well. I took it for two reasons. The first and the main one was for Freemasonry itself. If I ever have a brother who is struggling with some type of psychological or crisis event, I'd like to know that I'll be able to talk to him and potentially help him feel better. Or really the purpose is to help connect him to the supports that he needs to help himself. And the other reason is if anybody comes on this stream and is struggling and is having problems, being able to know I can talk to them and help them if they're experiencing a crisis event. Because it's a little bit harder, because one of the things that you want to do is you want to know and have accurate information about services and resources that may be available for somebody struggling. If they're coming onto the stream, I may not know how to be able to help them or the resources that are available for them, because I don't know where they're from. It's a little bit easier when they're from, Windsor. Having said that, I still think it's good to have the information that I need. So we're going to start that in maybe, let's say, 5 minutes. For now, I'm just going to sip some coffee. If anybody wants to chat about anything in the meantime, please let me know. We are 1/3 of the way done this 24-hour live stream. This is the second stream in the 24-hour live stream, because the first one experienced technical difficulties. So hence stream number 2. And in the meantime, if you are a fan of Freemasonry, let me know. If you're not a fan of it, let me know. And let me know if there's any ideas or thoughts you've taken from this stream that you think you can apply to your Masonic experience. Um, it doesn't have to be your Masonic experience per se, just even your life experience. Like the ideas around insurance and wills and documenting what you have for others and making sure things get back to the places they need to get back to. So, yes, August 29th at 12 o'clock, Smokey and I will be doing a live stream on our personal accounts. So that is going to be absolutely awesome. And I cannot wait to be part of that. It's like I want to make sure I'm not just doing exclusively this on YouTube. I want to try to do as much other stuff as I can. That's why I did my Instagram live stream or went Instagram live. What do you mean by use insurance policies to make money? Because I was just talking about ways to use insurance to make sure, as much as possible, the values of, like, you can't maybe protect the item per se, but using insurance to make sure, at least as much as possible, the true value of items like this are preserved and protected. And not just writing down, like, not, if you have property insurance, let's say, and that's all you have, and then you lose your Masonic items, you can't rely on your insurance agent to know what a Masonic jewel is or how much it's worth. You need to have that stuff documented, listed, recorded. All that stuff really, really matters. Um, we've talked about some of that type of stuff. Like I've talked about that when it comes to um, our calls it um, investments and stuff. We've had people on the stream to talk about that, as well as talking about ways in which Freemasonry can potentially engage with cryptocurrencies and other things like that. So it's really, really cool and been really fun um, to examine those things and strive for those things. But yeah, I don't know how you use insurance to necessarily make money, unless the lodge is selling insurance itself, which is, I mean, you would need insurance agents who know what they're doing, right? But that maybe is a possibility. I hope everybody watching this is doing well, though. Please take a moment, hit that like and subscribe button if you're new to the stream. Let me know how you're doing. We have done our first stream, which is talking about my Masonic items, coins, pins, all the rest of it. The second part is talking about psychological first aid. We are doing a 24-hour live stream, and we are 1/3 of the way done. We're going until we are going until 2 p.m. August 22nd. Well, that's good, Smokey, I guess, but just make sure you're safe. I know that you are, you said that there's a lot of bad weather. I hope the weather's getting better. I actually asked people if they knew of, is it the hurricane that's affecting you? Or you said tornado watch? Because I know there's a hurricane that's stepping down. I asked people if they knew of any Masons being affected by the hurricanes. So far, no answer one way or the other. So if you do, though, know of any Masons in the hurricane's path, please let me know. I can tell you this, I'm very thankful that the weather has gotten better here in Windsor, and we're no longer a million degrees above zero. I was melting. When I went to that hip hop festival, I can assure you, it was a challenging feeling to be that warm. It was like 102 degrees or something, which I know probably is not the hottest in the world for everybody watching this, but believe me, for me, it was a lot. Okay, it'll probably hit the Carolinas. All right, well, I hope that It doesn't affect any Masons in the Carolinas. I don't know anything about that, the Tompkins Masonic Insurance Program. I mean, I know that Masons have provided insurance for brothers in the past, both formal and informal, but I don't know about Tompkins specifically. I would love to learn some more about it. I hope that maybe you can share some more of that stuff with me. And I hope everybody watching this will take a few moments to hit the like and subscribe buttons and hang out with me as we chat about Freemasonry. I feel like that rhymed. All right, a couple more minutes, then we're going to get started on the, as I was saying, we're going to get started talking about psychological first aid. Okay, so you're safe, at least from the hurricane, but not tornado warnings. So again, I just hope that you're okay. If for no other reason, then I'm really looking forward to our 24-hour live stream together, and would be very sad if that live stream were not to take place because you end up in Never Never Land. You end up in, what is it, Wonderland, like Dorothy. So try to stay down here on planet Earth. If you could, I would very much appreciate it. I heard North Carolina is like really beautiful. One of the more beautiful places in the world. Yeah, I got it close. I meant Wonderland. Neverland is what? Third star to the right and fly till morning, if I recall correctly. I never really got into Disney movies though, so I can't say for sure. You know, it was never my cup of tea the way a lot of other people enjoyed them. Even as a kid, like enjoying the Robin Hood movie where Robin Hood was like a fox. I thought that was really, really cool. But beyond that, I don't remember really loving a lot of Robin Hood movies, like Disney movies. I never got into Little Mermaid or Beauty and the Beast. If I did, my dad might remember, but I don't recall ever seeing any of them. So, um, or being that interested in any of them. But I hope everybody watching this is doing well. Please take a moment to jump in the chat, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. We are going to go for, well, let me actually start it now. I'm going to start talking about psychological first aid. So there's two types, and I took the training, I got my certification. What I'm saying here is not meant to be, certification for you guys, or to think that you've got the training. I got mine through Red Cross, which you can find, I'm sure, online. I'm sure each state and province or country probably has their own versions of psychological first aid. Okay, I mean, insurance is a huge deal for Freemasons, Courtney. Like, I spent a lot of the first part of this stream talking about insurance needs when it comes to Freemasons and our property, and how often we are not taking the time to preserve our property, or to not preserve, but to protect our property, to insure our property, to ensure our safety, to ensure all of that good jazz. I think that we are missing out on it. And so I hope that you took some of the advice I gave. I am working on an interview right now with Brother Dion from Texas, who's going to talk about specific insurance challenges that Masonic lodges are facing, as well as potentially how we can solve those. That is true, but I'm not sure if that's true for every Masonic lodge or just some of the Masonic lodges, and some jurisdictions, right? I'm not sure. I'm going to take a moment. I'm going to see if I can do something. Actually, no, I'm going to leave it for now. It seems to be working. It seems to be okay. So let's leave it for the time being. Instead, let's talk about psychological first aid. So there's two types of first aid. I think we as Freemasons should have both of them. There is, I'm going to guess smoky, although other people leave some hearts in there. Believe me, it helps out big time. Leave some hearts, you know, leave some smiley faces, leave some of these guys. All that stuff helps out majorly. Leave some of those. So, there is, I don't even know what to call it, regular first aid, physical first aid. Pick your term. That is the first aid which we, as just human beings walking the earth, are probably the most aware of. What to do if somebody, when I think when people think of first aid, the first thing that comes to mind is like CPR, or somebody gets injured, falls, whatever it is. What do you do in those moments? Aside from obviously call 911 and get professional help. And so we know kind of that there's first aid to deal with those physical emergencies. But then there's what do you do in terms of first aid to deal with psychological events or crisis events? Crisis events being a major event outside of ordinary experiences, threatening those involved, causing feelings of powerlessness, helplessness, or terror. So somebody is, for example, somebody's house just burned down, or is burning down. They've made it out of the building, so they're not in danger of being burned themselves. But now they're watching their house burn down. That's a crisis event. They should. Not every lodge does, because not every lodge is up to date on what it should be doing. But they should be doing so. And if they're not, they are messing up. And let that be a lesson. Everybody get that insurance. So, you may know, if you have your first aid, you may know what to do if somebody gets burned, if their house is burning down or passes out from smoke inhalation. Do you know what to do if they are physically okay or seem to be physically okay, but are suffering from the crisis event of watching their house burn down? And me as a Freemason, I like knowing that if a brother is suffering some type of crisis event, whatever it might be, that he is going to be okay, that I have the tools to help him find the support that he needs in that situation. Or the second reason, which is just as valuable, if a person jumps on the chat and is suffering from some type of crisis, I want to know that I have the ability to, again, support him as well, help him, and potentially find a way to support him or her or whoever is in the chat if they are struggling with whatever it is they might be struggling with, right? I don't want to see them jumping on the chat saying, I'm having a really hard time with X or Y, and me not know what to do, or me be nervous about what to do. And, I have known brothers who have killed themselves. I did not know them well, but I knew them. I also knew brothers who were thinking, or at least said they were thinking of hurting themselves. And in those situations, knowing what to do, I think is really, really valuable. And that is psychological first aid. So, if you are providing that kind of support, you help people access the resources they need to eventually be able to support themselves. It's not about you helping them, it's about giving them the tools to help themselves. It's done by providing a sense of calm and encouraging hope, as well as ensuring people's safety and connecting them with family and friends. All of these factors play a part in building people's capacity to recover. By the end of the module, you will know the 5 elements of psychological first aid, the who, the when, and the where of psychological first aid, different support levels, actions that are not part of psychological first aid, and principles of helping responsibly. So the 5 elements of psychological first aid, right, are safety, calm, connectedness, self, group efficacy, and hope. So let's say, for example, John Smith calls you and says that he is, watching his house. He's a lodge brother. And by the way, many Masons may not have families which they can turn to for support. They may be bachelors, their wife may have passed away, their kids may have moved out. They may be calling brothers for support because they may have no one else on whom they can rely on or who can provide support. So in that case, I think it's incumbent upon us as Freemasons to recognize that if somebody's house is burning down, after they call 911, hopefully, we may be their next phone call. As Smokey says, right? Look what he saw and what absolute, and that would be an example of a certain type of trauma that Smokey experienced as well, right? Vicarious trauma. Seeing somebody do that can, in and of itself, traumatize the person who's watching it just as much as anything else, right? And so we don't want people having to go through that on either end of it. The other benefit, I think, of having this type of training, though, is one thing I found is it reaffirms in the training, it reaffirms a lot of what you already know. So it's not so much teaching you new things, it's teaching you, if you're a kind, empathetic person, it's teaching you things you already know, but giving you the confidence to have that knowledge. Because one thing you don't want to be doing is sometimes things go wrong, right? Sometimes it doesn't matter how good you are or how good you think you are or how good you actually are or how, good you do. Sometimes no matter how hard you try, you're going to fail. You're not going to be successful. It's going to be a bad outcome. Taking this training is a way to remind yourself when there's a bad outcome that you still did all you could, you still did the best you could, and not allowing that to kind of affect the way not carrying that with you, right? Knowing that you did what you could, and sometimes a bad result is just a bad result. As much as we like to think that we can do everything ourselves or always be successful, it's not the case, or that we'll always win if we just try harder. It's just not the case, right? And so we need to be aware of that. But Smokey, I am sorry you went through that. That absolutely sucks. So once again, you find a brother or a brother calls you. His house is burning down. He's made it out of the house. What do you do? The first thing you do is check on his safety, which is removing people from or reducing exposure to harm, helping them meet their basic needs, helping them obtain emergency attention, medical attention, providing comfort, providing simple, accurate, up-to-date information on how to meet basic needs while respecting their stuff, their cultural norms. Take all the time you need, Smokey. We're not going anywhere. We're stuck here for 24 hours in one form or another. Just remember, if you come back and we've been having more technical difficulties, just keep checking the channel. We'll be back on, I promise. We're not going anywhere. Not for 24 whole hours. And I've known people who've killed themselves as well, Smokey, so I get it. So one thing you want to do is make sure the person is, away from the fire as far as is needed to be safe. If the person needs emergency medical attention, maybe he got burned in the fire and they didn't realize it because the he has the adrenaline, so he doesn't realize that he's injured or that he's got smoke inhalation. Maybe you need to find and get him emergency medical attention, get him to a fireman, get him to a paramedic, whatever it might be. I mean, I suppose trigger warning, this stuff is, we're talking about, psychological first aid. So psychological stuff will come up. Helping people meet their basic needs as well. So again, what does he need from a safety perspective right then? Well, he may need emergency medical attention. Even if he feels like he doesn't need it, he still needs to get checked out because he might not be the best judge of how well or not well he's doing if he's running on adrenaline. And by the same token, he needs to be removed from the house that is on fire as much as possible to make sure that he is safe. By the same token, then he may need slightly more secondary needs. So, for example, his house is burning down. Does he have a place where he can go to, live for shelter while he's dealing with this? Does he have access to food? Does he need financial support or material assistance? And again, as a Mason, we can provide simple but accurate information on that stuff, such as how to meet basic needs, right? So we should know who, if anybody, is responsible for benevolence in our Masonic lodges, which means who can he contact in order to get money if he needs financial support until he gets a new house or until his house is rebuilt. Are there any brothers where he can stay? And if there are brothers who have a spare bedroom, can you get in touch with them to let him know, where if he can stay there? Just make sure the information is accurate. Don't tell him, this brother, for example, as I got to fly, for example, you can hang out at, Joe's house and then you don't tell Joe, because that's not accurate information and that could cause more trouble for this brother down the road. So make sure that you are providing not just information, but that you are providing accurate information. Welcome back, Smokey. How is the stream going? Are we having any issues with the stream, or is it coming through okay for you guys? It seems to be going okay, at least on my end. But welcome back, Smokey. And yes, fostering resilience is absolutely the most important thing. Okay, good. So the next thing, and we're providing accurate information. We also need to respect whatever the person's abilities are. Keep that in mind. Again, if it's an older brother and his house is burning down, you maybe are not going to tell him, hey, go stay with John Smith if John Smith lives on the top floor of an apartment complex with no elevator. So thinking about those things, keeping those things in mind, right? That's being respectful of the person's abilities, or maybe in some ways even lack of abilities. Remain calm in interactions, be friendly and compassionate, even if people are being difficult. If the person is being difficult, be friendly, be kind to them. Their house is burning down. Of course they're going to be upset. That doesn't mean that you have to be upset back. Even if they are lashing out at you, you can be calm with them, whether it's on the phone or in person. Provide a calm environment, removed from exposure to sights, sounds, and smells of the emergency. So may not always be possible. Let us say, for example, you find yourself meeting with a brother whose house is burning down and you're actually there for some reason, you're there in person. You may not be able to get him as far away from the house as you want because you may need to talk to firemen or whatever it is. But maybe don't have him sitting facing the fire. If you're talking to him, sit so that he has to face you and his back is to the fire. And maybe he's far enough away that he doesn't necessarily have to hear some of the sounds of the fire. Listen if they want to share their story. If they don't want to share their story, that's okay too. Don't pressure them. Offer accurate information about the crisis event and the relief efforts underway. Key word is accurate. Do not lie to him. So for example, don't say, If he says, how much longer before the fire's out, don't tell him, oh, 10 minutes and the fire will be out. If you don't know, right? If you don't know, you don't know. It can be very tempting to want to provide, exact, like, false hope, but you want to provide accurate information. And if the information you have to provide isn't that great, it's okay to want to provide, it's okay to want to get him to focus not on that information, but on the steps he can take. But still, you don't want to be lying to people. And provide information on coping strategies. One of my favorite is box breathing, right? You breathe in for 4 seconds, hold for 4 seconds, out for 4 seconds, and hold for 4 seconds. And I think that's a great way to, one very quick and simple coping strategy that can help in the moment. Connectedness. Help people contact loved ones, keep families together, establish connections to supportive people, provide information and direct people to appropriate services available. Helping people contact loved ones. This is why I'm always saying, hey, that works. I do 4 in, hold for 4, out for 4, hold for 4. But if you find 4-second inhale, exhale works, then that's great, Alonzo. If that works for you, then keep doing it. Find what works for you, I always suggest that we as Freemasons need to keep in our wallets emergency contact information. Like, let's say John Smith doesn't have an issue with fire. Let's say he has a heart attack in the lodge and we call the ambulance picks him up. Do I know who to contact to tell him, hey, just so you know, John Smith, you're his emergency contact. He's currently in the hospital. He had a heart attack, right? Do we have the information we need to contact loved ones and keep families together? If we don't, as Freemasons, we should find a way to have that information. And we should know some of the supports in the community so we can connect our Masonic brothers if it is necessary and if they need it. And then provide information and direct people to the appropriate resource services that are available. Self and group efficacy. Self-efficacy is an individual's belief that his or her actions are likely to lead to a realistic, positive outcome. Group efficacy is the same. So engage people in meeting their own needs, provide information that will help with decision making, help to prioritize problems, and support people's decisions. Which that last one is one I struggle with quite a bit. I can't tell you how many times I've seen a brother do something that I think is very foolish, and I think to myself, what are you doing? But it's the brother's life to live, not mine. My job is to make sure, if nothing else, that brother knows what other options are potentially available to him that he can take advantage of. You can't always save people from themselves, right? But you can provide the information that is necessary to at least help them get that information themselves. Or at least that even if they make a decision you don't understand, you've given them the best information you can give them. And then hope. Reassure people their feelings are valid. However they're feeling, it's a valid feeling to have, right? You can't tell somebody if their house is burning down, don't feel sad, right? Cultivate people's strengths. Find and nurture an understanding of what happened, acknowledge the extent and the grieving process, and collaborate for a hopeful future. So again, if the person's house is burning down, don't tell them, oh, it's not a big deal, don't worry about it. Tell them that obviously if they're feeling that they've lost a lot, tell them, yeah, you have lost a lot, but that's okay as well, because yes, you've lost a lot and maybe it's not okay in the moment, but we can at least provide you with some steps you can take to help yourself. Specialized programs. And I think we as Freemasons should have a basic list of those things available to us. We should know, for example, where the food banks are. We should know, for example, who the benevolence person in our lodge is, who deals with brothers who may be down on their luck, so that a brother calls us and says, who even has spare bedrooms in their apartment or their house, So a brother calls us, hey, my house is on fire. We at least know this is where you can go to get some basic needs met. This is where you can go for shelter. This is where you can go for some financial support. And this is some community supports to help with all of the above. I think it's worth it, you know? Right? You may encounter situations where people require immediate additional care. If they require emergency medical care, have difficulty carrying out basic activities of daily life, are a threat to themselves or others. Right? Actions excluded from PFA. Let's see. I want to go back up. Here it is. So, what is part of psychological first aid? Providing safety, providing connectedness, providing hope, providing calm, providing self-efficacy. What is not? Debriefing, treatment, obtaining details of trauma, or diagnosing. I don't know anything about Pokemon, Smokey. I wish I did because I keep hearing about it, but I sadly know nothing about Pokemon. If anybody here knows anything about it and wants to let me know something, I remember, wasn't there a time when everybody was like hunting Pokemons on their phones? Like I remember going to the park once and seeing like 30 people just sitting around in a circle swiping on their phones. And apparently what they were doing is they were searching for Pokemons in the area, which I didn't get it then. I still don't really get it now, what that even meant. Who is your favorite Pokemon, Smokey? If you had to pick like one favorite Pokemon, what would it be? We're going to give it a couple seconds before I keep going because we're going to switch topics and talk about Pokemon for a couple minutes, just for fun. Is it like a Pokemon bong? I don't get it. What do you mean? I don't. So who is Charizard? I'm guessing that's a Pokemon character of some sort. Is it like a dragon Pokemon, I'm assuming? Nintendo. See, I don't play a lot of Nintendo or that type of uh, streaming stuff. For me, I tend to play much more like Dead Space is my favorite video game by a mile, followed by I really enjoy aside from Dead Space, I like Assassin's Creed Part 3 because it's got a lot of Masonic stuff in it. I'm right now playing Shadows of Mordor, which I kind of enjoy. I think it's a lot of fun. So it's Lord of the Rings based, and I don't know a lot about Lord of the Rings, but well, there you go. That should be a lot of fun. I look forward to checking that out. If you are just joining us, please do not forget, hit that like button and subscribe button. Glow in the dark, that'll be interesting. So, Courtney, EA, do you have a favorite Pokemon? And if so, which one would yours be? Luckily, I did smoke cigarettes and I never smoked a lot, so I did quit that, but I never got into anything else because I'm very, very boring and dull. What can I say? Um, I'm a terribly boring individual. Electric Mouse Pikachu, my favorite. I do not know what any of those things even mean, so I cannot help you at all with that. Like I said, I know nothing about Pokemon. I wonder, is there a Masonic Pokemon by any chance? Like, potentially, might there be a some type of Masonic Pokemon? Because if so, that would be pretty awesome. And I would support that. Well, I mean, there you go. So there you go. You get. I appreciate you taking the bullet for me, Smokey. I appreciate you taking the bullet for all of us. I truly appreciate that. So where were we? Psychological first aid. Um, Safety, connectedness, hope, calm, self-efficacy. What is not part of PFA? It's getting kind of warm in here. I'm going to go open my window a little bit. I'll be back in a second. I feel like I look like I'm sweating up a storm right now, even though I'm not that bad, nonetheless. We're going to get some cooler air coming through here for a change. Um, I have never seen a Masonic umbrella. I don't even know what that like just an umbrella that has a square and compass on it. I would not be shocked if one exists. And who is Professor Oak, of which you speak? I've never heard of him. So, not part of PFA, psychological first aid, debriefing, treatment, obtaining details of trauma, and diagnosing. And this is no different than regular first aid, right? If I happen to stumble across, let's say my Masonic brother has a heart attack in front of me, my training is do what I need to do, CPR, whatever it is, to get him as until the professionals arrive, right? I'm there for that particular event, and that's the end of it. Because I provided CPR, I do not get to then go to the hospital and debrief afterwards with the doctor. I don't get to suggest treatment options. I don't get to ask the doctor what the what his diagnosis is or offer diagnosis for myself. That's not my job. And it's the same thing with this. A brother's house is burned down. He's called me looking for support. Once I provide that support as necessary, my job is not to then diagnose him with a mental health condition. Say, I think you're suffering from PTSD, or obtain details after the fact of what happened with the fire, or suggest treatment options, or try to keep catching up with him. He can approach me if he wants to. My job as psychological first aid is to provide him with the supports in that moment necessary to help him find the supports he needs to move forward from this crisis event, right? As opposed to trying to follow up. If that makes any sense at all. Right? You want to make sure you're helping responsibly. You're not doing any harm. You're respecting individual boundaries. You're protecting people from physical and psychological harm. You're being trustworthy. You're not exploiting the Masonic relationship. You're respecting people's right to make decisions. You're understanding your skill and competence. You're practicing self-care. You're being aware of yourself, and you're ensuring safe environments. John Smith calls you and says, I'm thinking of doing X or Y, and it's violent. Maybe don't go into his house by yourself. Maybe call somebody who can be there to, actually ensure safety. You want to be really careful that you're not putting yourself in dangerous situations, as well as anybody else. Right? How people are. So, I can give you a ton of examples of times that I have practiced self-care. Not self-care. I practice psychological first aid. Here's an example. We had a brother. He was responsible for our Windsor Masonic Temple coffee club. So every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, he would be there getting the coffee ready for all of the Masonic brothers. And comes Monday, we're all there, except he's not there, right? And we're all obviously concerned because he is a little bit older. Did something happen? How do we know? So first thing we do is we called the brother's phone number. Nobody picks up. We call again, nobody picks up. We then called his apartment complex and spoke to the superintendent and said, we're worried about John Smith in apartment, whatever it was. Can you please go and check on him? They responded, we can't provide you any information because, you're not listed as next of kin or anything, but we will check it out for you. Turns out he had fallen in his bathtub on the Saturday morning, I think it was. Or actually, no, he had fallen in his bathtub on the Friday night and is basically, because his legs were so weak, had spent all of the Friday, all of the Saturday, and all of the Sunday in the bathtub until Monday morning when we called to check on him. So obviously, there's a crisis event there. There's the immediate physical crisis event. He slipped in the shower, so we can't do anything with that because we're not there. But if we were there, it would be making sure that he didn't injure himself, calling 911 to get him checked out and getting him immediate care. But then there is the second part of it, which is he's been basically stuck in a bathtub for 3 days. That's not easy. He's got the medical attention he needs, but now how's he feeling? And what can we do to make sure his basic needs are met? So first, make sure that we provide him with the knowledge he needs for medical supports. So we gave him information and helped him get a life alert bracelet. So if he falls again, there's somebody who's contacted and knows immediately that he's fallen and will contact him. And if he doesn't answer and he can't answer because he's fallen, they'll send an ambulance to him right away. And he wears it all the time, even in the shower. So it's waterproof. So we gave him that information, gave him the decision, and he followed through on his own and got that. We gave him information about where to get grab bars for his shower and seats for his shower. So if he needed to, he could put them in his tub, and he chose to do both of those things. We also assisted him somewhat financially, or gave him financial resource information, I should say, so he knew how he could potentially afford those things, right? And so all of those things are examples of, psychological first aid in the sense of, here are some resources that you can have to take advantage of. We'll let you know how to get them. It's your choice, but we can give you the info, and it's a good thing we had the info. And we'll also let you know, and again, he could choose to take advantage of them or not. It's up to him. Whether he did or not, I have no idea. But we give him the information about financial supports to help him afford some of those things if he needs it. And that's an example of psychological first aid. And you could argue people should know that stuff, that's common sense, but it's not always common sense. And sometimes it can feel maybe you're afraid to bring up the topic. You don't want to talk to him about it. This training helps you feel like, okay, it's okay to talk to him about this, or not to force him to talk about it, but to say you're available if he wants to talk. And again, if let's say somebody had come across him, a Mason had somehow found him, fallen in the shower, then immediately it's about his safety and immediate medical need and attention. And then it switches to, it's a 3-day crisis, it's a crisis event. How is he feeling? What can we do to help him? Does he need a walker as well, et cetera, et cetera. We can't force the help, but we can offer it and know how to offer it. Right. Then we want to talk about, and once again, trigger warning for all this stuff. By the way, if you're just joining us, please take a moment, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Let me know how you're doing and anything you want to talk about when it comes to Freemasonry. This is our 24-hour live stream. We are about 9 hours in. We're almost halfway there. So types of loss, and again, trigger warning for people. If you have experienced some of these things, I can imagine how much it's difficult. You can do hearts though, Smokey. You can do hearts, or you can share this stream with some people. Loss comes in many forms: death of a family member, friend, pet, home, job, or items. Any form of loss is upsetting, but the loss of life is possibly the most painful of all. In some families, the death of a member is not just the loss of a loved one, but also the end of income or eviction from their home. There's 3 types of loss. There's probably more than 3 types of losses, to be honest, but there's 3 main types of loss, I think. There's sudden loss. Sudden loss is without warning. So, for example, John Smith is coming home from work and there's a car accident and John Smith dies and his wife is dealing with that loss. Or vice versa. The wife is in a car accident and passes away and the husband is dealing with that loss. There's ambiguous loss. The person experiences ambiguous loss when they do not have closure or understanding after losing someone. This lack of closure comes from either a physical absence or a psychological one. So for example, we in Freemasonry have a lot of older Masons. Unfortunately, some of them have started to suffer from dementia, or they have family members who suffer from dementia. That's an example of ambiguous loss because the person is still there, the body is still there, but the person themselves, the mind, is no longer there. And so how do you kind of deal with that loss, right? The ambiguous loss of the person is still present, but the mind is no longer present, right? And that's hard for the person experiencing it, obviously, like the person suffering from the dementia, but it's also really hard for the person, for the caregiver or the family member who knows that person. And cumulative loss. It occurs when multiple losses occur at the same time or one after another, right? So first you lose your job, then you lose your house, then you lose your family type of thing. Grief is a reaction to that loss. No worries, I appreciate you being back. There's also traumatic stress, right? The brother who calls because his house is burned down is experiencing traumatic stress. I'm not going to talk about kids because I want to focus this on how we deal with it from a Masonic perspective, but just know this stuff all affects children as well and can sometimes have a greater effect on kids. So we want to make sure that we are looking, listening, linking, and living. It's a cycle, right? So what that means is learn about events, learn about supports that are available, and consider what potential safety and security concerns are in the environment. John Smith calls you. He says, hey, my house is burning down. Can you help me? You know, you want to go there. We want to make sure that it's safe to go there, have the fire department set up a perimeter. Are they going to let people through? But at least kind of know if it's safe to be there. Hopefully you know at least some basic resources. Again, who is the benevolence person in your Masonic lodge? Who can they contact about financial support? Who can they contact about a place to stay? If you don't have that information already, can you get it? Do you have their family contact information? Maybe their hands are shaking so much from the fire that they are having a hard time dialing a family member or a friend. And can you potentially help them find that family member or friend, whoever they need to contact? Can you dial the phone for them, right? Do you know who it is and can you call them yourself? So learning, maybe even just know in advance. Maybe it wouldn't be a bad idea for Masons to know some of these things in advance, right? Some of these items would not be, I think, harmful at all to be aware of. So you want to make sure that you are doing all of these things. Well, that's good. That's good that you're good at putting out fires. But just make sure that you're letting the fire department do its job too. Sometimes when you want to, take over or take fire department's job, there might be more problems than it's worth per se. You might want to be instead with your brother, just making sure he's okay and let the fire department deal with the fire. Might not be a bad idea. Welcome back, Ricky. Thank you for coming back. Let me know what you got to see from the previous stream. Did you get to see the coins, pins, all that jazz? But thank you for being back. I appreciate it. We are talking about psychological first aid. When you're providing psychological first aid, you want to think about individual factors, assertiveness, ability to solve problems, self-awareness, goals and aspirations. You want to think about the community factors, where you're at, his relationships, does he have positive relationships with other people, and cultural factors. You want to be a supportive listener. You want to be present, compassionate. You don't want to make promises, right? Especially promises you can't keep. So since you don't know for sure you can keep any promise, better to not make any promise. Better to simply be present, be compassionate. Make sure you're thinking about this person's unique needs, their culture, what their abilities. Again, if the person is really old or has mobility impairments and can't walk up a bunch of stairs, are you going to, and he's just suffered a house fire? If he's looking for a place to stay, don't send him to your brother's house who has 5,000 stairs, to get to the top floor of the apartment complex. You want to pay attention to what he's saying and also how he's looking. Leave space for silence. Silence is, in my opinion, one of the most underutilized tools in an interview. As someone who is still struggling to be a good interviewer, on my podcast episodes, I find sometimes the best thing you can do is just be silent and let the person answer in their own time. Be respectful, emphasize, and think about your tone of voice. Active listening. Pay attention, show you're listening. Don't judge, respond appropriately. And make sure, again, you support them through the self, relationships, community, culture, and society. And make sure also that you are focusing on yourself. Right? We talk about trauma. One type of trauma that exists, and again, trigger alert, is vicarious trauma. If you are, let's say, and I've experienced this a little bit, others have too, if you're a Mason in your lodge, and let's say you're responsible for benevolence, and part of that is whenever anybody loses their job or is financially strained, they come to you for support and they come to you for financial help. If you're always hearing stories of people losing their job, losing their homes, whatever it might be, that might make it really, really hard for you to, it might be a lot of psychological strain to constantly be hearing stories of people struggling. So take care of yourself as well and be aware of that. But anyways, I think that having this psychological first aid certification, again, if a Mason calls and needs help, I'd like to think I have some skills to do it well and to care for others. Or to help others care for themselves would even be the better way to put it, if that makes any sense. But Ricky, how are you doing? Thank you again for being here. I've said before, I think the 6 certifications senior Masonic officers should have is basic first aid with CPR, working with people with disabilities, smart serve, or how to serve people with alcohol, food certification or food serving, WMIS, and maybe number 6 would be psychological first aid. That's a good question, Courtney. Do you think that Freemasons have a disposition to do good, to be good, or to do good for others? Do you think that's a natural disposition of, let's say, the average Freemason. I'm doing well, Ricky. I'm enjoying this 24-hour live stream. We are 11 hours, sorry, 10 hours in. So in 2 more hours, we are going to be halfway there. Please, if you're new to the stream, hit that like and subscribe button. The other thing I do want to chat about is some good economic news I learned, but I do want to give that a few moments. First, I just want to wait to see who else maybe is interested in joining us on this stream. So give it a few moments. "10 hours, yes, and I want to go for a full 24, so don't forget, if you're here and you're not done so yet, hit like, hit subscribe, become a Patreon. Ricky, if you want to, you can become a Patreon for free. Doesn't cost you anything. Okay, well, first of all, I'm very glad that you're living with your sister. I'm glad that you have a sister that you can live with. I don't have any siblings myself, so I don't know what it's like to live with a sibling, but I'm hoping that it's a good situation for you. You can get Patreon, Ricky. It's very easy to sign up for it. You just go to patreon.com/square and compass. But I think, Smokey, you should be very impressed with everything that, not everything that you've gone through, but everything that you've managed to overcome. I think that that is incredibly impressive and very, very well done on your end. And you should be proud of yourself. And it's good that, I'm happy that you have, like I said, you can stay with your sister. I hope that you weren't injured when you lost everything. Well, then I'm very happy that you have a sister. Though it's also, I think, demonstrates, and this isn't to Smokey per se, this is just the general kind of idea, right? It's why things like Freemasonry and other social groups are so important, because there are some people I know Masons, for example, who do not have a sister, who don't have family. They're bachelors and they were only children who, were it not for Freemasonry, they would have nobody to rely on. And if they lost everything, they would be in a lot of trouble, right? So, Alonzo, did Alonzo say something? You always have to keep going in life. Yes, you do, Alonzo, even when it's tough. So keep up the good work and be proud of yourself. I've said this a bunch of times. A success isn't a success if you quit after you've been successful. And by the same token, a failure isn't a failure if you don't quit after the failure and you keep going. So a failure isn't a failure if you keep going, and a success isn't a success if you quit. You have a responsibility to just keep working. This is, and as Rondo says, failure is a distraction. Thank you. Welcome back, Rondo. I hope that this stream is going well and we're not having the same technical problems we had. If we do, like I said, just keep checking back and I will start a new stream. I may have to jump onto my computer at some point. I did want to mention one thing that was said to me, or not said to me, but said on my socials. I posted, and this is something, I understand what they were trying to say, but it's something that bothers me nonetheless. So I did want to touch on it. On social media, I posted that I had taken my psychological first aid, and the purpose of it was to connect link them with appropriate resources. And somebody responded, just know that unless they are in a crisis, that whatever you link them with will likely be an insane wait time. The only way to get mental health is to already have money. Oh yeah, Masons. So Masons will be okay. The implication there, I think, is that A, any support that you give in general, there'll be an insane wait time and therefore will not be helpful. And B, Masons have a lot of money and therefore we're going to be okay. So first of all, it's not true, but it's not completely as untrue as she thinks or in the way she thinks. So first, I'm not a fan of that approach or attitude because there are some links that you can send them to that they will not be an insane wait time for. For example, a crisis hotline will not be an insane wait time. If they are going through emotional trauma, I need to talk to a professional. So that will not be an insane wait time. Food banks are not insane wait times as a general rule. They're pretty quick responses. Shelters are not insane wait times. Yes, a psychiatrist will be an insane wait time, but if they have a family doctor, you may be able to get them into the family doctor quickly, especially if it's a walk-in clinic, which walk-in clinics are oftentimes, I found, not insane wait times. The specialist is, but the walk-in clinic is not. So first of all, it's just not true. It's, I think, needlessly cynical about our wait times. But the other thing is, so Megan Ball says, the only way to get mental health is to already have money. Oh yeah, so Masons will be okay. It's not that Masons are rich. We're by and large not. I don't know any. I know a couple well-off Masons. Most are middle class. Some are poor. But we do have, access to, for example, benevolence from the lodge to help us cover not necessarily mental health care costs, but to help us cover a few nights in a hotel if we need it, some food, some shelter, some material goods. We have access to those kind of things through benevolence, so long as we know about them. And so, yes, Masons can provide support for brothers in that way. But again, that's why I think Freemasonry is so vital, because the average Mason does not have enough money on his own to necessarily deal with one of these emergencies, but rather needs to potentially rely on the Masonic Lodge for support and for help, and hopefully is able to do so. So, but also don't be cynical. There's a lot of supports that are not crazy wait times. A food bank is not a crazy wait time. A crisis hotline is not a crazy wait time. A food bank is not a crazy wait time. Those are quick things and you can send them to right away. Even when I talked about that brother who fell in the bathtub and couldn't get up, yes, he had to wait a long time because he couldn't reach his phone. So he was stuck in the bathtub for 3 days. But once we found him and we started trying to help him, it was very quick to get his bars set up, to get his fall alert system set up, all of that type of jazz. So thank you, Ricky. I truly, truly appreciate that. That's incredibly kind of you. I very much appreciate it. Like I said, if you joined the free, that is awesome. If you want to join the paid tier, you get some really cool Masonic items. Either way, I truly appreciate you doing so. So did you join Patreon Square and Compass Promotions? Or did you join, or just Patreon at the start? Because once you join Patreon, what you do is you search Square. Let me see if I can get this. And I can go through it again, Rondo. It's okay. I've had so many technical difficulties. I don't mind going through things more than once. Give me just 1 second. Square and compass promotions. If you do that on Patreon, you can become a member, again, for free or at a cost. Now I got to find those tarot cards and figure out where I put them. I was trying my best to like keep things in decent order. So when I have to clean this whole mess up, I'll know where to find things. And I have failed quite miserably. Uh, Nothing is in decent order. So give me a few moments to find these tarot cards, and then I'll go through. As you just heard, a whole bunch of stuff fell. So, oh, there they are. All right. Thank you, Ricky. It's patreon.com/square and compass. So thank you so much. I really appreciate that. So thank you so much. All right, so here we go. So one thing I was saying, perfect. I appreciate that, Ricky. That's very kind of you. I mean, you can join other groups as well, either for free or pay them or whatever it is. There's a lot of different Masonic patrons out there, but I think I've got the best fans on mine, or the best family on mine. So I truly appreciate that. So going back to what I was talking about before, the tarot cards. I love the fact that these tarot cards are, in a box with the label on it. I love the fact that it's something different. If the purpose of giving gifts is to form a relationship between the gift giver and the person receiving the gift, then I think a big part of that needs to be perfect, Ricky. Needs to be sometimes we think about, can we do unique or different types of gifts? Because I love a pin, I love a coin, I love those things, I really do. But a unique gift, it might stick to the top or the front of one's mind a little bit better than a typical, quote unquote, typical gift. Like even, I'm going to show the tarot cards in 1 second, I promise. But even something like this, right, Ricky? Or Rondo, like check this out. A Masonic Masonic frisbee. Oof, just keep yourself safe, Smokey. I want to see you on my stream, so keep yourself safe. I'm looking forward to our mutual live stream. I've seen Masonic I've seen Masonic pocket knives. They really are cool. I've even seen Masonic guns, or I guess guns with the square compasses on them. I'm not a big gun fan myself. I've done a couple shooting ranges, but nothing major. But I still think it's cool. So here are the tarot cards. I keep them wrapped up in this cloth, which you put out. So they are custom deck. They're 3D printed. They come with an explanation as to what each card is. But we've got... I agree, Smokey. It is cool. I got that from Morton Grove Masonic Lodge, which meets out of Glenview. This is a plum rule, which is a Masonic tool. It's it's this tool here that I got, and I love it. This is the level, which is this tool here. This is a 24-inch gauge or a ruler. This is a trowel, which is an American type of tool. This is what's called a perfect ashlar. This is what's called a rough ashlar. They're both squares, but you can see one has squiggly lines, which means it's still being worked on, and one has perfect lines, which means it's now perfect. We are always somewhat this, right? The point is we're never going to be perfect. However, we can still try our best to be as good as we can be. Well, don't take the whole day off, Smokey. I mean, I was thinking the stream could go from 12 o'clock to 7 o'clock, or 12 o'clock even to 6 p.m. Or actually, sorry, 12 to 6 is what I was thinking, if that works for you, depending on the audience we get. Don't tell people to leave you alone. Tell people to join the chat. Tell them to check out Cameron Adamson on YouTube and join that chat. This is the gavel, or the mallet. Yes, wax on, wax off. The letter G. Again, from this guy here, that G right there. Okay, but yeah, tell them to join us. The compasses, the square. This is the sun. This is the moon. These are the 4 points of the compass. Directions are very important in Freemasonry. North, east, southwest. The east matters a lot. These are both aprons. You'll see here, this one has the flap up. This one has the flap down. In Canada, we don't wear them the same way, but in America, whether the flap is up or down demonstrates your rank. Welcome, Dog Eat Dog. Thank you for being here. Please hit that like button if you've not done so already. I honestly believe that this is meant to be a triangle and the Euclidean problem. I don't know what else it could be. This is the volume of the sacred law, which could be whatever it is that you think it should be. Boaz. Another one here. The J. We got the Fibonacci sequence. Freemasons should care about geometry and sacred geometry. And we've got the checkered floor. So there you go. Oops, I just lost a card here. Darn it. Hold on just 1 second. So I hope you liked those cards, Rondo. There it is. I'll go back and show the moon card one more time. So the checkered floor, I tend to call it a mosaic pavement. Usually to me what it means is, in Canada it's a mosaic pavement, or at least in Ontario. What I usually think of it as meaning is not so much good and evil. A lot of people say it means the dichotomy between good and evil. It more means, well, here it is once again. It more means the dichotomy between, like, not even success and failure, like good times and bad times, struggle and not struggle, right? So the idea of like, today, this checkered floor indicates that maybe things are going great for you, things are going really well, you're just crushing at life, everything's going great. Tomorrow, things might be going terribly, and you might be struggling and failing. Again, it's about recognizing that just because today things are going well, don't get too presumptuous, that things will always be going well. And tomorrow, just because things are going badly, don't believe that things will always go badly. You need to just keep going and keep a level of calmness and temperance about you. Exactly, like a cosmic balance. Here's the moon once more. I like how they did it too, where they show the night sky. I think they did a really good job with the moon. And so that was a gift of Brian Maddox, past master, and the Brethren of Cassia, Mount Horeb Lodge, December 21st, December 27th, 2021, excuse me. I agree. I think so. I love these, and again, I don't want to overstate it because um, pins are incredible. Coins are incredible. I showed people all the coins and pins I've got and how much I absolutely love them. But sometimes thinking a little bit outside the box, the reason why it's so beneficial is because a unique thing helps you, um, helps the relationship because you're thinking about it all the time. It doesn't get lost in the shuffle. It's okay. You don't have to do that, Ricky. I'm honored to have 5 viewers. Maybe eventually I'll get 20 or 30. I've got, more in the past. The most viewers I ever had at once was 50. That was during fireworks night, which was really cool. But hey, if I get five, I'm honored to have five. I may even have one, and that's okay. I may even have zero, and that's okay too, because I've already had so many join. And on the previous stream, I don't even remember how many I had, over 600 views come in and out. So 800. I don't know any of their music really. I'm sure if I heard a song of theirs, I would know it because it was so ubiquitous. That name, anyways, was so ubiquitous. Um, but, I can't think of any right now off the top of my head. My phone is, hey, I love the Fibonacci sequence. I love all that stuff, right? I think that stuff is awesome. Um, I think sacred geometry is a really, really important element of Freemasonry. It's a really important element of the world. I did find it. I did find it really funny when somebody said in the chat, if I had dropped the Fibonacci sequence, it would have gone into infinity, which somebody knows their sacred geometry. I'm just going to see if I can figure out, because my phone is, I have it plugged in, but for some reason, it's going way more slowly than I'd like. So I'm going to see if I can get this thing to start charging a little bit quicker. Hence the shaking. Very sorry about that. I hope everybody is doing well. Well, in fairness though, and everybody should give a clap to Courtney because this was Courtney's idea, right? It was Courtney's idea to share with everybody all of my stuff. He said, can you do a stream where you show us I hate these angles. It's darn double chin. Where you show off all your different Masonic mementos. And I knew it would take forever. I mean, it took me about 8 hours to go through them all. And honestly, there's still a few I haven't shown yet. But it was his idea, and I thought it was a really good one. And so kind of the rest is history. Okay, we're going to see if this works. Again, if there are technical difficulties, please don't, go if you want to go. But if there are technical difficulties, as before, I will do my best to restart the stream. I may restart it on my laptop. I may honestly restart the stream on my laptop anyways at the 12-hour mark and do the second 12 hours on my actual computer, as opposed to via the cell phone, because again, the cell phone has been acting kind of funky lately. But did you enjoy the Masonic tarot cards, Rondo? I'll probably be doing a poll question about that, so be prepared for that on social media, on my YouTubes. Who is X? I do not know who XXX Tentacion Tentacion is. I guess he's rapper of some sort. Does he do anything Masonic? Out of curiosity, or what type of rap music does he do? Well, geez. I mean, I don't know. Maybe Ricky likes him, in which case he's not a horrible rapper. I'm a big believer that music is, I guess, technically in the ear of the beholder. No, it was me trying to get my phone on a different charger to see if it finally starts to charge again. Oh, it's going back up. All right, it was being a pain, but it looks like it's going the right way. Um, There is, oh my God, I forgot his name again. There is a Masonic rapper out there, um, whose name I cannot think of. I know you've told me before. Oh my God, it starts with an A. Anybody on the stream? Who's that Masonic rapper I'm thinking of? Abandon? Maybe? Yeah, it's all preference, right? It's all preference. That's the key thing to always remember. It's like movies. I love scary movies. Some people don't. That is perfectly fine. You don't have to. Apathy. There we go, Courtney. I don't know why I thought abandon. Um, I keep thinking that, and I keep thinking to myself, um, I want to get him on the podcast at some point. So believe me, it's on my list of things I want to do. Coming up, by the way, this weekend on Sunday at 6 p.m., I've got a live stream. I've got a Medium story being released. If you don't follow me on Medium, well, please do so. It's going to be a really excellent story talking about Freemasonry, talking about what we as Freemasons can do potentially to, advice we as Freemasons can take from Steve Jobs to help us grow in our Masonic lodges and in Freemasonry. But it looks like right now I have 0 people on the stream. Oh, no, we got Ricky here. Well, yeah, you shouldn't make fun of people who passed away. You shouldn't make fun of anybody as a general rule. You're allowed to not like rappers, don't get me wrong. There's plenty of musicians I don't enjoy. Plenty of, it's like everything, right? Like my favorite band is Leonard Skinner. Some people love Leonard Skinner. Some people hate Leonard Skinner. That's perfectly okay. It is only you right now, Ricky. That's okay. You don't have to stick around, by the way, because I'm about to run and grab some drinks from the fridge because I need to get some Ensure to keep me awake and going. Um, eh. So give me 2 moments. Well, I think when somebody passes away, my view on it, Alonzo, is when somebody passes away, you can maintain the same opinion of them, but I tend to be hesitant to express it as quickly, if that makes any sense, because obviously, part of when he passes away, it's because one of those things. When he's alive, you could argue that criticism is constructive because if you don't like his music and you're criticizing it, he can always potentially change his music. Um, the danger is if other people, though, when he passes away, at that point, he can't do anything to change, right? He's just out there, what's out there. So at that point, criticizing it, I'm not sure if it benefits him in the same way or anybody else. All right, I'll be back. I need to go get something to drink because I've drank all of my coffee. And now I'm running over some items. Here we go. All right, I'll be back in a second. Oops. Okay, I've got my apathy is, I don't know if apathy is a good thing to have, but I think the apathy singer is a good singer I'd like to have on the podcast at some point. So that is 100% on my list. I do not. Who is King Von? It's apathy. He's got, let's go to Instagram. Let me see. Well, I mean, apathy and empathy are kind of, I mean, I guess they'd be opposites, right? They would be not synonyms, but whatever the word is for the opposite. Let's see. He's a rapper. He has got 81,200 followers, it looks like, on Instagram. He's followed by Fraternal Ties. Nice. How often do you sing? Like, do you sing in front of people, Ricky? Do you sing professionally? What is your singing like? Do you ever want to sing in front of other people? Like, is that one of your goals in life? Is to become a professional singer? Or do you have any kind of goals like that? Because if so, I would absolutely, I'm sure, love to hear you sing. I'm sure you would do an incredible job. Or heck, maybe give it a shot and try it and see how it goes, you know? You never know until you try, right? You might be really nervous about singing in front of other people, but you might turn out to be really, really good at it. I mean, I would be terrified. If somebody told me that I would have to sing, well, first of all, I can't sing to save my life. But if somebody ever told me I had to sing in front of people, I would be scared poopless, no matter how good I was. So the fact that you can sing in front of, you're a good singer, who knows, maybe one day I'll see you on YouTube with a hit song. That would be awesome. Do you take any classes or do you do it on your own? Like, what is the process by which you sing? Yes, Smokey is an artist. I have not listened to that song yet, Smokey. I'm very sorry. You shared it with me on Discord. I definitely plan to listen to it before our August 29th co-stream together. So that will be a lot of fun. And we can talk about that as well. There's a whole lot of stuff that we can chat about. And all of it should be really, really good. But apathy, yeah, apathy's rocking out with 81,000 followers on Instagram and on YouTube. Ricky, don't be like that. That's okay. He's got 64,000 subscribers on YouTube. So he's doing a great job. But no, I would not be so quick to bite or burn a bridge, Ricky. In my experience, whomever it is, bridges only come along once in a lifetime. So don't burn them. Certainly don't burn them preemptively. That's not a good idea. Good for you, Ricky. That is awesome. I hope everybody, by the way, is doing well. If you are going to be joining us, please hit that like button. Please hit that subscribe button. I'm one subscription away from 2,490 subscribers. So it would be great to have you guys join. Uh, the previous live stream went really well. This one seems to be slowing down. What I may do again is at the halfway point or maybe a little bit before. I will see if I can't maybe switch and go from this stream on my phone to a stream on my computer to see if that maybe gets some people interested in joining. Let me know though how this stream is looking, sounding, all that good stuff. What you thought of the stream or streams thus far, and yeah, anything you want to talk about. I like sad songs, so I sing them. So what's your favorite sad song then? If you had to pick one. I mean, I like songs that have sad lyrics, but are nonetheless sound really happy. So the Gin Blossoms were a great example of that, right? The Gin Blossoms did a lot of songs that sounded upbeat, but were really sad lyrics. Like Hey Jealousy, for example, was a great example of a song that the lyrics themselves are kind of sad, but the beat is really happy. So I don't know if anybody on the stream here likes the Gin Blossoms, but I do. I was a big fan. But welcome. I hope everybody here is doing well. Please take a moment, hit that like and subscribe button. The Gin Blossoms? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm not going to pretend like I'm an expert on their music by any means. I am definitely not. But I know their hits. I know their, I know the classics. I really like Found Out About You. I think that's probably my favorite one of theirs. I think it sounds great. So maybe, Found Out About You, Hey Jealousy. Oh God. I can't think of the names of the songs now, but if I heard them, I'm sure I would be bopping my head to them. I'm just sharing the stream with a few people, even though it is 12:41 at night. It's still kind of fun to share some streams. Let's see who might be floating around on the socials. Like I said, I may switch over and do the next stream live from my computer to try something different. I don't know if I'm going to put my hat back on because I want to give a shout out once more. Maybe. Can I find the hat? That's the best. Oh, here it is. To Shitagi Apparel for this awesome hat they gave me today. Thank you so much. I think it's awesome. I like the color blue very much. Led Zeppelin, Straight Heaven is great. Oh, that's yeah, that is I can't think of the name now, but it's a great song. The guy, he suffers from like Tourette's, so he has a really hard time um like singing sometimes. Someone you loved, I think it is. Ah, thank you so much. Yes, I love this hat very much. I was showing all of the items that you gave me. I got the hat here. By the way, Mr. Shitagi, put in the chat how people can find you. You can't really use a link. YouTube doesn't like it, but you can, you know, just put the information down in case you're curious. We have had on this stream about 100 people join. On the previous stream, we had about 800 people join, give or take. So they all saw me with this hat on. So let Shitagi know where they can track you down. Beyond, let me see if I can find the other items now. Everything's a mess. I showed off all my Masonic items. By the way, Mr. Shitagi, please hit the like button if you've not done so. That is Freebird by Leonard Skinner, my favorite band. Welcome, Tristan. Thank you for being here. I hope that you are doing well. This is the watch from Mr. Shagi. I hope, Tristan, you'll hit the like button and subscribe button if you've not done so. I am streaming about Freemasonry. I have spent this stream so far going through all of my Masonic items, my coins, my pins, my tarot cards, items that have a lot of special meaning to me. I can go through those again. I'm actually doing a 24 hours live stream, and I'm about 10 hours into it. I hope, Tristan, you'll invite some of your friends maybe to join. And I hope that if you have any questions about my Masonic journey, let me know. I've been a Freemason since 2007, so about 20 years, which is absolutely crazy to think. Have you been on the stream before, Tristan? And if so, let me know what streams you've seen in the past. But thank you for being here. It is, although it's very tiresome as well, but that's good. That makes it fun. Have you seen any of my streams in the past? And if you have, let me know what you thought. And if you haven't, even better. Okay, so since 2017. So I got you beat by about 10 years, which doesn't mean much. You know, it's very possible to learn, you know, more than I do by far. But If there is anything you want to ask me about my Masonic journey, please let me know. I'd be happy to try and answer them. Or if you want to see my Masonic collection once again, we can do that. Yes, as Ricky says. Well, not quite that long, Ricky, because I haven't been streaming since 2017. I started in 2020. So not quite, but still. Um, I mean, are you now, or have you ever been someone who watches the stream, right? Feel like McCarthyism. Oh, does Tristan have a YouTube stream himself? That would be awesome if he did. I'm sure that it is absolutely the bomb. So, we're just going to give it a minute. We're going to see who else joins. It's Tristan, Triston. But maybe what I'll do is in a few minutes, I will consider going back and doing another review of the Masonic items I've talked about before, or my Masonic collections. I have Smoky. I love it. That wasn't the first version I heard, but that was the first version I've heard all the way through. Because I heard the original Simple Man when I was watching Almost Famous, which was a great, great song. And then I heard the Simple Man version and I loved it. And then I heard the original. I think the cap is absolutely awesome quality. I love it. I'm going to go through. I just got to find them all. Let me see if I can. I have all my Masonic items just spread around me. It looks like a tornado came through here. So let me see what I can find, or if I can find them again. Oh, here they are. Just give me 1 sec. I'll show everybody. Hey, Terry, how's it going? Thank you for joining. MJ, welcome. Thank you for being here as well. I hope that you are doing well. Thank you for joining. I hope that you guys will hit that like button. Targeted human subject. Hello. I won't be targeting you, I promise. I hope you guys like this cap from Shitagi Apparel. Good to see you too, Terry. How's it going? This is going to be the wallet, I believe, or the... Actually, sorry, this is his glasses. Welcome, Dallas. How's it going with you, Sean? I hope that you are doing well. I believe, because I just sent you these messages, so I'm guessing you guys did not see my earlier stream where I went over all of my different Masonic items. Got these awesome glasses. If you'd like, welcome, Lapis. I hope you're doing well. Maybe what I'll do is go over them again. I'll go over my pin collection, my coin collection, all of my Masonic items, the stories behind them, if I remember them, as well as, potentially information about insurance, display purposes, why lodges should consider items like this. How does that sound to everybody in the stream? Does that sound good? If so, leave some hearts. MJ, thank you. It is from Shitagi Apparel, Shitagi. Definitely check his stuff out. He does a lot of really amazing work. Not only did he create this cap for me, or not for me, but not only did he create this cap, he also And by the way, everybody who's in here, please hit the like and subscribe button, or certainly the like button if you're not done so. He also, Shitagi, if you're there, can they be shipped to the Philippines? You can see this here. I know it's reversed, but it's Shitagi apparel. And this is it here. And then this is his leather wallets that he created as well. Oh, so yes. So if you see the name of it there, that should give you the idea of what to search for in terms of where to find the stuff. But thank you everybody for being here. So I was talking earlier about psychological first aid as well. It is a certification I have. I have both quote unquote regular first aid and psychological first aid. Why I think it's important that Freemasons have that certification and what it means. Let me know if you've ever heard of it before, what you think of it, if you've got it, and also let me know if you want to check out my Masonic coin pin collection. I got a lot of stuff from Texas. I got a lot of stuff from around. Yeah, Courtney, we have a Texas Mason in Sean. So we got a couple Texas Masons here. Thank you for being here. Terry, that is Mr. Shitagi's wallet. Or not his wallet, but his wallet design. So you do need psychological first aid after the degree. Maybe before the degree to help you prepare for the degree. Though don't scare anybody. We have some EAs in the room. And we have some non-Masons in the room as well. But Courtney is from Mountain Lodge. Well, for now, then I think what we're going to do is... And by the way, let me know how I look, how I sound. Thank you, everybody who's joined the chat. This cap, you can get it shipped to the Philippines. And you can get the wallet, and you can get all that good jazz. So Ricky, let's get started. We're going to go through our Masonic collection once again. At least that is the plan. They can ship worldwide, in fact. MJ will hit some soon. Awesome. By the way, I'm going to give a shout out for myself as well. Before I go any further, please, if you get the chance, go to patreon.com/square and compass. Let me see if I can get this right. Patreon.com/square and compass, and you can sign up. You can become a free Patreon member, or you can pay like $3 a month, or become a Patreon member completely for free. Either way is up to you. Let's start going through some coins. Thank you. Yeah, we are doing a 24-hour live stream, so I'm definitely feeling it, but it's fun as well. We are almost halfway through. Maybe I can message a few more people. You know, I definitely love sharing these streams. I love getting people on. This is my main YouTube channel. My other one is youtube.com/Cameron Adamson. And in that one, I tend to just focus less on Freemasonry and more on my other loves, like scary movies, horror films, all that good jazz, all that really fun stuff, which I do really enjoy talking about as well. Okay, so let us get started. I'm just going to send off this quick message Here we go. So, Masonic coins. I'm going to go through these in no particular order. If you've already seen them once before, let me know if you have a favorite. Let's see. This is Chicago Lodge, which meets presently, if I recall correctly, meets out of Skokie, Illinois. Used to meet out of Jefferson Park Masonic Temple. This is the Windsor Masonic Temple commemorative coin. I love this facade. Believe me, I have spent a ton of time looking at that facade, working on that facade. I agree. This is celebrating our Masonic brother Buzz Aldrin and all of his being the first Mason on the moon. Celebrated Freemasonry for Texas. I got this in Colorado. Let's see what else we got. I have another Chicago coin. Yes. I did join, Sean. I am a member of Tranquility Lodge. Oh my gosh, I got to go through all this stuff now and find the letter that I showed confirming I was a member. But I am a member of Tranquility Lodge, Sean. I'm very proud of being one. Don't forget, by the way, if you're not done so yet, please hit that like button. Please hit that subscribe button. No, I became a member. I've got my dues card on me. Somewhere around here, I've got a letter confirming my membership, which I showed earlier in the stream. You should have been here earlier, so you could have confirmed. You could have seen that I was a member. But I'm very proud to be a Texas Freemason. I think it's awesome. Okay. So, and it's funny though, it's interesting how both Colorado and Texas claim ownership of Buzz Aldrin, where it's like, I know Buzz was a Mason in Colorado first, but he did bring up the Masonic charter on behalf of Texas Freemasons. So that makes me think that Texas Freemasons kind of get to own him in a sense. Not literally owning him, conspiracy theorists, but you know. We have got Catalina Island Lodge from California. I love the fact that this one's so colorful. I think it's really, really cool. We have got a Knights Templar coin in Canada. Welcome, Mr. Shitagi. By the way, don't forget, Mr. Shitagi, you can join the Patreon as well, patreon.com. Just join for free. That would be perfect. But maybe we can do some sponsorships where I purchase some items from you to give away as gifts as part of the Patreon. I got this here. I really like this coin. I like the white and gold, the way they look and work off of each other. I think it works really, really well and is really, really cool. I love this coin, Morton Grove. This is out of Chicago as well. I've talked a million times about how much I love Chicago. I think it's absolutely incredible. We've got here North Hollywood Lodge, number 542. If you like Star Trek, I got this when I was visiting San Francisco. And by the way, I think San Francisco is an awesome, awesome town. It makes me sad when people talk poop about it because I think it's so beautiful. Oh, Sean, are you still there? If you're still there, throw a few hearts in the chat. But I've got here one of my Texas coins. There you go, celebrating Texas. You're going to see a few of these pop up. Another Texas coin, Grandmaster, most with Brad Billings' coin. Lone Star State. Well, would this one be it then? Because I think this is a pretty great one. I mean, I don't know. I'm still going. I have a whole collection for the record. So we've got, this is from the state of Nevada, the Grand Master. This is from the bicentennial 200-year anniversary of the Grand Lodge of Missouri. There's more Texas coming. I got to meet Brad, and Brad was on my podcast, actually. I like Brad, Most Worshipful Brother Brad Billings, a lot. I think he's a really cool dude. This is from Oriental Lodge in Chicago. Meets at the Jefferson Park Masonic Temple. I have got so many incredible and amazingly fond experiences of my time in Chicago. I've absolutely loved every moment of it. This coin reminds me of some great times there. We have got, this is from the City of Windsor City Hall grand opening. The reason being is we as Freemasons put a cornerstone in that City Hall, and we went to the grand opening of it, and they gave us these pins, or these coins, I should say. Here's another Texas coin, Sean. Fort Worth, Texas. I like this because it feels like a poker chip. 90th anniversary of the lodge in Nogales, Mexico. This is a very shiny coin from the Grand Lodge of Ohio. Once again, Colorado, Buzz Aldrin, making it to the moon. We've got Most Worshipful Brother Cameron Bailey. This is his coin from the Grand Lodge of Washington State. Royal Arch coin. What else do we got here? Another Cameron Bailey coin. I know I have more Texas coins somewhere. Delaware and its bicentennial of independence. You want Royal Arch to linger? All right, here we go. I'll let the York Rite stuff linger a little bit longer. There you go. And I mean, you can mail it to Square Incomes Promotions here in Canada. I can make it to the States sometimes, but I still try to travel there pretty frequently. You'd almost have to mail it. I'd have to let you know in advance when I'm going to be there, and then I could kind of plan out the trip that way. Here's another for you, Mr. Keeps on Ticking. Another York Rite coin. I visited Masonic lodges in 5 different countries. Let me see if actually that's true or not. Maybe I'm mistaken. I have visited Masonic lodges in Canada, United States, Mexico, Brazil, Manila, the Philippines, and England. So 6 altogether. Where's the rest of these? I want to get these Texas coins out for Sean. Oh, this is a Texas coin. 30th anniversary of Webb Masonic Lodge, which, if I am not mistaken, is from north of Dallas. I don't think I'm going to do Royal Arch. I don't know for sure, but I don't believe I'll do Royal Arch. At least not anytime soon. I may do it much, much later. I am in Canada, Windsor, Ontario. Hiram Lodge, this is out of Tennessee. Um, and I believe that is it for the coins. I mean, I've shown this one a few times, but this is the Border Services Protection Agency coin. I have no idea how I came across it or why I have it. Um, Other than somebody must have given it to me at some point. I just forgot, which is why you always want to keep a record of a Masonic journal. And in the Masonic journal, don't just talk about like what coins you have, but where you got them, who gave them to you. All of that type of stuff matters huge. If anybody is still there and you've not done so yet, please hit that like button. Please hit that subscribe button. I am proud to say I am at 2,490 subscribers. So thank you so much for that. Hopefully I can get maybe 10 more even in the stream and get up to 2,500 even. Would be quite awesome. Thank you, but don't think you have to rush to be here. Like, certainly I expect everybody here to get some sleep if you're tired. Just because I make foolish decisions, I don't expect everybody to do foolish decisions with me. If Sean is still there, I'm hoping he is. Let me know what he thought of those coins. Anything else he wants to see or anything he wants to talk about when it comes to Freemasonry. Any thoughts he has, positive, negative, or neutral. I'd love to hear them. Yeah, well, that must be the thinking behind that one coin from Fort Worth, Texas. I believe it was Fort Worth. Let's see if I can get it here. By the way, Sean, if you would be interested in joining the Square and Compass Patreon, that would be awesome. You can join for free or join and pay like $3 a month, or up to 50. But if you join for free, even still, you get access to certain things, special polls, things like that. If you have suggestions for content, I will check it out. Yeah, this, right? It makes kind of that sound. That's a very good piece of advice. I was talking a lot about specifically insurance needs. If you have a special coin, or even more importantly, like a ring, like this ring here, right? Or let's see if I can get this better. Or a Masonic jewel. Don't just get property insurance for your property, and then if you get a break-in, expect to be able to go to your insurance person and say, I lost these Masonic jewels. The insurance person may likely not know even what a Masonic jewel is. Take the time to take pictures of special items like this, right? Like these past masters jewels, right? Which are going to be, in some cases, over 100 years old. Take a picture of them, get them appraised, list them specifically in a separate section of your insurance. And then you've got it. That also helps with police reports. If your house is broken into and somebody takes these items, you've actually got pictures of them and appraisals. You can give those pictures to pawn shops and warn them like, hey, if you see these items, please, please let me know ASAP. So, or please let the police know, right? A lot of Masonic lodges, they have insurance, but their insurance is just property up to an amount. Nothing is listed specifically. No historical items are listed. No items of historical value are listed or, getting appraised. And again, you can't rely on an insurance adjuster to know what to know what a Masonic jewel is, or what a Masonic jewel means, if that makes any sense. So Sean, so see Zug, I do not have a OnlyFans because I am terribly ugly and no one would want that. But if you want to look into my Patreon and send me money that way, by all means. It is patreon.com/square and compass. Well, so it's a subscription service, Ricky. Technically, it's for anything. Like, technically, it's for anything. Like, there are OnlyFans accounts, you pay people X amount of money and you get exclusive access to their live streams. And they're teaching people how to sew or how to like knit or how to cook. However, in many cases, OnlyFans began to be used much more for, shall we say, adult content than anything else. By the way, I know that YouTube is not a huge fan of the OF word, so I guess we'll have to just deal with that. By the way, I hope that you guys will once again hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. See Zug, I will eat a banana if you like and subscribe, and if you become a Patreon. If you go to patreon.com/square and compass, I will totally eat a banana. That would be better if OF equaled only fellow crafts. They would probably get a lot less audience. But it would be a lot more fun to watch the audience, so there is that. Or maybe less fun. The audience would be interesting, put it that way. The audience would be very, very interesting. And especially those poor audience members who were looking for OnlyFans and came across Only Fellow Crafts, that would be terrible. By the way, thank you. It's Shitagi Apparel. If you want to purchase one, check out Shitagi. What was I saying a second ago? It's funny talking about all this. So one of my favorite books, on some days it is my favorite book. On other days, not so much. It just depends. But one of my favorite books is it's either that or Colorado Kid or Don Quixote. My favorite book is The Long Walk by Stephen King. I love that book. And they are turning it into a movie. Finally. It's coming out September. I am insanely excited about that book or that movie. I've wanted to watch it forever. It was filmed in Winnipeg, Manitoba, which is where I grew up. So I think that's going to be really awesome as well. However, the reason I bring that up is there's this part in the book, which I love, where they've been walking forever, and they're not allowed to stop walking or they get shot in the head. So it's basically like a death march. Anyways, but a death march that is advertised on television. However, there's this part where they see a sign, and the sign says, so keep in mind, they've been walking for 3 days straight at 4 miles an hour. They've not sat down, they've not stopped walking in 3 days. And they're crossing into the border into Massachusetts, and there's this sign that says, only 100 miles till Boston or something, you can do it. And this person who has been walking for 3 days straight turns around and says, what a stupid, horrible word is only. We should get rid of that word altogether. And to this day, whenever I hear anybody say the word only, I immediately think it's a terrible, terrible word. And so I hate OnlyFans, especially for that. Humans are nothing more than raw materials. Raw materials for what? Person whose name I can't pronounce. Parasitic alien. Well, so OnlyFans is sus. Don't get an OnlyFans account. It's very sus. Don't do it. But get a Patreon account, which you already have, so I appreciate it very much. But thank you so much for that. And to everybody who is joining us, thank you so much for being here. Uh, Parasitic alien operating system. I hope that you'll hit the subscribe button if you've not done so yet. I hope you'll hit the like button. And when you say humans are nothing more than raw materials, to what are you referring? What is it about humans that makes us quote unquote raw materials? And for whom or for what might be the other valuable question to be asking there. I don't think I'm spoiling it because the um, trailer seems to give it all away. But basically, at some point in the future, when this book was written, the future was probably like 1990. But at some unspecified point in time, in America's future, in the book, it's 100 teenagers. In the movie, I think it's different, but 100 teenage boys are selected to take part in something called the Long Walk. It's treated as a sporting event. They gather at the Canadian-U.S. border and they take off and start walking. They have to maintain a pace of 4 miles an hour. If they fall below 4 miles an hour 3 times, then they get shot in the head and they die. And the last one to continue walking um, wins, and the prize is like anything that they want. Anything that they want is the prize. They can just ask for it and they get it. Um, but if they lose, or if they slow down too many times, they get shot. So it, I mean, it's kind of Hunger Games-esque in a sense, but very much darker, I think. And it's just a really great book. Stephen King, I think, better than anybody else, understands what understands character, and he understands how and why something like that could happen, why people would volunteer to do it or sign up for it, and why they'd stick around with it. He kind of understands all that stuff really well. Well, hosts for what, I think, is the question. But thank you for being here. I know some video games. I like video games. I don't play them all the time compared to other people. Like I certainly don't play it as much as others. But I enjoy Dead Space. So Sean, let me know before you go though. What did you think of the stream? Did you enjoy it? Did you enjoy seeing the coins? Is there anything you would want to see? And can you subscribe to my Patreon as well? I'd appreciate that also. So when you say, I'm curious, because this is obviously about Freemasonry. What do you think, parasitic alien of Freemasonry? I'd be very curious to know your thoughts. For some reason, it's not coming up, Ricky, that you're signed up for the Patreon. Maybe it's just being slow. Leave a comment on one of the posts if you can see them. I'm not sure why it's saying you're not a member yet. It might just be taking a few minutes. Um, the name of the video game? I mean, I love a few, but I really enjoy Dead Space. I would say Dead Space is one of my absolute favorites. I enjoyed Dead Space 2. I enjoyed Dead Space 3 as well. All the Dead Spaces are really incredible and very underappreciated, I think, and underrated. Even though they're super popular in the horror, like in the video game fandom, I feel like they don't get their love in the horror fandom, especially because they've had some great books and some great uh, movies as well. Well, that doesn't sound like fun at all, parasitic alien. I think humans are pretty good at being able to recognize and understand uh, language. At least I hope that is the case. Certainly, as somebody who is trying to make a living talking, uh, if human beings could not have the capacity to understand language. Oh, okay, so you became a paid member. Okay. Yeah, you get the first 7 days for free. I'll still send you some stuff. What you need to do is make sure to shoot me off your contact info. Make sure to contact, like send me something so I can mail you, once you get the 7 days in, some coins and some items. I just need to know your mailing address. Um, but if you, like I said, if you just want to join for free, that's perfectly fine as well. Um, well, I think that might be true, parasitic, but what do you mean by vulnerable to religious indoctrination? What do you think would make a human vulnerable to such things? Because I would be very, very curious. No worries. I mean, you're new to it, right? It's not a big deal. I just appreciate you checking it out. Uh, Join how you can. That would be awesome. But again, you don't have to. I'm just happy you're even checking it out. That is very, very kind of you. Even if you chose not to join. I am, yes, that you get for the 50 US a month stream. So that is the highest. By the way, Courtney, Mr. Keeps did get his items, but you still haven't, I'm guessing. So I'm not sure what happened. Monday, I'm going to be resending the items. So uh, you will be, and then I'm going to actually track it as well. Unless, let's keep our fingers crossed, maybe we will be lucky and you will get it in the, there you go, free member. Thank you so much. Maybe you'll get it in the next couple days, or the items will be returned to me. But I did get your address, and so yeah, like I said, I thought I sent it to the right address. Parasitic, if you're still there, let me know what you were talking about. I'm genuinely curious. Yeah, I saw it. No, I thought that's the one I sent. What I should have done is taken a picture of it before I sent it out. So I had it, and I had an idea that I could, send it to. But that's okay. It feels like whatever the uh, issues we were having with the live stream and the technical difficulties, it feels like they've finished for now. We'll see. They may start up again. And if so, we will sort it out at that time. Yes, I'm glad that you got it. It's a great coin. Again, it was designed by a brother. The name of well, I mean, you're free for now, Ricky, and that's perfect. If you want to join at a paid level later, that's awesome too. There's no rush, but once you've got it, like I said, I'll send you some stuff. Um, well, always leave them guessing, Mr. Keeps on Ticking, right? Always leave them guessing. You never want to make sure that they know what the answer is for sure. I am going to, however, run quickly and grab myself a pop. Not that this isn't fun, but it's a lot of talking makes the throat dry. So I'll be back in just 1 second. Also, never let be said, I don't do what I am told. I just took my cholesterol pill as well. So this thing to the doctor. In my defense, I spent the whole day getting all of my Masonic documents and paperwork in order. So you should see what is currently around me. It's like there's documents and papers and pins everywhere. But this isn't that messy. This is nice. Look, I got my dog here. Oops, as I run into the tables. You should see the floor around me at the moment. If you think that's messy. See, Zug, I do not have an OnlyFans. I wish I did. I'd make so much money. Being as handsome as I am, let me tell you, you would be, I would be rolling in the cash. Welcome back, Crystal Moon. I hope that you are doing well. Thank you for returning once again. How is your night going? Are you doing well? Let me know if you have any questions or thoughts on Freemasonry. Positive, negative, or neutral. I'd love to hear them. And let me know anything else you want to talk about. Were you here for my showing off my coin collection, my tarot card collection? Were you here for the psychological first aid stuff? I was born this way, so I never had them. So I got lucky in a sense because I feel like it would have been really, really hard to lose my legs in an accident, but I was lucky in the sense that because I was born without them, I never had to like learn how to do anything over again. I just learned it the first way, which is also why I think I'm relatively athletic, even for somebody who is missing his legs. Is that I have, like I said, I have a lot of practice when it comes to being without them. So what time is it for you right now, Crystal Moon? Just out of curiosity. Bric-a-brac is awesome. I don't think, how old are you? Mr. Keeps on Ticking. I don't think I've heard anybody describe bric-a-brac as bric-a-brac in, like my dad would maybe use that term, and he's like in his 70s. You are an 38, you're younger than me, and you're using the term bric-a-brac. All right. You're an old soul. What happened? No, like I said, Ricky, I was born this way, so I, feel very lucky in a way because missing, having being born with legs and then losing them, especially losing them later in life, I think it'd be really tough to have to relearn anything. But um, because I was born without them, I feel like um, I feel like I never had to learn how to do things a second time. Oh, my arms are tired. My arms are exhausted at the moment, believe me. I am feeling it because I had a crazy busy workout or long workout a couple days ago. I did a full-on boxing workout, which I had not done for over a year. Okay, Crystal. Well, thank you though for being here. I truly appreciate it. Um, you might see me when you get back. I used to have prosthetic legs, but I preferred wheelchair because I found it was quicker. I found it was easier to get around in. It wouldn't get as warm in summer. So really, I never minded having, no legs. I preferred, like I said, I preferred being in a wheelchair to the artificial limbs. But otherwise, no, I had no trouble with it. It's interesting though about Freemasonry. One of the interesting things about Freemasonry is for the longest time, if you were in a wheelchair or missing your legs, you were not allowed to join. Um, oh, thank you, EA. Thank you, Courtney, for sharing that on my Instagram. It looks like a beautiful coin. Thank you for sharing. So what is it? Well, how would you define religion? Um, uh, Parasitic alien. How would you define religion? I'm curious. Like, do you mean biblically based the idea of losing my, not like being, losing my limbs, or do you mean what Alien Overlord is saying? It's kind of saying interesting stuff. I mean, I could get prosthetic legs. I just think I prefer the wheelchair. I'm used to the wheelchair now. I spend so much time in it. Um, I wouldn't want to have to learn a whole new set of things all over again. I feel like it'd be a lot. Okay. Yeah, I think that's where it came from. Whatever it was like that way through the 1940s. Or sorry, it's like that way through from like the 1840s or whatever it is through to the 1920s. The reason it changed is because a whole bunch of soldiers were returning from World War One, excuse me. A whole bunch of soldiers were returning from World War One, missing limbs. Somebody pointed out quite accurately that it was crazy to deny them access to Freemasonry after they've gone and um, fought for our safety and fought for our rights. And so they changed the rules, and people missing limbs were able to join Freemasonry, and the rest is history. But that is very interesting, Mr. Keeps. I concur with that completely. When I was very young, I used them. When I was very, very young. It's been, like I said, when I went to high school, which was far longer than I'd even like to imagine, um, I, uh, I stuck to, I stuck to a wheelchair. But I enjoyed them both. And honestly, it's incredible the amount of technological advancement they've made. There's a Rambo TE in here who says STFU URE look like a gay. First, I find it funny the phrase like a gay. That amuses me quite a bit. Let me tell you, I would be so lucky. I can barely, the gays would be so lucky to have me. I'm just too handsome. even for them, you know? I'm too handsome for all the groups. I should start my own group called the Handsome Camerons Club. It's going to be me because there's no other Camerons as handsome as I am. But nonetheless, Rambo, jump in the chat and let me know how you're doing. If you have any if thoughts on Freemasonry, positive, negative, or neutral, I'd love to hear them, as well as any other thoughts you may have other than how I look. I don't know if I will, but you don't get to be part of the Handsome Camerons Club, okay? Just for the record, all right? I want to make that clear. There is one Cameron in the Handsome Camerons Club, and that is I. So just you have to accept that, all right? It's a bit like the whole fry sauce situation. You know, there are certain rules that you just have to set down. And this is one of them. So do you believe in past lives, Ricky? Because it sounds kind of like you do. I will slander it like crazy. I cannot think of anything more gross and disgusting than fry sauce. Well, I can, but it's all been brought up on this chat, to be honest. So I feel like this chat eventually just devolves into the food habits of, our membership or our audience. I mean, that's an interesting thing to pray for. I don't know. I'm not a religious scholar. I have no idea if there is any type of spiritual or religious ideas that discuss animal reincarnation. I know that Pythagoras believed that animals had a soul. So he was a vegetarian because he believed eating animals was, they had a soul, no different than human beings. Welcome, Peter. Thank you for joining. How's it going? I hope that you are doing well. It's been a minute since you've been on the stream. How's it going? By the way, I have a new Medium story coming out on August 24th, Saturday, August 24th at what time? At 6 p.m. Eastern. So that will be very cool, and I hope that you guys will check that out. I love writing in Medium. I love writing about Freemasonry. I love writing about it as much as I love talking about it. Shoot, Mr. Keeps on Ticking. I'll do my best to answer it. I can't make any promises. And I hope that is not the case, Lapis. I'd like to stick around for a little bit longer. I don't want to go right this second. I wouldn't mind going in a few seconds. Nice. What have you been up to? What has been kind of some of the things that you've been working on that have been going well for you? Please let me know. And thank you for joining. Don't forget, if you've not done so yet, to hit that like button and share the stream and etc. etc. All the things you say. Levitt Ketchum says hello, 2023. Hello, Levitt Ketchum. I hope that you are doing well. Thank you for being here. Please hit the subscribe button if you're not subscribed, and let me know what it is that you want to talk about when it comes to Freemasonry. Any thoughts you have, positive, negative, or neutral, I'd love to hear them. And I think you're new to the stream, so like I said, please hit like and subscribe. It would be much appreciated. And well, the metaphor, so the link to Freemasonry, the reason why it's used in our past masters jewels, right? Like this. I mean, you got them both, but this one here. For that one, what it has to do with, and you learn this kind of as you go, is the interconnectedness of it. So, the fact that for the square to be formed, you need all the angles all the angles are interconnected in the right way and of the right size to form the square. That's meant to reference Freemasonry and the idea that for a Masonic lodge to work, it's about the interconnectedness of all the different parts of the lodge working together. So that's that metaphor. The metaphor that, from a moral sense, so I mean, there's a moral sense of like working together with that one. However, when I talk about Euclid and morality, I more talk about, and I don't remember what the truism was, but one of his axioms, one of his axiomatic truths was, and you see this in the movie Lincoln, he said, two things that are equal to the same thing must be equal to each other. And there's a moral lesson in there about the equality of human beings, right? If you believe in a supreme being, in a God, for example, and you believe that, not that we are, that, a white person has the same relationship to God as a black person has the same relationship to God, then that must mean a black person and a white person are equal to each other. That was Lincoln's kind of moral understanding of Euclid. But that wasn't the problem. That was one of his axioms, one of what he considered to be an axiomatic truth. There's been a few papers written about the way that Abraham Lincoln used Euclid to understand his morality. But the problem, so from a stonemasonry perspective, it's just how you make a square, which is very valuable to them. But in terms of, or in terms of the moral in part, it's the idea of multiple things working together to form a whole or to form a square, if that makes sense. Yes, I don't know if you knew this or not, Peter, but Courtney is now an entered apprentice, and congratulations to him. He is crushing it. My hope is I get to visit his third degree. That is my goal, and something I really want to do. I've been to Texas a few times, never got to be in his neck of the woods in Texas. So I'm hoping that will change shortly. Everybody leave a few hearts and hundreds in for Courtney. And if you are just joining, as always, please take a moment to hit that like button and hit that subscribe button. And let me know if you have any thoughts on Freemasonry, positive, negative, or neutral. I'd love to hear them, as well as any other thoughts or comments or whatever it is you may have. We'll give it a little bit more time. We're going to see who else joins. We're basically at that part of the stream where we are just kind of relaxing and chatting and shooting the poop. Don't forget, everybody as well, you can be like Ricky and you can join my Instagram. Well, I think there is no one group that's the best ever. People are the best ever. Well, actually, I don't like people, but people are all equally as bad as they are good, put it that way. There's no one group that is any better or worse than any other group. Some would say we all equally kind of suck a little bit, but, you know. And I hope, by the way, everybody enjoyed my, or if you were there for it, enjoyed my Instagram live, I'm trying to do more, or excuse me, I'm trying to do more Instagram or Insta lives than what I've been doing recently. I mean, I'm not gonna, I mean, maybe it's because I have a natural cynical outlook that I tend to shy away from it in movies. If I already have a more cynical view of the world, I don't necessarily know if I want to go to movies to get more of that. I'd rather go to movies where there's some kind of hopeful quality to them. Although I will say, to the extent that I'm cynical, it's usually that I'm cynical about individuals. I'm rarely cynical about organizations or groups or teams. I tend to be more cynical when individuals decide they want to go against the group or the team for whatever reason. Maybe glory, maybe power, maybe money. At that point, I start to get a little bit concerned. So my cynicism tends to be directed to a certain way. But I do think, like I was saying, when it comes to yeah, I feel like the person who's always happy probably approaches or would prefer watching movies that have a little bit more darkness to them. And by the same token, I feel like people who are maybe run a little bit sadder have a tendency to want to check out movies that are more optimistic. It's kind of like if you have scurvy, you're probably going to want to drink a lot of vitamin C. And if, I don't know, you have an iron deficiency, you want to eat a lot of iron. Whatever you have too much of or too little of is probably where you try to go for your approach movies from. If that makes any sense at all. So, don't be cynical. Having said that, if you are going to be cynical, find some type of media that you can enjoy that is not cynical. So at least you will have something outside of the normal cynicism that you can consume. And maybe balance it out a little bit, right? It's probably the same reason I so enjoy and so love Hallmark Christmas movies because they seem just so earnest and so free of cynicism. I wish we had more of that approach to things. Maybe it's why I love Freemasonry, because Freemasonry at its best, I think, are oftentimes not is not cynical but earnest. We're going to give this a bit more time. We're going to see who else joins. Thank you to everybody who's joined so far. I truly appreciate it. We had 666 people on the first stream. Now we've got, less than before, but it's still been a great turnout. If you are just joining us, please hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, join our Patreon, answer our poll question, and let me know if you want to talk about Freemasonry. And by the way, certainly nobody stay up with me all night. Go to sleep. It's late. But Lapis, I can show them again. I've got them over here. Just give me 1 second. Let's see if I can grab it. I'm just going to send this message quickly. If I could find it now. Here it is. All right, just give me 1 second. It was good. I mean, it was fun. So I figured, why not try to do another one? But the key is to make this stuff work. Obviously, I need support. So if you are not, well, tomorrow I have to go get it at some point. I'm not doing a normal stream tomorrow, right? Because I'm going till 2 p.m. And then after that, I'm going to sleep. So I probably won't pick up your stuff until probably the Saturday. I know it's there. I know where it is. I just have to go and get it at some point. I may do a thing where I leave the camera or the camera watching the Detroit River for like an hour. That'll give me time to run to the Masonic Temple and grab the delicious goods and then come back, because I know where it's located. So but Peter Kuzmov, one way that you and everybody can help, if you've not done so yet, is you can become a member of my Patreon. I don't know, I forget, Peter, if you are a Patreon member. I'm double checking now. Yes, you are. That's right. You're a free member. So thank you so much. So that helps out big time. And everybody watching this, become a Patreon member either for free or a couple bucks a month. It'll work out fine either way. Well, I mean, I can't do that. He's, I can't ask somebody to take the time out to come deliver it to me. They're busy. They have things to do. Yes, I remember that now. So aprons. Let's get these aprons out for our buddy Lapis. If you could see around me right now, it would look like an absolute just nightmare. I love Microwave KD. Microwave KD is the bomb. I will never accept this idea that there's some type of problem with like Microwave KD. What do you think, Peter? Microwave KD, is that not the poop? Is that not the greatest stuff you could ask for? All right, so let's show all the aprons. Let's start with this one. This is from Puerto Vallarta. I went there for their official annual communication. Maybe the most beautiful place I've ever seen Freemasonry performed. We took all these photographs on the beach. It was incredible. I love that apron. Nice. Well, no, ranch is terrible. You know I don't believe in ranch. You know that, Mr. Keeps on Ticking. This was from the Missouri 100-year or 200-year bicentennial, which was incredible, and I loved getting a chance to be there. It was absolutely awesome. We have got, especially because you can't have microwave KD, Peter. So we have got this. This was from the 195th Annual Conference, Communication of the Grand Lodge of Florida. Now, I am always suggesting to people, take good care of your items. As you can see, I took terrible care of this apron. I should have stored it in a case, the same type of case you use to keep degrees in from like graduate schools that are bigger. It could have easily, like frame, I should say, a glass frame could have easily kept that not messed up and screwed up and wrinkled. I got to steam it, iron it, and then find a way to fix it up as well. This was from a table lodge I took part in Madison Heights, Michigan. And then somehow, I don't know how I came away with two, but I was lucky enough to get two of the bicentennial aprons for the Grand Lodge of Missouri's 200th anniversary. So that was really, really special. I hope everybody watching this is doing well. Please, if you are just joining us, take a moment to hit that like and subscribe button. Jump in. Yeah, I mean, Peter, I've been showing off all of my stuff. The start of this stream, I showed off all of my Masonic coins, my Masonic pins, my Masonic mugs, my rings, my past masters jewels. I also talked about the things you should do in terms of insuring them, keeping them properly insured, trying to keep them safe and the value of them secured. I showed, mementos, cards, all these things I've got over the years. It was an absolute blast. I loved it. So, yeah. maybe I'll do another stream. If I do another one of these 24-hour streams next month, maybe what I'll do is do another stream where I show those items again, because I know not everybody who has seen this stream was there for the first stream. But I do hope everybody is doing well. And once again, as always, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, etc., etc. All the things you say. Let me know what you guys want to chat about. I mean, I am not descending into madness. I've been mad for a very long time, which makes things more fun, right? It makes things much more enjoyable. Well, I mean, you tend not to use more than one. These aprons are all, um, aprons that I'm not going to wear anymore. They're aprons that were given to me as part of my travels, as a gift while I was traveling, right? And so, um, well, I appreciate that, Mr. Keeps on Ticking. Thank you so much. And so I would not be wearing these. So I would put these in, like when you graduate law school, you get these um, giant certificates, and the frames that you can put these in are big enough to hold aprons. So I would probably get frames and just put an apron in there and then hang it on a wall somewhere, because these are all referencing specific events. Beyond that, when it comes to your like Blue Lodge aprons or your Scottish Rite regalia or anything like that, I have found that, let me see if I can find it now. This type of apron case is really, really great. One of the reasons that makes it so great is if you're traveling, it actually fits perfectly well into the free carry-on space. So basically, you don't need to pay if that is your main, if that is the one thing you're traveling with, you can treat it as a personal item and you don't need to worry about paying extra baggage fees. On a side note, that's true for Sprint, that's true for WestJet, that's true for Flair in Canada. So I just use that. And even if you have two, I would say one, your Blue Lodge on one side, your SR stuff on the other side, and that should work. And you just kind of sandwich them together. At least that has always worked for me. Thank you, Courtney. I love it as well. And it's been going excellent. Thank you again for being here on the stream. I hope everybody's doing well. As always, if there is any technical issues, please don't worry. I will just start a new stream again. It has happened once already. Let's hope it doesn't happen a second time. How is everybody else doing? Please let me know. Please take a moment. As I always say, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. And if there is anything that you guys want to chat about when it comes to Freemasonry, let me know. Positive, negative, or neutral. I'd love to hear it. I'm probably going to invite some more people onto this stream. But Peter, what did you think of those items? And do you have any, like, what is your favorite Masonic item, if you had to pick one, that you own? I mean, yeah, a lot of it is kind of trial and error. It's figuring things out as you go, right? I find when it comes to Freemasonry, so much of what we do is that. you kind of just figure things out as you're going. Like for me, um, I store and keep all of my Masonic business cards in a. Check out this hat, by the way. Thank you, Shitagi Apparel. But I keep all of this stuff in. Let me see if I can track it down now. In so I keep my old business, or sorry, my old dues cards. Here it is in holders that were initially designed for like playing cards or people's business cards, even. But those are all my dues cards from since I first joined Freemasonry. So a lot of times, what you're doing is you're just kind of figuring things out as you go. By the way, welcome. I hope you guys like my hat. If you're just joining us, please jump in the chat. What are your thoughts on Freemasonry? Hey, sometimes simple is the best. In fact, I would say oftentimes simple is the best. Far, far too often we think that the best kind of gift has to be super special or not special, but super expensive or super fancy. Sometimes simple is good. What I'd say is simple and unique is often good. But if the person giving it to you you have a really good relationship with, then simple is the best way to go. There was actually a Hallmark Christmas movie I once watched called The 12 Dates of Christmas. No, The 12 Gifts of Christmas, where the whole premise was the super rich guy, one of the premises, the super rich guy kept on purchasing these crazy expensive gifts for all his friends. Uh, he was busy, so he hired a gift coordinator to purchase his gifts the next year. And she kept getting them all these really inexpensive, cheap, quote unquote, gifts. But they loved them so much more because the gift person was getting to know the people and getting them gifts based on who they were and what they liked, as opposed to trying to impress them by how much money things were. So yeah, I think there's a very, very valuable lesson there. And I think for the Masonic mementos, it's the same thing. Because a lot of lodges will say they can't afford to invest in, for example, pins and coins because it's too expensive. But it's like, who's to say? You know, you can probably do something really inexpensive, but really special. You just have to be willing to give it a shot and try it. Well, the value is not in the item itself. I mean, I'm trying to thread a needle here. I'm trying to think of the right way to say this. Um, is it that, okay, so if you have a Mason that you've never met before, and he's visiting your lodge for the first time, um, then the value of the gift probably is going to be a little bit more in the quality of the gift and the fanciness of the gift and all that type of stuff. Because he's never been to your lodge before, he has no prior experience. Um, it's a wonderful gift is not going to make up for shitty ritual. Don't get me wrong. You still have to impress him with your ritual work, but he's probably also going to be impressed by the quality of the product, or the gift you're giving, the pin, whatever it is. Having said that, at the same point, for those who have been part of your Masonic lodge, who have visited regularly, who know you well, what they want to know is that you care about them. And in that sense, what they want to know is that you have you have something that speaks to them or something that's simple but matters, if that makes any sense. Because it's also hard to make a sentimental gift or a gift with emotional value uh, mass produced, right? Like pins and coins, you purchase them like 100 at a time, 1,000 at a time to get a good deal. You don't do quite the same thing when it's a quote unquote sentimental gift. But like I said, no, and I truly believe this to be the case. Nobody, what's the word I'm looking for? The best gift in the world will not make up for a crummy lodge experience, right? Like, don't think that if you have to do good work, you have to do good ritual. That stuff matters. The last thing you want is to give somebody a gift, and what it reminds them of is, boy, that lodge did terrible ritual work, or whatever it might be, right? You definitely don't want that. So it's everything. It's a combination of things. It's everything all at once. Let me ask you, Peter, do you know anything about psychological first aid? Have you ever heard of that before? What do you think that that means or references? And um, what do you think about Freemasons potentially getting some type of psychological first aid training? Do you think it would make any sense or be worth it at all? Because I just got my psychological first aid training and I'm very happy I did so. And it cost me almost nothing. It cost me $20 to get the certificate. So, well, I'm curious if you want to speculate what you think it might be or could mean. And then I'll tell you what it actually is after. I'm just giving it a few minutes to see and also see who else joins. If you have any questions or thoughts on Freemasonry, please jump in the chat and let me know. Like I said, I wanted to do this to try something different. This is my second 24-hour live stream. I've had some more Patreons join. I've had some more subscribers. It's been awesome. So thank you to everybody who's been helping to make this stream an absolute success. Pretty soon, what I'm probably going to do is switch over and start watching a movie on Prime. Yes, so I think confronting is, I mean, maybe a little bit harsh of a term, but it counts somewhat. Although, confronting, you don't want to confront somebody who does not reach out first, right? What psychological first aid means is the ability to assist someone experiencing a crisis event. A crisis event could be anything from their house has burned down or is burning down to they just experienced the loss of a loved one to they got into a car accident, to some type of vicarious trauma, like they just got fired, or not, that's not vicarious trauma, but they just got fired. Assisting somebody, actually, I'm going to get the exact quote just because I want to make sure I share it correctly. Give me 1 second. Because I just got my certification, and I have my certification in both this psychological first aid and literal or physical first aid. Um, the goal of psychological first aid is to link affected people to appropriate resources so they can support themselves. So, for example, and people don't think about it in these terms. They usually just think about it as like lending a helping hand, which makes sense. But this gives you more of the specific tools and setup. John Smith calls you. He's a member of your Masonic Lodge. And he says, I'm looking at my house right now. It's currently burning to the ground, right? What do you as a brother do? And how do you deal with that situation? And, trigger alert. I have had brothers kill themselves. None that I knew well, thankfully, but certainly some I knew by name. I did have one brother. So I don't know, Peter, how many lockdowns you guys had during COVID, but here in Ontario, we had four. And I was secretary of my lodge at the time. And when I got to every time there was a lockdown, I would call every member of the lodge to see how they were doing. Um, and if they were experiencing financial difficulties because of the lockdown, or work, or like whatever it is that they were going through, like how are you doing, and is it possible that we can help you out at all? I called up this one brother and I asked him, how's it going? And he said, well, it's going okay. I'm just currently planning to kill myself. And I said, really? And he said, just kidding. I would never do it. And I said, well, you said it, so I feel like we have to talk about it. Um, Luckily, I had worked in a jail for 5 years and was a probation officer for 5 years. So I had already had training in this stuff before, but I was able to talk to him and I wasn't freaking out. I wasn't nervous. And I mean, he's still walking around today. So for whatever it's worth. But I think we as Freemasons need to remember that there may be many of our brothers who have no friends, no family, no supports outside of the Masonic Lodge. And if and when they experience a crisis event, we and Freemasonry may be the one group that they have to call, right? And so, what should we be doing in those situations, in those crisis events? And having the training, I think, just gives you the confidence to know if somebody calls you, if a brother calls you and is experiencing a crisis event, you'll have some good ideas as to how to proceed. One of the biggest short-term ideas that you can have, and a super simple thing to do, is know the name and phone number of the brother in your lodge responsible for benevolence. So John Smith calls, he's experiencing a crisis event. Maybe he lost his job, maybe his house is burning down. He's had a medical issue and he can't work because he's in the hospital. Whatever it might be, if you know in advance and you just have it the name and phone number of the benevolence person in your lodge, you can at least tell him accurately, hey, by the way, if you do need money, this is the person to contact. This is the process. It stays confidential, etc., etc., right? Um, that's a really good and helpful thing to know. Um, and yeah, and a million other things, right? Welcome back, Carl. How's it going? Thank you for being here once again. I hope that you will hit that like button. This is my new stream because my old stream stopped working. So, hence stream number 2. Hopefully, no more technical issues. Well, I mean, I wouldn't create the course because the course already exists. I mean, I guess I could try to create it in a Masonic context, but I got my training through Red Cross of Canada, and before that through my work. Um, and so I'd encourage Masons to take the course, though. I mean, I encourage every Mason, but especially every senior lodge officer to have the following training. And I wrote this in my Patreon or my Medium page. I think every senior lodge officer should have first aid with CPR, up to date. I think every Freemason who's a senior officer should have food handler certification. So if they're serving food to their brothers, they know how to do so safely. They should have smart serve or the equivalent, so they know how to serve alcohol safely. They should have psychological first aid, and they should have WMIS training, and potentially opioid addiction or opioid overdose first aid, because there may be some Masonic brothers who are struggling with opioid addiction, unfortunately. Carl, I don't know about that. That seems very cynical to me. Now, I agree with you on that last point, and thank you, Peter. I mean, by all means, if you want to suggest it, I can give you my advice. But I would say take the course, psychological first aid. Now, take it in combination with physical first aid, because I think both are very important. But yeah. So here's the thing, Carl. I do believe that you know you very well, maybe even you know you the best, but there's information that you may not know about yourself or not know about resources. So, for example, you may know that you need money, right? Who doesn't? But you may know that you just had an emergency of some sort and you really need $500 to get you through the month. But you may not know where you can acquire those funds or what programs are available to um, help you get that money, right? And the one of the things psychological first aid teaches is know the resources in your community. So somebody has a crisis alert, a crisis event, and the result of the crisis event is they're looking at losing, unexpected expenses. You know where they can go to help get funding and get support, including the benevolence person within your lodge. Good, Peter. I support that 1,000,000%. I think first aid should be mandatory. I think every adult I guess teenager, I think every teenager before they graduate high school should have to pass a first aid course. But good luck getting that passed. Carl, I mean, can you do $3 a month, Carl? Because if you could join my Patreon, and I'd very much appreciate it. Or can you join the Patreon for free? I would appreciate that as well. What is UMass Amherst? I'm not sure I've heard of that before. They might. I mean, I got mine Red Cross of Canada, but like I said, it's $20. So it's 20 Canadian dollars. So it was very inexpensive. And like I said, it's also good for this because I know that if I'm on the stream and somebody gets in touch with me and says, um, I'm thinking of hurting, I just lost my job and I'm really struggling. I at least know I have some training that, at least in the chat stream format, I can potentially try to provide them with some type of assistance and help, um, in order to assist them. It's harder in this format because one of the things that they teach you is, self-efficacy or group efficacy, or having the information to connect people with the resources they need to help themselves. Um, if you're streaming and you're on the chat and you come on and say, I'm really struggling, and I don't know where you're from, I'm going to have a harder time providing you with resources or letting you know which resources exist. But, um, at least I know how to, maintain calmness, my composure, be non-judgmental, all that type of stuff. Because um, anybody could jump on here and kind of, say anything. I like to think my time as a probation officer and working in a jail helped me, but that doesn't hurt either. Alone, you're easier to eat, to digest. That sounds vaguely ominous. Um, Parasitic alien operating system. Well, I mean, you can try to digest me if you want to. So, I, well, so the way that it works based on the training course is, first of all, if they, I mean, this doesn't really apply to Freemasonry, but if it's a child, then you're legally obligated to help and step in and deal with the situation. If they're, young enough and there's no parents around, you're legally obligated to assist, at least to get them to a parent. When you are dealing with adults, though, so long as you don't overstep your bounds, right? So, for example, so long as you don't try to force help on them if they don't want it, or so long as you don't try to, you know, usurp paramedics or doctors or psychiatrists, like you can't talk to them, tell them like, hey, there's a food bank over here or whatever it is, and then show up to them at the food bank and say like, but this is the type of food you're allowed to eat. So long as you keep within the parameters, right? Is kind of what they say, which is the same thing with first aid, right? What we were taught with first aid when I took the course is, um, you're if you try to help and you're not successful, you're not going to get sued, so long as you don't try to do more or something different than what you're being taught here, right? So one of the things is, for example, you can't, you can't help somebody with either physical CPR or psychiatric CPR, um, if, or first aid, I should say, if they refuse treatment. So if I can see someone is having problems physically, and I walk up to them or wheel up to them and I say, hey, I know first aid, I want to help you. And they say, no, get away from me. I can't say, well, no, I'm going to help you no matter what. I have first aid. I have to just say, okay, I still call 911 and, expect and say, hey, there's this guy here. I think he's having a whatever it is. He doesn't want help from me, but I'm really worried about him and I've done my part. Um, but as soon as he passes out, now it's assumed consent to do CPR or whatever it is, right? Is what I was trained. Same thing with psychological. If I go up to somebody, hey, I'm here. If you want to talk, you want these resources, they say no. That's the end of the discussion, um, right? That's the end of the discussion. So it's not about being a psychologist. I'm not even a fan of the term because it sounds like we don't, the purpose of the first aid isn't to diagnose somebody or to treat somebody or anything like that. It's just to basically feel like you have the skills. So if somebody calls you and says, my house is burning down, you can go there and know that you can talk to them if they want to talk. You know how to talk to them, some basic things that you can do. Like, for example, if you're talking to them, have them so that their back is towards the fire so they're not looking at their house burning down. Things of that nature, right? It's little, what seems like common sense things. But at no point are you diagnosing them or like giving them treatment advice. Maybe what you can do even is, again, if you know the number for the benevolence chairperson, also know the number for a few food banks who has a spare room, right? Like it seems like a lot to keep in mind. But again, if you just take an hour to create a list of, okay, which Masonic brothers have a spare room that somebody could stay in if they needed to stay somewhere, or if somebody, how many Masons have a spare bedroom that if John Smith needs a place to stay, that's where he can stay. Who is the benevolence chairperson? What are the local first aid or sorry, food banks? Um, what is the religious makeup of the lodge? And will certain brothers be more comfortable associating with the similar religious faiths? Things of that nature, right? And so I think all of that stuff, it's something you maybe would not think about before, and maybe you'll never need. But again, a Mason calls you, my house is on fire, to know that you can say, oh, I know John Smith has a spare room in his house. And by the way, I know that his house is a single floor. So I know you're older and your legs don't work very well, but you don't have to go upstairs, um, et cetera, right? And that's something that this course teaches you. It doesn't teach you how to diagnose, nor should you be diagnosing. It's not your job to diagnose anybody with mental health issues. And if you start trying to do that, you're way over your skis, and you could very well be causing more harm than good. Um, but take the course and let me know what you think. Oh, geez, Mike, we're gonna go with this one, huh? Can a man become a woman just by identifying as a woman? I believe that a biological male can become a trans woman by identifying as a trans woman. Um, and the same is true on the other side. And, trans women are women. I would say maybe and trans men are men. So there you go. And I think the best Masonic direction on this comes from the United Grand Lodge of England in 2016. So I can say for me personally, I would have zero issue sitting in a Masonic lodge with a trans brother. I may have already done so. Who knows? I don't check the medical backgrounds of every brother I sit with in every lodge that I sit with or visit, I should say. But let me know if what I said made any sense, Peter, and if you would be interested. I've written some stuff about it on my um, Medium pages. Well, Mike, that's fine. You can disagree. That's no trouble. But I am correct, and you are incorrect, sir. Although more, it's my stream, so I have to say whatever I want. That's the beautiful and fun part about live streaming on YouTube, is I get to say whatever I so choose. Um, let's give it a few more minutes. By the way, Parasitic, if you want to help me out, hit the subscribe button. Well, I mean, what is the science to which you refer? Um, because that is, science is a fickle mistress, as they say. I mean, if you're saying, like, can a is a biological male who transitions to female, what is a woman? Someone's been watching some Matt Walsh. I would define woman as a human being who identifies with characteristics typically associated with the feminine end of the spectrum or feels more comfortable describing themselves in feminine terms, right? Um, is kind of how I tend to define it. I mean, you could say female versus feminine or woman versus feminine, and that gets a little bit more complicated because you can have feminine men and you can have masculine women. I'm not a big fan of trying to label people too much. I'll let people label themselves um, before I step in as a general rule of thumb. But thank you everybody for being here. I hope that you'll take a moment. I hope you'll hit the like button and the subscribe button. We're here to talk about Freemasonry. Any thoughts you have on Freemasonry, positive, negative, or neutral, I'd love to hear them. I appreciate that, Courtney. I appreciate that very, very much. But for heaven's sakes, get yourself to sleep. You have to do your proficiency, and your wife's going to be mad at me if I keep you up all night. So for heaven's sakes, get yourself to sleep. Well, they don't need validation. Who's they? The they is confusing me. Do you mean the people in the chat? Do you mean Mike? Mike, whomever it is? Um, who be they? And thank you everybody for joining. I don't know if you're still there, Peter, but I can send you some info confirming the different psychological first aid courses. Well, when you say silly pronoun people, I mean, look, I'm not one who gets overly, like, I think freaking out on someone for using incorrect pronouns, whether they're doing it to be a jerk or just used in, like, whatever, I think it can get a little bit much. But I think I know enough trans people to say, as a, they all the trans people I know are very friendly and nice and kind, and they're not running around policing people's pronouns or anything to that extent. They're just trying to kind of exist in the world as we all are and as we all struggle with. Um, one of the, unfortunately, for better or worse, we all kind of find ourselves struggling in life. And so, as a general rule, I'd like to think I can make, if I can make somebody's life a little bit better, I hope that I will do so. By the way, Carl, you asked me how much money I need. I'm still wondering if you're going to become a Patreon. And you can give me $3 a month if you would like. Pro anything gets paid. That's pretty funny. All right, I will give you that. That was pretty decent wordplay. I'm not opposed to that wordplay at all. So not terrible. And by the way, once again, if you are just joining us, I mean, I would like $3 a month on Patreon. I don't know if I'm righteous or not. But nonetheless, I would like $3 a month on Patreon. I don't know if that makes me righteous or not, but I'll leave that up to you to decide. Oh my gosh, I don't know. What do the economists say? Somewhere out there's an economist who must have an answer to that question. Isn't the cutoff for the poverty line like 24,000 in the United States? So maybe around 24,000. Well, the kids have got to have some fun. I mean, but that's another thing we talk about when it comes to Freemasonry, right? One of the best things, in my opinion, about Freemasonry is that it provides support for people who may be suffering or may be struggling with financial challenges. And they can come to us before they have to come to the Masonic, before they go to maybe other government programs for support. I don't agree with that, Carl. I think you are wrong about that. By the way, if you are just joining us, please take a moment, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Let me know if you have any thoughts on Freemasonry, positive, negative, or neutral. Life is a challenge in general, not a financial challenge exclusively. Life is just a challenge in general for all of us. Which is why I think we should, as a general rule, try to treat people who are going through this life with us with a certain level of compassion and kindness, even when we may not understand the decisions that they are making or why they are making those decisions. What if I have two, Carl? What if I have two? Okay, there must be a hole in my screen because I got these little flies coming in here because they see the lights on. I don't know about that. We're going to give it a bit more time. We're going to see who else joins. We are 1:37, so pretty soon I'm at the 12-hour mark of this 24-hour live stream. Please, as always, take a moment to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and let me know if there's anything that you want to talk about. Positive, negative, or neutral when it comes to Freemasonry. I would love to hear it. Well, I can't help you with that. I got my awesome Coca-Cola down here. I've got my Ensure. I got my water bottles. I am rocking out life right now. All right, we're going to give it a bit more time. We're going to see, again, who all is joining. That's true, but I also think sometimes a man who goes through life inviting challenges is a little bit of a fool as well. Life is hard enough. The challenges are going to come. Maybe find a way to not feel the need to constantly prove yourself by making your life harder than it needs to be, I think is not a bad idea as well. And worth exploring. I mean, opportunity to prove himself. What is the opportunity he is looking for, right? That's the question. More so than anything else. Well, that's true, but opportunity to do what, right? Like I can, for example, every day wake up and, get somebody to kick me in the balls. I'm sure if I paid somebody enough money, they would be willing to kick me in the balls every day. And that would certainly be presenting obstacles to my life, but that would not be a particularly helpful thing either. I'm just sending a quick message to somebody. Well, I'm a little dude. I got no legs, and I would not want that. Good, good, Courtney. That is awesome. I'm very glad that you're coming along with your proficiency. But because you're older than me, and I'm tired. And if I'm tired, how are you? Because you're like 500 years old, Courtney. So how are you possibly staying awake? I hope it is. Again, I don't know if I always succeed, but I try my best. Welcome. If you're just joining us, please jump in the chat and say hello. Hit that like and subscribe button. We're here to chat about Freemasonry. So any comments, thoughts you have about it, please let me know. If you like it, if you don't like it, let me know. I'd love to discuss these things with you. And I hope you are having an excellent night joining me for this 24-hour live stream. We are almost halfway there, so it's going excellent. I'm just inviting somebody onto the chat to join the chat. And please, like I said, hit the like and subscribe button. If you have any thoughts on Freemasonry, again, positive, negative, or neutral, I would love to hear them. Good. Follow your doctor's orders, but I'm going to still say that I think you're 500 years old. And because you're 500 years old, I don't know how you're going to stay awake this long. It's got to be your wife keeping you, keeping you awake over there. You know, but how, like I said, I am really hoping I can make it to your EA, or sorry, your MM degree. I think that would be really, really awesome and an absolute blast. And by the way, welcome. If you're just joining me, please hit the like button, jump in the chat, say hello. We're here chatting about Freemasonry for 24 hours. So any thoughts you have on Freemasonry, I'd love to know. Anything you want to talk about, I'd love to know. Positive, negative, or neutral thoughts, fine with me. My place right now is an absolute mess because I showed off all of my Masonic items to everybody, which meant, I have basically, I'm surrounded by like pins and coins and gavels and mugs, and I don't even know what half of this stuff is. So, anymore, because it's just a big hodgepodge. And aprons. No pills, no needles. Okay, I mean, it's your choice. Although I always tell people, first and foremost, listen to your doctor, is my advice. I believe that God wants you to be down here, but your religion is your religion. So I would say, though, for whatever it's worth, my advice is always people should listen to their doctors, um, more so than anything else. And especially because I'm rocking out all these tattoos. So if that is a rule, my body'd be desecrated like crazy. But I like my tattoos. It's funny, once you get one, you just keep going. So honestly, you're probably the far smarter person, to be getting so many fewer tattoos. Because once you get one, you just keep going. Okay. Hey, you do you, but I would maybe advise somewhat against that for whatever it's worth. Welcome. We got 10 people watching, which is absolutely awesome. I hope that you guys will take a moment to jump in the chat. Um, I hope you'll hit the like button and the subscribe button, and I hope that you will let me know if you guys have any thoughts on Freemasonry. Positive, negative, or neutral. Well, I would support that. Mike, I'm sorry, buddy. I gotta disagree with you on that one. I mean, first of all, I don't think Trump is constitutionally allowed to run for office again. If he does, I think that's when you're going to start looking at dictatorship instead of democracy. And I am a big fan of democracy. So I'd rather we do not see a Trump 2028. Uh, I would have rather we not see a Trump 2024, to be honest. But, or a Trump 2016 for that matter. Okay, yeah, I think it is a great movie as well. Not as much Masonic stuff in it. They kind of focused on the Odd Fellows, but that was really, really cool. Caesar Augusto. Hello, Caesar. I'm doing well. I hope you're doing well also. Caesar, I hope you'll hit the like and subscribe button if you're new to the stream. Let me know if you have any thoughts on Freemasonry. Positive, negative, or neutral. I'd love to hear them, as well as anything else you want to chat about. I've gone through all my Masonic items, coins, pins, given advice on storage, insurance, will and testament info. I've talked about psychological first aid training for Freemasons. Now it's just a lot of hanging out for the next 24 hours. But Caesar, I hope you'll hit the like and subscribe button. And Dad, so who won the game? Was it the Bombers or was it the Alouettes who took the who won? And Caesar, please hit. Thank you, Caesar. I appreciate that. Welcome back. I don't know if you hit the subscribe button the last time, but if you didn't, I hope you'll hit it this time. And I hope that you also consider becoming a Patreon. Um, the seeds of doubt for what? I have no seeds of doubt. Well, I guess actually the opposite is true. I'm full of doubt, but the nice thing about being, having doubt is it helps you, I think, stay humble. The worst thing I think we can have as a people, as humans, is the belief that we know it all. I think that's a very dangerous game to be playing. I think we need to always be careful to be humble about what we do or do not know. So a little bit of doubt is okay. Doubt is actually a pretty decent thing. Take that, Alouettes. Take that, Alouette fans, more specifically. They must have heard you cheering, Dad. That must have been what did it, in terms of getting them to win. Or maybe Mom was cheering from up in heaven. Who knows? I will check it out for sure. Thank you so much. But I go back to the same question I was asking Courtney. You're like 500 years old. What are you still doing up? It's 1:48 in the morning. Well, I guess it's 12:48 in the morning for you. By the way, I'm not sure. I'm thinking of coming home uh, maybe in October. I don't know. My birthday's in September, but maybe October. If not, then for Christmas, I think for sure would be a lot of fun. Maybe I don't know if is your lodge doing anything for Christmas, like any Christmas events of any sort. If so, it'd be awesome to join you guys for those as well. And thank you everybody who's joined so far. Please take a moment. As always, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. I do have some more things I want to talk about, but right now, because it's kind of the witching hour, I'm just going to kind of wait to see who jumps in the chat, who has any questions, and who has anything that they want to talk about. And then maybe around 6 or 5 or something like that, I'll switch over to the more specific topics once again, like economic news that I think is really important for Freemasons to be paying attention to. Well, I appreciate you taking a few moments to check in on me. That was very kind of you. But get yourself back to sleep. Like I said, you'll see me again soon when you wake up in the morning. I hope that everybody in your building is doing well, by the way. And I know your lodge is coming back in September. You're doing your FC degree, so that'll be a lot of fun as well. I like fellowcraft degree. I've said it before, but to me, the best degree is the fellowcraft degree. But thank you to everybody who has joined so far. I truly appreciate it. Any questions or thoughts on Freemasonry? That's what we are here for. I will. Oh, also, I think a sense of humor is a really good thing. I think a sense of humor, you could argue, is a Masonic necessity as well as just a necessity for being alive. If you're going to be alive in 2025, you better have a sense of humor. You kind of need one in order to make it, that's for sure. I am currently 8 subscribers away from 2,500 subs. So if anybody is watching this and has not yet hit that subscribe button, what are you waiting for? Now is your chance. Just 8 subscribers away from 2,500 subs, and I'd very much appreciate getting there. I think I'll get there soon. My hope is to get there by the end of the month. I spend all my time sitting down, Carl. I am a sitting machine. Being in a wheelchair, pretty much all I do is sit down. Luckily, I look good sitting down. I look good sitting down. I look good standing up as well. So I have that going for me. I look good both ways. I have no idea what that means. I have no idea what this Heinz ketchup advertisement is of which you speak. Yes, go to those. That's the most important thing. Go to your exercises. Very good advice, Peter. Make sure you're getting the most of it. You don't want to be in a situation where you feel like you're rushing. But Courtney's doing great. I know Courtney's sponsor and his mentors, and they're really great guys. So I like them a lot. So I know that they're going to lead him in a good direction. Or spend some time with your tell your exercise buddies that we're streaming. Maybe they can join as well. We'll get a lot of these a lot of your old neighbors or young old neighbors or young at heart neighbors to join the stream. It'll be awesome. And if you join and for whatever reason I'm not on camera, it means I've either gone to take a break or it means I've gone to the washroom or there's been technical difficulties. Either way, just keep checking and I will be back on soon. John Lithgow was actually a really good actor. I don't think people realize how good he was because they always think of him as kind of exclusively a sitcom actor on Third Rock from the Sun. But he's actually a really good actor. I enjoyed him a lot in the new, I guess it's not new anymore, in the old/new Pet Cemetery, the remake, which I thought was really, really fun. So I think he's a very good actor. By the way, welcome. If you are just watching us, please take a moment. Don't just watch. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, jump in the chat and say hello. I'd love to hear what your thoughts are on Freemasonry, positive, negative, or neutral. To Pet Cemetery, yeah, the original came out in like the 80s, I think it was. And so there's a great new one that just came out. So check it out. I hope that you will do so. I mean, Stephen King, I think, is the king of the modern kind of horror film, certainly horror writing, and then turning those writings into films. I'm trying to think of a really good. I was saying before, I cannot wait to watch The Long Walk. They just put out a new clip from the movie. It's out in less than a month. I've been waiting for this movie for ever and a day. So I'm incredibly excited. The Long Walk is one of my favorite books of all time. And the movie looks pretty awesome too. So I hope you guys will check that out. Oh, they'll figure it out. You figured it out. You know, you figured it out. So if you can figure it out, I'm sure that they can. So by all means, if you can join us, I'd love to see you there. If not, or if any of your workout buddies can join, I would love to see them all there. But if they can't, obviously, no worries. By the way, Dad, I don't know if you saw me, but I was wearing this hat earlier. This is from Shitagi Apparel. Shitagi Apparel. My head is clearly way too big because this is still uncomfortable. I'm gonna have to go like this size. I gotta get a smaller head. Oh, there we, no. I'm gonna go here. Yes, this is the perfect size. All right, there we go. I got it sized out correctly. If anybody's looking for an awesome hat, Shitagi Apparel. You can find them online and on Instagram as well. But I'm sure they could figure it out. Pretty soon, what I'm probably going to do is, this is that part of the stream where I'm going to put on a movie, just chill out, watch it, wait for basically people to jump in the chat with any questions that they have, and I'll do my best to answer them. And then, once we get closer to tomorrow morning, jump back in with specific topics. Particularly, I figured we can talk about some economic news I've seen that I think is a positive for Freemasonry. I've always argued, as economic conditions go up or down in a community, so too goes Masonic health or well-being. There was a finance article that indicated inflation in Canada slows more than expected to 1.7% in July as gas prices recede. So that might be a bit of good news, which hopefully will help Masonic lodges or help Masons be able to spend more time in Masonic lodges and less time worrying about kind of their economic situation. It does hide my forehead, which people love to talk about. I've just grown to accept it, that no matter what I do, people are going to talk about my forehead. So be it, so be it. Inflation in Canada slows more than expected to 1.7% in July as gas prices recede, food prices steam higher. Canada's annual inflation rate slowed to 1.7% in July, down from 1.9% in June. Lower gasoline prices did much of the work pulling inflation down, the agency says. Nikki from Texas. Hello, Nikki from Texas. How are you doing? I hope you'll take a moment to hit that like button and let me know. And if you've not done so, hit the subscribe button. Let me know how you're doing and if you have any thoughts on Freemasonry or anything you want to talk about. We are just at the hangout portion of the stream right now. I'm doing this for 24 hours. I am 12 hours in. So everybody leave some hearts for me that I made it 12 hours in so far. I'm sure I'll be taking another break at some point, but the stream will keep going. It makes things fun and interesting. Thank you, Nikki. Truly appreciate it. How's it going? Are you from, do you live in Texas right now? Or are you just from Texas? Earlier today, I showed off all of my Masonic items, coins, pins, etc. And a lot of them were from Texas. Such as, let me show you some of these right now. Even though, got a weird thing in my throat. Even though if you've already been following this stream, you've seen it. All is well with me. I love Texas. What part of Texas are you from? If you don't mind my asking. So let's see if I can find my Texas coins to celebrate the land where the stars at night shine big and bright, deep in the heart of Texas. Let's see what we got. I'm trying to find my Texas coins in particular, because I've already shown everybody all the other coins. I mean, I'm sure a lot don't. I should do an episode about them. They're a Masonic motorcycle club. In some places they're recognized, in some places they're not. So this is from Webb Masonic Lodge, which is located in Texas, kind of north of Dallas. I'll try to find my other Texas Masonic coins. Give me a few. I've got a lot of coins. It's wonderful. I'm very lucky. This was from Waco, Texas, or actually, sorry, Fort Worth, Texas. Forgive me. This Masonic coin / poker chip. Let's see. Missouri. This is Brad Billings. He was the most worshipful Grand Master of Texas. You can see the Lone Star there, the G. Yeah, it's easier, unfortunately, to do it this way. Hopefully you guys can still kind of get the design. Grand Lodge of Texas there. I found when I did the other way, it was hard to get the thing to focus. We've got here the star with the bullhorns. Once again, celebrating Texas. And I believe that is it for my Texas Masonic coins. Yes, but Nikki from Texas, I also have a ton of pins that reference Texas Freemasonry. Let me see if I can find those for us quickly. Just give me a couple minutes. And by the way, oh, there's more coming, Nikki. Just give me a couple minutes. And by the way, give a few hearts and stuff in the chat to celebrate Texas Freemasonry. One of, awesome people, awesome Masons. Just an awesome state. All right, let's see. Okay, I took all my pins apart, so now I have to search through them and pray that nothing falls. Oh, all right, we have the Texas Longhorns. I am not, it's focusing badly. I am not in Texas, but I visited Texas many times. I am in Canada, Windsor, Ontario, Canada, and loving it. Love Canada, but I also love my American brothers. Let's see if I can find some more of these coins as well, or pins from Texas, I should say. But I've been to Gonzales, Texas. I've been to Fort Worth, I've been to Dallas, Arlington. The Texas Masonic Retirement Community is a pretty incredible place. Joshua, I know you've been here before. I believe you have, but if not, please, please hit the like and subscribe buttons if you get the chance. Well, I'm an asshole, but you know, that's me. The rest of us, I like to think, are pretty nice as a general rule. I'm wondering if I can find one thing I didn't show before because I couldn't find it. Is I visited Texas a couple years ago for their for the Texas Masonic Retirement Community's Family Day, and it was during a eclipse. And while I was there, they were handing out these eclipse glasses you could use to watch the eclipse, and it was like branded with Texas Freemasons, but I don't know where it's been. Thank you, Josh. Yeah, I remember you had subscribed before, I think. I recognize your name, I believe. But thank you for being here. I really appreciate it. I appreciate everybody who's been here so far. Please don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe button to anybody watching. I'm just going to say that to everybody. And I hope everybody is doing very well. As always, please don't forget to take a moment to jump in the chat. Let me know how you're doing and let me know if you have any thoughts. Obedience without question, symbols without understanding, loyalty without reason. Well, that sounds very ominous. Upside down person on Facebook or on YouTube. If you want to expand, the beautiful thing about Freemasonry is the symbols are often up to us to interpret. That's the thing I love about it the most, I think. My favorite Freemasonic item. Good question. It would have to be, for me, oh my gosh, that's a really good question. Lenny Sean. Hello, Lenny. I hope you're doing well. I hope you'll take a moment to hit that like and subscribe button if you get the chance. I would have to be my past master's jewel that belonged to my grandfather. I never got to meet him. He passed away before I was born. But having his jewel is a really special thing. So it's this, right? This right here would be my favorite Masonic item because it has the most, yeah, it is very cool. It was given to my grandfather in 1975 because he was a worshipful master from 74 to 75. And then my dad's name was added to it in 1995 and 2008. And that's a really special thing. My second favorite Masonic item is this Masonic ring, which my dad gave to me in Lodge one day. It's this here. So there's this great debate amongst Freemasons. It's kind of a silly debate, but it's kind of fun as well. Which direction should you wear the points of the compass? So should you wear it this way, which means the points of the compass are facing me. If you look at the points at the bottom, it's facing me. But if you wear it this way, then you can see the points of the compass are pointing out. And there's this question as to which is the correct way to wear the ring. I once knew a Mason, and he had a really good, I thought, piece of advice. He said, you should wear, he would wake up in the morning, and when he put it on, he would not look at the way it was facing until after he was already wearing it. And if he was wearing it in such a way that the points of the compass were facing out, he took that as a sign from, the great architect that he needed to spend that day focusing on other people and thinking about others and the way others struggle. And if after he put it on, he found that they were pointing in towards himself, he would take that as a sign that he needs to focus on himself that day and think about how he's doing. So I have always taken that kind of at face value, and that's what I try to do. I should say that I don't wear my ring because I'm in a wheelchair, and when I would wear the ring, you would always hear, which was very much a pain in the butt. And then I tried to wear it with a chain around my neck, but sometimes the chain would break, and that was a pain in the butt. And so in both cases, eventually I just gave up and I stopped trying to wear it. Now I keep it with my other items in my cool case here. So, I talked about this already a lot. I know, Peter, do you have an opinion on the Masonic ring? Compass points in, compass points out. Let's hear where you stand on this rabbit hole issue that seems to never ever go away. It was definitely not a 25-cent plastic pin, Dad. I like a 25-cent plastic pin can be absolutely awesome. Don't get me wrong, but I think for me personally, it's those two items. But almost anything can be special, right? I think that's the beautiful thing about Freemasonry is almost anything can in some way, shape, or form be special and add a great deal to your Masonic career if you have the sentimentality and the meaning behind it. And that same is true for Masonic lodges too. You don't have to spend a ton of money to create a meaningful gift for your Masonic brethren or for visitors. You need to have something nice, don't get me wrong, but you don't need to have something that is breaking your bank. There are ways to do things that are cost effective. That's really interesting, Peter. I've never heard that, but that actually makes a lot of sense to me. I think that might be one of the better answers I've heard thus far. Very cool. I'm going to keep that in mind. Like I said, I don't wear a Masonic ring for the reasons I mentioned. I don't like to wear it while in a wheelchair. But I will maybe give people, normally I give them the advice I gave them, or I give them the advice I gave in the stream, which is, don't pay attention to it. Put it on without looking. Once it's on your finger, then look at the direction the points of the compass are pointing. And if they're pointing inward, spend the day thinking about how you can be better. And if they're pointing outward, spend the day thinking about how you can make the lives of other people better. I think that is probably the best approach to take. I'm not really a jewelry person either. I've never really worn jewelry of any sort. So I used to like necklaces. I thought they were kind of cool. But that's about it. I wear my keys around my neck. I'm old school like that. I wear my keys around my neck. I have actually a Masonic, I guess that counts as a Masonic thing. Hold on just 1 second. Let me see if I can grab it. I never even thought of this. I'm talking about Masonic items. Oh, geez. I've got so much stuff here. think there's music coming from outside. I've got this, well, then, Courtney, you must be loving my Masonic hat. I'll even put it on again just for you. Here we go. Check that hat out. I've got this Ontario or Master Mason necklace for my keys, and then I've got my Masonic keychain here as well. And then I've also got my library card, my digital library card, where I can just scan it on the back. Support public libraries, especially the Windsor Public Library. That is very true. That's a good way to put it, Peter. You never want the symbol to become more important than the message, right? Seems like generally a very good idea. At some point also on this stream, I'm going to switch over and start talking about my scary movie collection. Not the movies themselves, but the memorabilia around the movies, because I have a lot of those, and that'll be interesting and just something a little bit different, right? Sometimes it's fun to talk about some different stuff. We got sounds like Islamic music outside. I don't know what's happening right now. Is there a parade? It's like it's 2:18 in the morning. For heaven's sakes, what is happening out there? I may have to close my window. I'll be back in a moment. Don't go anywhere, but leave some hearts, leave some likes, etc., etc. Let's see. I mean, yes, go to sleep, Dad. You're an old man. You can't be staying up this late. Nikki's still here. Oh, it's Harry. It's my pops. Yeah, it's my dad from Winnipeg. Um, yeah, you would never want the symbol to take over the message. That's one of the things I actually admire a lot, even though I'm not a religious expert. I admire a lot about the Muslim faith is the fact that it seems to me like it was a very intelligent decision to say you cannot draw the prophet, because at a certain point the drawing starts to become more worshipped than what you actually are trying to represent. I always thought that seemed like a very clever and smart idea for a religion to try to impose, so as not to take the attention away from the message or what it should be. Not saying that the way they do it is, the way. Not saying that some of them don't take it too far in terms of trying to stop people or kettle of fish, but the idea of it, I think, is a decent idea. I hope everybody watching this is having a great night. Please take a moment, hit that like and subscribe button. And don't forget, you can also, if you so desire, find me on Patreon. Patreon.com/square and compass. I would appreciate any support I could get there, even if you want to join for free. Just being a free member makes a huge difference in helping other people to find it. I've had some people join today for free. So you go to patreon.com/square and compass. I will leave a link here. You might not be able to click on the link, but you should be able to just copy and paste. So Nikki from Texas, anybody watching this, please consider becoming a Patreon. And I'm going to in a couple seconds finish reading this article about current economic conditions in Canada and why I think that is good for Freemasonry. And I do agree. It is somewhat Solomonic, the idea of inward oneself, outward the world. It's probably on every religion. I know it is in the Bible, and the others are probably also there, just phrased it kind of differently, but with the same idea. It's a good idea. It's a very good idea. It seems to make a lot of sense, right? I think one of the things that Freemasonry teaches us is, even if I personally am not religious, it teaches me not to be kind of a hater of religion. And I think the reason is because there is a lot of really, really good ideas within a lot of these different religious traditions. How they're implemented can be a whole other can of tuna, but the ideas themselves, I think, present a lot of value. Welcome, by the way. I hope that you are doing well. I hope that you guys will hit that like button and that subscribe button. As I was saying, you cannot separate, and this has always been my opinion, you cannot separate the economic conditions of a community from the condition of the Masonic lodges therein, which is why I think we need to be paying as much attention as we can to what's happening with the economies of our countries, cities, communities. This report from yesterday, inflation in Canada slows more than expected to 1.7% in July as gas prices recede, food prices steam higher. Canada's annual inflation rate slowed to 1.7% in July, down from 1.9% in June. Statistics Canada said Tuesday lower gasoline prices did much of the work pulling inflation down. The report offers a mixed picture of the economy. Some prices that matter directly to households, especially groceries and rent, kept climbing, while some Bank of Canada preferred inflation measures suggest the pace of price increases is finally cooling. Economists remain divided on what that means for interest rates. Some say the central bank has room to cut in September, while others caution the bank may be finished with cuts. July's data removed one obstacle on the path towards potential September interest rate cut. Economist Andrew Grantham wrote in a note to clients, in July's data, gasoline downward pull was countered by grocery prices rising 3.4%, led by jumps in the price of coffee. This one makes me very sad, up 28.6%. I love coffee, so that's not good. And cocoa products, up 11.8% due to poor weather in producing regions. Shelter costs also picked up for the first time since early 2024, rising 3% year over year. Rent inflation reached 5.1%, while mortgage interest costs eased slightly but were still 4.8% higher than a year ago. On a monthly basis, CPI rose 0.3% in July, 0.1% after seasonal adjustment. Economists split on outlook. Excluding gasoline, inflation was 2.5%. The Bank of Canada's preferred measures, CPI trim and CPI medium, which strip out extreme price swings to gauge underlying inflation, remained at 3 and 3.1% respectively. Tuesday's data, I agree with you, Peter. Thankfully, I have a great audience who actually sent me several packages of coffee in the mail, which I've got so much of it, I put it in the fridge to keep it fresh. I'm already, down a couple bags, but still, thank heavens for my audience. I would have been very, very sad if I had to pay 28% more in coffee prices. That would have been quite annoying. And I do not support that, just for the record. So I just want to say that yes, it came up by 28%. The price of coffee in Canada increased. Let's see where it is. The jump in the price of coffee was 28.6%, and cocoa products 11.8% increase. Desjardins Group also projects a rate cut in September with economists, so et cetera, et cetera. Whether or not there's going to be an interest rate cut, people are debating it back and forth. There's no big surprises in the July inflation report, but we probably need a downside surprise at this point to prompt the Bank of Canada off the sidelines. So the point is, we have general in Canada, we have inflation generally dropping in cost. Generally speaking, we have inflation dropping. However, it's dropping because gas prices are cheaper, but we have an increasing cost of groceries and of rent, which begs the question, to what extent can Freemasonry expect to, will Freemasonry be affected by these things? Or will Freemasons be affected by rising costs of food and rent and either be working more hours or feel less financially secure, resulting in less involvement in Freemasonry? I mean, I could live without ice cream. I could probably live without cocoa. I could not live without coffee. I would be very, very, very sad if coffee keeps going up. I will have to be begging people on my Patreon to send me coffee at this point, instead of anything else. I guess what happens in the higher spiritual or cosmic realms reflects and affects what happens in the lower earthly or physical realms and vice versa. I mean, I think certainly one will have effect on the other, but I think there's a practical component of you have to determine how you're going to spend your time and your focus. You can't focus on everything everywhere all at once, to mention a certain famous movie. So what that means, practically speaking, is, you need some type of guiding principle, to determine how you will direct your energies and direct your focus. As much as we like to think focus is just inevitable or unlimited, it's really not, and we have to be really careful that we don't spread ourselves too thin, shall we say. And so I think people have a lot of different ways to kind of determine how they're going to spread their focus. And I think there's a lot of different ways that we can do it, but I think it's important that we try our best. Yes, good night, Courtney. Get yourself to sleep, but thank you for being here. As always, I truly, truly appreciate it. Welcome, everybody. If you're doing well, please take a moment, hit that like button and subscribe button. Let me know how you're doing and if there is anything that you want to chat about when it comes to Freemasonry. Positive, negative, or neutral, I'd love to hear it. And any thoughts that you maybe have on Freemasonry or anything else that you want to talk about. We're at that stage where it's just going to be a lot of hanging out and chatting. But the reason I bring up the inflation report, the reason I often discuss economic trends, is because I think one thing that we as Freemasons have failed to do, at least failed to do well, is consider how broader economic trends affect what is happening within our Masonic lodges. I think we have a duty to consider those things. I've said it a million times, so much so I'm guessing people are getting sick of hearing me say it, and yet I'm going to say it a million more times. You cannot separate the success of a Masonic lodge from the success of the communities in which it is located. And that success can mean economic success. It can mean economic success. It can mean quote unquote social success, community success, low crime rates, whatever it might be. All of those things really, really matter. I mean, I think, Lapis, that you are absolutely correct, in the sense that a lot of people, because it's legal, tend to underestimate how problematic those energy drinks can be. I mean, they can absolutely, I mean, I think energy drinks and the amount of caffeine in them are, can be really, really dangerous for people. So I think it can absolutely be an addiction. Almost anything, a lot of people have this idea that, like, if you're addicted to crack cocaine, that's bad. But if you're addicted to prescription medications, so long as you have a prescription for them, it's okay. I mean, if something's affecting your ability to function well, it's a problem. Whether it's something you can buy off the shelf, something with a prescription, or something you're getting through illegal or illicit means. And I think that that's a really important thing to keep in mind. I mean, I don't drink, so I guess you can decide for yourself if you want to trust me or not. I'd like to think I'm a trustworthy fellow, but who knows? I guess I'll leave it up to you guys to decide. But I've never had a drink of anything in my life because I'm very, very boring. What can I say? But being boring like that keeps me interesting, keeps me exciting. Well, I'm definitely not an amphetamine. I mean, I say try to live a life that is healthy. Your body does not belong exclusively to you. This is my opinion. Your body belongs as much to the community as to you, in that it has a vested interest in you being healthy. The healthier you are, the more you can contribute to the world around you and your community, and the less resources you will require. And I think we as Freemasons have a responsibility to try to maximize the extent that we can help people, while at the same time minimizing the amount of support we need. That doesn't mean, that's always possible. People have diseases, people get sick. That just is what it is, and we should help everybody, but we should also, as much as possible, try to limit the likelihood that we will get sick, and limit the likelihood that we will need medical intervention. If it happens, but we shouldn't be inviting those type of things. Oh, I need caffeine. I absolutely need caffeine. I mean, if the cost of coffee keeps on going up, eventually I'm going to find myself in a situation where I have to give up my Masonic membership just to get my coffee. Oh yeah, I know chocolate covered espresso beans. They are awesome. They are an incredible snack. I should have got those for this 24-hour live stream. That would have made way more sense than whatever it is that I'm doing here. I would have loved to have got 24-hour, or sorry, chocolate covered espresso beans for this 24-hour live stream. Would have added a lot of energy to it. Maybe next time. I'm taking your advice and getting chocolate covered espresso beans. I'm probably going to put on a movie in a couple minutes. This is that part of the stream where we just hang out. Tomorrow morning, we'll switch back over to the topics. I'll go through my items again. We'll see who joins. Maybe what I'll do for the next little bit while I'm waiting is show off some of my horror stuff while we're waiting to see if more people join. Let me come back on here. We're going to end this poll. I appreciate that. Don't worry. I mean, people can come and go as they please. You know, we got 8 people, 9 people watching right now. As I'm talking, obviously, people will come in and out of the stream, which is awesome. I asked the question here, are you a fan of horror movies? The reason is I figured just for fun, I'm going to show some of my horror movie memorabilia, just for something different. Because again, we're now at that, it's 2:30 part of the stream where it's just hanging out and chatting for a bit. Though there might be some interesting Masonic ideas in here we can discuss as well. Actually, hold on one second. Let me share this with a couple of people and see if they're interested in joining. No worries. Go to your meetings, Peter, but thank you for being here. I hope you enjoyed some of the stuff I was talking about. If you have any thoughts you'd like to leave with, please let me know. And if there's any ideas that this stream has given you, get in touch with me. Like, I will see if I can send you my psychological first aid training information you can check out. So I'd love to, like I said, get your thoughts, and it would be really interesting to send to have a version of this that is for Masonic lodges, right? I think that would be a really good idea. So I never saw that one from the 80s. I wish I could say that I could let you know, but I never saw the 80s Dune. And don't forget, I know you follow me on Medium, but Medium on Sunday, August 24th, I have another article about Freemasonry being released. I hope that you guys will join for that. I'm just inviting some people onto this stream right now. It'll take a couple minutes. And then I'm going to start showing off my horror collection for something different, something fun. I may even show off some of my wrestling memorabilia as well for something a little bit different. But for now, we're just hanging out. We're going to just wait and see who joins. Let's see. Alien is a great horror movie. It was very common. What you see is Alien started it, but there's this pattern in the late 70s and 80s of you have your first movie be your horror movie, then your second of the trilogy of the franchise be an action movie, and then the third be like a PG-13 almost family affair. So you saw that with Alien, right? Where Alien is the horror movie, Aliens is the action movie, Alien 3 is like the psychological drama. Then you've got, Predator, the original is a horror movie, the sequel is an action movie, and the third one is kind of a mishmash PG-ish flick. I would also argue that's the case with RoboCop. RoboCop 1 is, I would describe it as a horror movie. RoboCop 2, it's an action comedy, and RoboCop 3 is kind of just a comedy. I admire Sigourney Weaver's character so much for going back for the cat. If I was ever with somebody and they were said to me, like, why would she go after the cat? I would not still be with that person. Let me tell you that. Because that's not cool. Okay, so let's start showing off some of my horror collection while we wait to see. Terminator is a great example of that. Terminator 1 was a horror film that was pretending to be a sci-fi movie. Terminator 2 was an action film, and Terminator 3 was a kind of toned down action comedy kind of thing. So let's start. Oh, hold on a second. I may have one more uh, that I can show. The Matrix was a different thing, right? The Matrix was a very, very different kind of thing. It was just sci-fi all the way through. It was never really a horror film. I guess you could maybe argue the first one had horror elements, but so this is my um, this is my binder. You can see the Elm Street stuff there. I got these stickers actually at a horror convention and a paranormal expo that took place on a or in a Masonic building, the Johnstown Masonic Temple. Congratulations, by the way, to the Johnstown Masonic Temple. It was just added to the American National Historical Register, which I thought was really, really cool. So my favorite scary movie of all time is Nightmare on Elm Street Part 4 or Nightmare on Elm Street Part 5, depending on what day of the week it is. This is me with Lisa Wilcox and Freddy Krueger. Lisa Wilcox is my favorite character in horror, as well as my favorite kind of final girl, and it's my favorite movie character. She plays Alice Johnson in 4 and 5, and this is Freddy Krueger, Robert Englund, and she signed it, which is really, really cool. On the other side, me with Heather Langenkamp, who played Nancy in Nightmare on Elm Street 1, Nightmare on Elm Street 3, and Nightmare on Wes Craven's New Nightmare. By the way, Lisa Wilcox, Alice Johnson, the one character to take on Freddy twice and survive both times. So this is from A Nightmare on Elm Street Part 5. This is Lisa Wilcox and Yvonne. Kelly Jo Minter, you've got her signature there, which I thought was really cool. And on this side, this is them from A Nightmare on Elm Street Part 4. This is the scene just after the infamous Wanna Suck Face scene in the hallway. And again, it's signed by Lisa Wilcox and Andras Jones, who played her brother in the movie. I got this done at Horror Hound Convention, but my favorite horror convention to go to has always been Flashback in Chicago, because it takes place in Chicago. Yes, it is very cool, Lapis. I agree with you 100%. I think it is awesome. This is, let's see. Oh, there's a whole bunch in here. So we got to make sure to take this out. We got here some scary movie royalty. This is Danielle Harris. She was in Halloween 4, Halloween 5, then Halloween and Halloween 2 by Rob Zombie. Halloween and Halloween 2 by Rob Zombie being two very good movies, and she was excellent in both of them. We've got oh my gosh, I can't remember her name. Kathleen from Halloween 4. The floozy, the loose woman, if you will. I can't think of her name. But she actually does yoga, and she gave me a copy of her yoga DVD, which I loved because I'm trying to do more yoga and just be healthier in general. Yoga is a great thing to do. From Halloween 5, by the way, I'm just going to say it, Halloween 5, very underrated, very underappreciated. Anybody who, I will go to the mat for any of these films. I love Halloween 5. It is, in my opinion, one of the best movies that you can kind of just put on in the background while you're doing whatever it is you got to do, cleaning your house. it's just a really fun movie. It's a place setter movie between Halloween 4 and Halloween 6, which people always knock it for that, but that's what it needed to be, you know? And the characters are good in it. I don't know why it gets the hate it gets. Christina Klebe, from Rob Zombie's Halloween. I will also go to the mat on this one. Rob Zombie's Halloween and Rob Zombie's Halloween 2 are two of the best horror remakes ever made. That's right, I said it, just deal with it. Genuinely, if you had to ask my ranking of the Halloween movies, it would be the original Halloween from 78 has to be number one. But then number two would be Rob Zombie's Halloween 2. And number three might be either Rob Zombie's Halloween or Halloween 4. It's really tough to say. So again, speaking of the fact that I'm, talking about all this stuff, Scout Taylor Compton signed this. She was an incredible Laurie Strode. I think she was. This will get me in some trouble, but it's true. She was an incredible Laurie Strode. She was a better Laurie Strode than Jamie Lee Curtis was. That's right, I said it. Tyler Mane, a better Michael Myers than Nick Castle. Again, I said it, and also a professional wrestler. So I love him for that as well. This is the girl from, I can't remember her name now, but she was in You're Next, a great slasher film that kind of doesn't get the love it deserves, I think. It's kind of been forgotten, but they showed You're Next at the Flashback Horror Convention, and I went down to watch it, and she came down, she took time away from signing to come down and introduce the movie, which is really nice of her because obviously she's getting paid to, or she makes her money from signing autographs. The fact that she was willing to spend a little bit of time away from that to just introduce her movie was really nice. I can't remember her name now. From Cult of Chucky, Fiona Dorff. Very, awesome lady. She was super nice. Took this picture with me. Very kind of her. It's funny because, so I was at this last job I had. There was this one coworker, and I never met her sister, but it became this running gag that I was going to marry her sister. I don't even know how or why the gag came about, but that was a constant joke. And so every time, I'd see her, I'd say some version of like, when am I going to meet your sister? We're getting married, something to that effect. And she was always saying like, you'll never meet my sister. Became this whole thing. But when I went to the Flashback Horror Convention, it was my coworker's birthday, and she was a big fan of Chucky, Child's Play movies. So I met Brad Dorff, who voices Chucky, obviously, and I got him to sign a. I got him to sign a picture of Chucky, and on it he said, "Please give Cameron your sister's phone number." And I gave it to my colleague as a gift. I never got the phone number, but still, it was very nice of, that it was very nice nonetheless of Chucky to do that for me. Chucky tried to be a wingman, didn't quite work. Friday the 13th, part 5. And Friday the 13th, part 5. Some of our characters. I think a good movie. I'm one of those people who I'll never knock any of these films or say they weren't very good. I think they are awesome. All right, and I dropped something down here. Oh, well, this one this was the Mountain Monsters TV show, which takes place on, if I recall correctly, Discovery. These guys were at the Johnstown Masonic Convention Center. They will be back there in a couple of months, or in about a month. You should definitely go, and if you get the chance, check them out. Check out the if you love paranormal, spooky, all that stuff, check it out. It's definitely worth it. Johnstown Masonic Temple, Johnstown Masonic Convention and Event Center does an absolute bang up job at least when I was there. We've got Paranormal Afterlife wristband, celebrating every step. She said I had dog energy. Some women would agree. I'm reliable, friendship, devotion, protection. Tales from the Crypt. Windsor Comic Con. This was a, collector's kind of program designed in a comic book format to celebrate Windsor's Comic Con back in 2017. I hope the Comic Con comes back because I think Windsor's Comic Con was awesome. I was here handing out flyers for a wrestling show because they had, Jake the Snake, they had wrestlers present. So part of that means if there's something wrestling related happening close by, you need to go check it out. I've got some horror comic books, which I haven't read for ages. Friday the 13th and A Nightmare on Elm Street. I love Nightmare on Elm Street. I love Friday the 13th as well. Some more horror programs, Windsor Comic Con programs. I will say also, I got these rocks. You could be an actor. You can be whatever you want to be. Being alive makes you important. I don't remember what any of these rocks actually do, but when I purchased them, each one had some sort of healing or special power of some sort. I don't really believe in that stuff, but I did think they were pretty. So that was kind of good enough for me. I remember at this Comic-Con convention as well, which was 2018, I think. Yes, you see Mark Henry there. We once again went and were handing out flyers at the event because, again, Mark Henry is signing autographs, so anybody who's there to get an autograph from Mark Henry is probably going to enjoy comic books. He's probably going to enjoy professional wrestling, so why not get your picture with them? Why not hand out flyers, and while you're doing it, get your picture taken with them, But I like to think, Carl, that importance is just, you are important because you exist. That has to be, in my opinion, good enough. So there's that. This is something I also really love. I wrote a letter to the editor of Whorehound magazine way back in 2015, if I recall correctly. Yes. And they actually published it. And it was all about Nightmare on Elm Street parts 4 and 5, or Nightmare on Elm Street in general, and why I love them so much. And I kept a copy of it, where it's written. And then when I went to a horror convention, I had all of the actors sign the actual letter itself. And unfortunately, a lot of them have faded, but all the actors signed it. I thought that was really, really cool. And it's something I'm really proud of. I'm actually going to read it in a second, just because I like it. I think I wrote it really well. not to toot my own horn. We have here Flashback celebrating 30 years. My favorite horror convention. I sadly did not get to go this year, but I absolutely want to go next year because Flashback horror is absolutely incredible. Now, this is a crazy blast from the past. Speaking of Stephen King, these are tickets I got, the tickets I got when I got to see Stephen King perform, or not perform, but give a talk and do an interview with Chuck Klosterman in Toronto in 2007, back when I lived on Rosedale Avenue, which is nuts. He was interviewed by Chuck Klosterman, who is also one of my favorite writers. I'm on a big Stephen King kick because of The Long Walk coming out, and so I think that's really, really cool. Lisa Wilcox, I talked about how much I love all of her stuff. I've got all of these, like, wristbands and stuff, which I tried to keep. I keep them for wrestling as well. Let's see what else. This is the program for the Stephen King event in Toronto. I remember I was working at Legal Assistance of Windsor at the time, and I saved up my money, and you had to take a vacation. You couldn't not, because for the budget, you had to take a vacation. So I saved up my money and decided if I'm going to have to take a vacation anyways, I will take a bus going up from Windsor to Toronto, and I will see Stephen King be interviewed in Toronto. There was so it was cool because if you look at the schedule, it's kind of like a who's who of the greats in Canada. There was a Lifetime Achievement Award presented by the Canadian Booksellers Association. The host was George Stroumboulopoulos, Canadian icon. Margaret Atwood, Clive Barker, Susan Moldo were all there. Stephen King was interviewed on stage with Chuck Klosterman, and the presentation of award by Steve Budnarchuk. There's no way I can pronounce that. And Horror Weekend in Indianapolis, Horror Weekend. This was the weekend where I met Lisa Wilcox, Andres Jones, all those guys for the first time, and it was really, really cool. So, a lot of very fond memories. I can't believe I kept those tickets. I'm happy I did, but I was sure they were lost, so that's really cool. I'm a bit of a pack rat, as you can imagine. I don't like to throw things out as a general rule, if I can help it, so. I'm going to read my story, or my letter that I wrote to Horror Hound magazine. By the way, if you're enjoying this, don't forget to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Let me know how it's going, and if there's anything you want to chat about. We are 7 subscribers away from 2,500 subs. So, if you guys can help a brother out and hit that subscribe button, I would truly, truly appreciate it. And let me know how you guys are doing otherwise. All right, let's see. I'm just checking something quickly before I start reading this. But if you guys enjoy it, I hope that you guys do, and I hope that you guys will comment and let me know what you think. And thank you everybody who's here so far. All right, dear Horror Hound. On September 11th to 13th, I had the pleasure of attending the Indianapolis Horror Hound Convention, an amazing time. When I got to the convention, the very first thing I did was skip Robert Englund's understandably long line and waited instead in Lisa Wilcox's line. It was a pleasure meeting her and her on-screen brother, Andres Jones, both of whom were very kind and gracious. I was honored and thrilled. Meeting them and many others from the Nightmare on Elm Street franchise at the convention caused me to think about what their characters represent and, more importantly, why I was so honored and thrilled to meet them. A Nightmare on Elm Street 3 Dream Warriors is the first horror movie I ever watched. I fell in love with it due to one particular scene described below. It's not the nurse scene, though that remains a close second. And if you know, you know. Having been sedated, Kristen Parker is alone and about to fall asleep into the claws of awaiting Freddy Krueger. Nancy Thompson returns to Weston Hills and gathers the remaining Elm Street teenagers. She asks the teenagers to follow Kristen into the dream, adding the caveat that by doing so, they could very well die. After a moment, Kincaid speaks for the teenagers, proclaiming they'll kick Freddy's ass all over Dreamland. It being my first horror movie, I was expecting a lot of running away, a lot of blood, and a lot of adult situations. It's always a thrill when you get to watch a movie which your parents would not approve. The one thing I did not expect was heroics. Potential victims running towards, not away from, the monster. While not all the teenagers who were with Kincaid during his above-referenced proclamation survived, they all stood tall, even Will, and fought to protect each other and themselves. After Nightmare 3, I immediately looked for the remaining films. Instead of starting at the beginning, I found Dream Master and Dream Child and fell in love all over again, this time with Alice Johnson. Just like the Nightmare 3 characters, Alice demonstrated her heroism, fighting to protect/rescue her friends, family, and eventually child. When male lead Dan, in number 4, finds himself in Freddy's clutches, she runs into danger to rescue him. That is preceded by a power-up montage scene chock full of symbolism, such as Alice removing the pictures from her mirror, allowing her to see herself, while the song Don't Be Afraid of Your Dreams plays in the background. While not always successful, it is Alice's efforts to save her friends and find her inner strength that resonates. I've watched all the Nightmares countless times. 4 and 5 remain my favorites. When I am facing a challenge or feeling stressed, it is often the power-up montage to which my mind travels for encouragement. I have heard it repeated that a horror movie audience relates with or aligns with the monster. Perhaps that is true. From a marketing perspective, it makes sense that a studio would heavily emphasize the one movie element most easily identifiable and most likely to return for the sequel. Certainly none of the original Nightmares would have had the effect or quality were it not for Robert Englund's amazing performances. His line, "Welcome to Wonderland, Alice," remains my favorite line in any of the 9 movies. However, my allegiance remains not with Freddy Krueger, but with the resourceful, loyal, defiant, and heroic teenagers with whom he had to contend. It was from them I learned about the importance of friendship and loyalty, of putting yourself on the line for those about whom you care, and that the best way to deal with fear is not to run screaming into the night, i.e. Laurie Strode, but win or lose to face it head on. Pretty much every final character in the Nightmare franchise, but especially Alice Johnson. For a kid in a wheelchair, or any kid, those aren't bad lessons to learn. My love of the horror genre has expanded to include other movies, and especially the other franchise players. I am very fond of the Friday the 13th, but the Nightmare franchise will always have a special place in my heart due to the actors that brought from page to screen those resourceful, loyal, defiant, and heroic teenagers. This is a very long-winded way of saying that September 11th to 13th, Horror Hound gave me the chance to meet my heroes. For that chance, I am grateful. Thanks again, Horror Hound Cameron Adamson. I think that was a really good and well-written article, if I do say so myself, not to toot my own horn. I remember going to one of those conventions, and one of the most fond memories I had was getting to watch... So they showed A Nightmare on Elm Street Part 4 on this giant screen outside of... in the courtyard of the hotel where the convention was held. It was like an inflatable screen. They had to like pump it with air, and then they shot the movie on it, right? Projected the movie onto it. And they were showing A Nightmare on Elm Street 4 the Dream Master out there. They was introduced by the audience. So I remember I'm sitting watching this movie, and who should sit next to me but Brooke Thies. Brooke Thies played Debbie in A Nightmare on Elm Street Part 4. She was the lady who got turned into a cockroach, which is not as crazy as it sounds in the movie logic. But I remember she sat down just next to me. She found an empty seat and she started watching it. I remember thinking to myself, like, how cool is it that I get to watch this scary movie with one of the main actors in it? Not only am I watching this movie with her, I'm watching the death scene with her. I remember wondering, like, what was she thinking during that point? Like, was she remembering what it was like to be on set? Was she thinking about how much her life had changed in the, 30 years or so? Was she thinking about friends she may have missed? Like, trying to imagine how she was feeling in that moment. I don't know. I didn't ask her, right? We just watched it silently, and then she went back to hang out with the audience, or not the audience, but with the other actors. But I still think about that moment sometimes and wonder, like, what was she thinking to see that, to see such a younger version of herself, right? It was 30 years, I think, at that point that the movie had been released. So, from her 20s basically to her 50s, I think. Was she, like, what was she imagining in that time? I think it's really interesting. It's kind of the same way with me. Like, even for me, do I really know what I'm thinking when I look at this, like, Masonic ring, and everything it represents since I became a Mason in 2007, and got it in 2008 from my pops? Do any of us truly and really understand what we are and what we're thinking? Sandy and Dylan, how is it going, Sandy? How is it going, Sandy and Dylan? I hope you'll hit that like button if you've not done so already, and let me know what's happening. And if you've not done so in the past, I hope you'll hit the like button and the subscribe button. I am doing a 24-hour live stream. I am, thank God, more than halfway done, although I'm still, still got a lot of hours left. But it's been going very, very well, and it's been a blast. How is it going for you guys? Let me know how you're doing. And thank you, Sandy, for your very kind, Lapis. I'm glad you enjoyed the article. Like I said, I do think I wrote a very good one. Not to, once again, toot my own horn, but, toot, toot, if you will. But Sandy, how's it going? And, maybe what I could do also is take a few moments to hit to show off some of my wrestling memorabilia, or some of my favorite wrestling moments. That could be a lot of fun as well. Because we're just hanging out here doing this 24-hour live stream, test of endurance, if you will. We'll just move this way. I'm just going to wait to see who jumps on. I'm going to start talking in a second about my wrestling, my awesome wrestling stuff. But I do want to give it a few moments just to see if anybody else jumps in the chat to say hello before I start talking about my wrestling memorabilia. I've been training at Can-Am Wrestling. It's been an absolute blast, so let's see who joins. And thank you to everybody who has joined the stream so far. You've helped make it a success. This is my second 24-hour stream that I've ever done. So to everybody who's joined, I truly, truly appreciate it. No, people are fake. Wrestling's not fake, right? People are fake. I've heard that expression a few times, and I tend to go with it. Um, yeah, no, people are fake. No, wrestling is it's a skill, right? It's like anything else, and it's a legitimate skill. I mean, anybody who thinks that they could just do it, I would dare say you may want to reconsider. Um, and it's amazing, even when I'm talking about my wrestling stuff, how much of it is connected to Freemasonry. And I honestly don't even know half of what's in here. I haven't looked through this stuff in a while. I got my armband. So this is an AEW pass. I found myself in Texas for a Masonic event, and AEW happened to be in Texas as well for, I think it was All In, if I remember correctly, not the famous one, or maybe it was just a TV taping, but I was given the opportunity to attend backstage. I got this all access pass. I remember just how much fun I had being there. I remember I ended up being like the typical what's the word? The cliche of the like person, the indie wrestler. I was, who gets backstage. I basically just went to catering and took all of their food, took advantage of the free food. But I also got to sit down with Arn Anderson. And it was crazy. Like I'm sitting there, I'm looking for a table to sit at, and I hear this voice say, "Hey, you can sit here if you want." And sure enough, it's Arn Anderson, which if you don't know who that is, he is an absolute legend and one of the greatest of all time. So it was crazy. I remember just being so impressed by it. I've got all my like posters. I've got, I don't even know why this is signed or how this got signed, but Saturday, October 6th, St. Clair College, BCW 25th anniversary. That was really cool. I remember at that point I've been training in BCW for a little while. Speaking of really cool passes, I showed you my AEW pass, but I've also got my Impact pass here. Let me see if I can grab it. So keeping all these backstage passes, I mean, it's pretty incredible. And it's still sticky, but there you go. That's for Impact. That is from 2022 in Philadelphia. I remember I was there again for Masonic events, but I figured I'm there for something involving Freemasonry. I might as well stop off and see them, because Philadelphia has an incredible Masonic building, but it also has an incredible amount of professional wrestling history. I think most people know ECW Arena. So, oh, that was from Ready to Rumble, starring David Arquette, who I got to meet very briefly backstage. Whenever I'm backstage, I'm always hesitant. I don't want to be going up and like bothering people while they're preparing for their matches, but it was really, really cool. I got to meet him. He was very friendly and a really cool dude. So, and then of course I have to show this. I will let people kind of, I know that he's not always the most popular, but this is me meeting Hulk Hogan. I don't even remember when it was that this picture was taken, but this was taken in Chicago. There's me and there's Hulk Hogan. Here's another angle of it. It was at a sports convention, like signing convention. It would have had to be pre-pandemic, I think. Uh, but, rest in peace. Growing up, he was absolutely one of my favorite professional wrestlers of all time. I loved watching all of his stuff. Yes, it was. I remember that movie. I remember the scene where, um, oh my God, they crashed the septic tank, and they say like smells like French toast covered in shit. Made me laugh really hard the way he said it. I remember me and my friend both were watching it, and the delivery of that line was pretty hilarious. So we're gonna give this another couple minutes. Then I think what I'm going to do is put on a movie. Let me know how this is looking for you guys. If you're still able to see everything well, hear everything well. If we're not having any more technical difficulties. If we are, we can always potentially jump onto a different stream, um, or try a different way. But it is 3:18 here in the morning. At least 3:18 Eastern Standard Time. Let me know what time it is for you guys. And I'm also going to be putting on a movie pretty soon, I think. And we'll just be watching that and hanging out. And then tomorrow we'll kind of or I guess today technically, we'll kind of restart the stream. And if you are just joining us, please take a moment to hit that like and subscribe button. Any questions or thoughts you have on Freemasonry, please let me know. I will do my best to answer them. I can't make any promises. All right, so Rondo, have you been here the whole time, Rondo? In which case, you're a madman. Um, get yourself to sleep. I don't want anybody here on this stream, not sleeping. I always talk about people needing to take care of their health. If I'm the cause of you guys staying up too late and not getting your sleep, I apologize to your doctors in advance. Are you a fan of scary movies, Rhonda? What did you put in the stream? Or sorry, in the poll question? Did you say yay or nay? In case anybody's curious, so on this stream so far, we have had 475 views. On the previous stream that we did before this, we had 675 views. So that's pretty cool in and of itself. That would mean over 1,000 between the two views, which views-wise will put us near as high as we've ever been, if not a little bit higher. Watch time hours, we're doing pretty well also. So that is great. The number of subscribers has gone up as well. All right, so Rondo, I think I probably asked you this before. Please forgive me, but what is your kind of go-to genre movie? Is it comedy, action? What are you looking for? There was, by the way, a news article saying Carney and Trump speak for the first time since blowing past trade deal deficit. Again, as I was talking about before, I think we as Freemasons need to pay attention to these economic situations, including potential trade challenges between our two countries, what that means for our fraternal relationship, and otherwise. And we were talking about, so cosmic horror. So I think we talked about this before, right? H.P. Lovecraft. The oldest and strongest emotion of mankind is fear, and the oldest and strongest type of fear is fear of the unknown, to quote our good old friend, Uncle Lovecraft. Speaking of news, August 21st, U.S. weekly, or the economy, U.S. weekly jobless claims rise to highest since June. The number of Americans filing new applications for jobless benefits rose by the most in about 3 months last week, in an initial signal that layoffs may be picking up and adding to signs the labor market is weakening. If Freemasons are struggling to, or people are struggling to find work, they're probably not going to be thinking about joining Masonic lodges or joining Freemasonry in general, right? We need to keep that in mind. The number of Americans filing new applications for jobless benefits rose by the most in about 3 months last week, in an initial signal that layoffs may be picking up and adding to signs the labor market is weakening. Initial claims for state unemployment benefits climbed 11,000, the largest increase since May, to a seasonally adjusted 235,000 for the week ended August 16th, the Labor Department said on Thursday. Economists polled by Reuters had forecast 225,000 claims for the latest week. The labor market had split into low firings and tepid hirings as businesses navigate U.S. President Donald Trump's protectionist trade policy, which has raised the nation's average import duty to its highest in a century. Employment gains averaged 35,000 jobs. So again, we're seeing challenges in Canada as well as challenges in the U.S. and what that means for us as Freemasons. We shall see. We're just going to see who else jumps in. I'm going to be running to the washroom shortly, and then I will be jumping on to probably watch a movie, and I'll let you guys know which movie it is, and we can just hang out and watch that. I'm going to get some snacks. That'll be a lot of fun. Let's wait maybe a little bit before I have to run to the washroom, and we're just going to see who else jumps in. And I'm going to put it down here. Any questions about Freemasonry? And we're just going to see who joins, who wants to jump in the chat, and anything that you want to talk about. Let me know. Positive, negative, neutral, etc., etc. We'll give it a bit of time. We'll see who joins. anybody has seen Weapons yet, and if you enjoyed it, let me know in the chat. I want to watch it. I'm genuinely curious. I just haven't got the chance to watch yet. And if you're coming over here from the horror movie side of it, that's awesome as well. I was talking about my horror movie collection, and I can do that again if you want to see it, because I did post this on a lot of the horror movie sites as well. Or just hang out with me while we chat about Freemasonry and whatever else we want to talk about. I could do an MGM most popular deep dive. No, normally I watch movies on Tubi. So let's see actually if I can find anything cool on Tubi to watch. Oh, there's Midsommar. I remember Hard Candy. I watched this in Ottawa when it came out. I was not a big fan of it then. I remember it's kind of a messed up movie. There's Hustlers. I'm trying to find a good kind of horror film to watch. Love After Lockup. That's an interesting title. Hey, they got The Fifth Element on Tubi. That's a great film. They've got... Oops, I gotta go through this video. All right, I think I'm gonna watch Hunger for now. And again, we're just gonna wait to see who jumps on the chat, and if they do want to talk about anything, that's awesome. Anything about Freemasonry. Otherwise, though, we're just gonna hang out. Like I said, the whole point of this stream is to just hang out. Once we get closer to the AM, we'll switch it up and start talking back about our specific plans or specific topics. I'll go through my Masonic items once again. I'll go through some of these more special ones. It'll be a lot of fun, but we'll do that later. For now, please take a moment, hit that like button, hit the subscribe button, hang out with me while I watch Weapons. And once again, though, I still feel like the stream is going well. No more technical difficulties, which is nice to see. Let's hope it stays that way. Okay. All right, I will be back in just one moment. In the meantime, I'm going to leave you with my co-host. This is Mason the Moose. Be nice to Mason the Moose, all right? He is in charge while I'm away. If you guys cause any trouble, he will let me know, I'm sure. So be nice to, like I said, be nice to Mason the Moose. All right, I'll be back in a moment. Okay, I am back. We are going to hit the play button. I am watching Hunger on Tubi while we continue with our 24-hour live stream. We are over halfway there. We are 7 hours into this live stream, but we've done one live stream before that. Let me know if this is looking good, if you guys can all see me, hear me, leave some hearts, all that good jazz. All right, guys. I'm going to turn this low so maybe you guys are able to, like I said, at least hear this a little bit. Never watched this movie before, but it looks fun. Hey, speaking of Texas, Texas has made its way in here. I'm going to get a couple of the lights turned off. It's going to be 1 second. I'm going to watch a scary movie. Might as well watch it somewhat in the dark. And I'm going to get this one turned off too. And I'm going to grab a water. If you see this, hear the screaming, that is Hunger. I'm just watching a movie while I wait to see if anybody else is going to jump into the chat and if they have any questions about Freemasonry or really anything they want to talk about. I just showed off my whole horror movie collection before that, or horror memorabilia. Before that, I showed all of my Masonic items, talked about why those things matter. And yeah, so now we're at the stage of wait and see who jumps on and who wants to talk. It's funny, I'm always saying I should drink more water and I never do. So you guys will be happy to notice that I've got some water. I'm going to drink this in honor of me always saying I need to be healthier than I am. Hey, Brother Adam, welcome. How are you doing? If you've not done so yet, I hope you hit that like button. It's good to see you too. What's happening? I am in the midst of my 24-hour live stream. So we are, this is a second version of the stream. The first one we had technical difficulties, so I started 2 p.m. yesterday, so I've got until 2 p.m. I guess today, technically. So about 10 hours to go. Well, I'm going for 24 hours. Though I take breaks every now and then and grab coffee or whatever it is I need to do. Well, I mean, I'm doing a live for 24 hours. So I started my live 2 p.m. Eastern yesterday, and I'm finishing my live stream 2 p.m. today or thereabouts. Well, let's just calm down because I'm not going to be on screen the whole time. There's going to be a couple of times we need to run and do something, and the stream is going to be showing you guys the view of the river, the Detroit River. That's kind of my screensaver. Because at one point I need to run to the Masonic Temple and grab a couple things. I bring the phone with me, but the problem is it will, the stream will end in the elevator, and then I got to start a new stream, and that's a pain in the butt. Well, I mean, probably half an hour to an hour at any given point. Check out my Masonic hat, by the way. Well, I'm sure you've had friends. I'm sure you've had at least a few friends over the years. Maybe the one time you've had a friend on is from Shitagi Apparel. Maybe the time you've had one friend on online, if that counts. Well, that can't be the case, Brother Adam. I mean, I appreciate you being here, and I appreciate me being your friend, but don't forget, you have a lot of Masonic brothers, so I'm assuming, because when you say Brother Adam, funny Republican, how's it going? I hope that you are doing well. I hope that you will hit that like and no, you've already subscribed. Hit that like button, leave some hearts, all that good jazz. How is your day treating you? Well, I've gone through already my Masonic collection. I showed off all my coins, my pins, my aprons, all the things that have sentimental meaning to me. Well, probably if I get to it, about 10 hours, because the goal was to do a 24-hour stream. I've hit I started 2 p.m. yesterday, so we'll go until 2 p.m. today. Now, I will be taking a few breaks here and there, at which time the stream will switch over to a view of the Detroit River and the boats on the Detroit River and all that good jazz. So there will be some breaks here and there. No, I'm not going to sleep tonight. Like I said, eventually when you're seeing the Detroit River, you're going to be seeing me. That's because I'm leaving because I got to run to the Masonic Temple and pick something up and then grab some coffee and all that. But there'll be no sleep, nor rest for the wicked, if you will. If you want to support me in my crazy endeavors, what you can do is go to, let's see. Right now, I'm watching a movie and just answering questions on the chat. You guys missed the earlier streams, but I was showing off all of my Masonic coins, my Masonic pins, my Masonic aprons. If you could see right now around me, it would looks like a tornado just came through because it's just full of, like, all the items I was showing off. I just put them on the ground after I was done with like very little system, which is going to suck when I have to clean all this up. But I can show some of that stuff again. But no sleep tonight. Who needs sleep? Sleep is for the weak. And there's something else falling. But Funny Republican, how are you doing? I hope that you are doing well. The stream we talked about so far was psychological first aid, what it is, and how we as Freemasons can benefit from it, like the training. Um, my Masonic items, the ones that I love the most, or just all of them really. And we also talked about insurance needs and preserving them and showing them off and how to keep all that stuff safe. So, what do you want to talk about, Brother Adam? Like I said, if you want to support the channel, you can do so by going to Patreon. I do not know any secrets of the universe, sadly. I wish I did. I could probably make a lot of money. Although, having said that, most conspiracy theorists think that Freemasons have the know all the secrets to the universe. So that can be one of the more challenging aspects of this whole thing. Let's hear the quote, Brother Adam. I'd love to hear it. Freemasonry in its august profession doth avow the earnest pursuit of morality conceived as objective and immutable, disentangled from salvific theology that is good for all humanity. That is Pike, right? And it's August or Mackey. I think it's Pike. Profession. I could be wrong. I'm just trying to see. Remember who it is. It's you? It sounds kind of Pike-ish. All right. Well, I don't know what salvific means. So the problem is, since I don't know what salvific means, leading to salvation. Okay, that makes sense. Well, it sounds good. So let's see. Freemasonry in its august profession doth avow the earnest pursuit of morality conceived as objective and immutable, disentangled from salvific theology that is good for all humanity. Honestly, I'm not even sure I understand exactly what it means. I mean, I would be very hesitant to use any idea of salvation as it connects to Freemasonry, right? Freemasonry does not make any promises of salvation nor threats of damnation. Nor would I say it necessarily avows the earnest pursuit of morality. To the extent that it avows anything, I think it's the belief that the world can be made better through the practice of brotherly love, relief, and truth. Um, it separates morality from theology. Well, the Catholic Church would agree with you, which I would say was one of the things that the Catholic Church always, one of the reasons the Catholic Church so did not like Freemasonry is they felt that Freemasonry was trying to separate morality from religion, which kind of was their entire modus operandi in a lot of senses, right? Was a desire to not allow those things to be separated, because if you separated them, then it's one less reason for the church to exist. I'll be right back. It's getting a little bit chilly. I need to grab my sweatshirt. Hold on just 1 second before I continue chatting. Okay, I'm back. Got my awesome, comfortable sweatshirt on. Freemasonry equals a beautiful system. Well, I've never been a huge fan of that particular answer. And in my experience, I would be hesitant to attach Freemasonry to morality. I mean, so I think, how do I say this? Look, I think almost any activity by its nature can be a moral undertaking if it is pursued in a moral way. So what I mean by that is, let's say you're a football player, right? Football as a game or as a sport, I don't think is inherently moral per se. But if you pursue football in a spirit of teamwork and dedication and being physically fit and practice and, sacrificing for the good of the team, then it's a moral exercise. In the same way, I don't think Freemasonry is, or any civic organization is inherently moral. But if you approach Freemasonry with the right attitude, it's a moral exercise. That's true for stonemasonry as well, right? One of this Jewish prayer I was told that I really like, or Jewish, not statement, prayer, a Jewish statement that I really like is a well-built wall is a prayer. And what they're meaning is doing something well is a moral exercise, whatever it is you're doing. And so I think Freemasonry is the same way. If you're doing it well, then you're acting a moral way. But I wouldn't consider the morality of Freemasonry to be equivalent to the morality that you find in religious dogma or religious doctrines, or that element of it. It's almost closer to ethics than morals, to be honest. I might think of it more in terms of the ethics of the situation, not the morals of it. Well, I don't believe Pike was in the Illuminati. I could be mistaken, but I don't believe he was. I mean, I think he had probably some Illuminati ideals. The Illuminati really, by the time Pike was around, I don't think they were that active anymore. I know Weishaupt started them in 1777. When did they go away? Illuminati I don't think they were particularly active. I don't know if he was in the KKK. I heard he was. He may have been. Nathaniel Bedford Forrest was the famous Freemason who started. I was close. 1776 is when it started. Um, the Illuminati. He was, so Bedford Forrest was. I don't know if Pike was or not. I think he was. But then again, he also in 1875 said positive things about um, Prince Hall Freemasonry. So who's to say? I'm trying to find their final date, the Illuminati. Looks like it was around 1787, so it lasted like 11 years, if that. So I don't think Pike, because Pike was what, born 1820s, if I'm not mistaken. 1809 to 1891. So, I mean, I don't think Albert Pike would have even had the ability to join the Illuminati. They were non-existent by the time he was born. He may have discovered vestiges of them in his researches, but he would not have been able to be a member of it, unless you think the Illuminati existed in some form past their kind of famous expiration date. I will check that. I've never heard of it, An Evening with General Pike, but I will 100% check that out. It would be really, really cool to watch, I'm sure. Like I said, I think Albert Pike gets far too much attention, um, which can absolutely be a pain in the butt for, you know, typical Masons. There's this old expression, right? Freemasons know Freemasonry from being Freemasons. Non-Freemasons know Freemasonry from reading Albert Pike. So, brother, I've heard that too, but I'm pretty sure I take the idea that the Templars had interactions with, I take the idea of having interactions with Native Americans with a giant grain of salt, uh, a salt lick in point of fact. I just don't believe that was the case, right? The argument goes after the, what, Friday the 13th massacre, the Templars had escaped, managed to get safe passage on boats, and they made it overseas. This would have been in, when was it? October 13th, 1307. So about 170 to 80 years before Columbus sailed across the ocean. The Templars made it. I just don't buy it. There's evidence that the Vikings made it to Newfoundland, but I don't buy that the Templars made it across the ocean. Why would they want to, anyways, right? Like, I know they had to hide from the King of France, but they could go to Africa and be just as safe than crossing an entire ocean. Who knows what's on the other side of it. I've had Martin Fox on the podcast. I'm going to have him back again So I appreciate that, but he is incorrect in my view on this particular one. I don't think the Templars made it to the New World. It makes it a fun story, but that's kind of all it does, in my opinion. Well, they've been looking for those treasures on Oak Island for about 20 years or so, and have yet to find them. So, or I don't know how long Oak Island's been a show, but that was made it into part of National Treasure. That idea has popped up in a lot of different formats. Um, Even to hide treasure, they would have to presumably know that there was a place there to hide it, right? So you have to believe that they were aware of North America before what, Columbus or um, it's very hard to buy, right? I don't. I think I stick to the Occam's razor of it all. Oh, okay, on the Martin Fox channel. Okay, I see what you're saying. I thought you were saying that a documentary about the Templars meeting with the First Nations people was on Martin Fox YouTube channel. I was like, I can't imagine that's the case. But I mean, because Martin Fox is a pretty decent Masonic historian, to be honest. He's sending me his new book. So I've had on the channel before. Anything's possible, but I highly questioned the extent to which that is possible. No worries at all. I do appreciate every the info. I will check it out for sure. Timothy Hogan, have you heard of him? I have not. Wait, I think maybe I have, to be honest, but I can't place it. Does he have a YouTube channel or does he have social media stuff? Okay, does he talk about the Templars and the treasure or okay. I mean, like I said, I it's I don't think the idea of this started with Timothy Hogan. I've heard it before. Like I said, it was part of the Knights. It was part of the National Treasure movie. At least the first one. I've never seen the sequel. So it's I would go for coffee myself, brother Adam. But coffee, tea, either one works coffee or tea, it all works for me, not to become a poet. But yeah, whatever one you decide, I think, I'm sure you'll need something. I need to run out and grab some coffee soon myself. So, but yeah, let me know what you pick. But I just can't, like, I haven't seen Timothy Hogan's stuff. Is he on X? Let me see if I can find some of his X stuff. I'm not a huge fan of X as a platform. Timothy Hogan. UMass, political science, international relation. Still have my, Timothy Hogan, Grand Master of the Knights Templar, authors, lecturer. At Timothy W. Hogan, Grand Master of the Knights Templar, author, lecturer. I'll hit the follow button for now. I can't promise I'll check all of his stuff out, but I will. This incredible adventure is waiting for you. Email templarstraveltours@gmail.com for more information. The esoteric aspect of our musical system. I appreciate the fact that he says here he did a Teotihuacan and Mexico City tour. I've always thought that we as Freemasons need to show more love to our operative stonemason ancestors, including those found in Meso and South America. So good for him on that. My interview with Horus Rising on Egypt Adventure. Egypt Unveiled, Keepers of the Holy Bloodline. Yeah, I'll check out some of his stuff. But, I mean, a lot of these groups will kind of big up their ideas of history in order to, make it seem like they have some type of secrets of hidden knowledge. I very much am hesitant to, first of all, the fact that we've not found the treasure yet. Second, I don't believe that they would be concerned about trying to hide treasure while they are being burned at the stake. And third, I don't believe they would have the capacity to know that North America existed. So if they did it, they were taking a pretty huge risk, basically just making their way across the ocean, hoping there would be somewhere for them to land. Having said that, I never reviewed any of his stuff, so I can't say for sure. I'd have to, like I said, I'll need to take some time to review it all before I can say for sure. I don't know if he does a lot of podcast episodes outside of what looks to be primarily esoteric work, but I think it would be fun to check it out and learn more about him, that's for sure. Thank you for sharing it. Well, it looks like he has a specific rotation. Do you know if he's ever been on any Masonic podcasts? What are some of the Masonic podcasts he's been on? There's like Knights, or there's Masonic Roundtable. There's First Three Knocks. There's Old Fashioned. There's a lot of great ones. I mean, there's Square and Compass, obviously, although um, he's not been on mine. I've done Egyptologist. I did the Vintage Egyptologist. Brothers of the Arcana. I don't think I've ever heard of that one. What's it looking at in terms of Brothers of the Arcana? Each episode features enlightening conversations with thought leaders, initiates, philosophers, scientists, and spiritual practitioners. Let me go to the YouTube page. I'm curious. Okay. 2001, 2,100 subscribers. Cool. That's awesome. Really nice, really pretty thumbnails. I'll have to see if I can find his episode. I wonder if their lodge is called Arcana Lodge. Timeline, decoding the craft. Oh, here it is. Templars' Lost Secrets. I'm guessing that's it. Giza's Hidden Secrets, Lost Chambers. I mean, it makes sense to me that the Templars would have made their way to Egypt more so than they would have made their way to North America. If I had to pick the final spot, I mean, just in general, I'm sure that several Templars managed to escape, right? Nothing is perfect, nothing is foolproof, but that doesn't mean that they took treasure with them and all that good jazz. Order of Scotland. Okay, I know. He sounds like a pretty well accomplished dude, right? But being well accomplished doesn't necessarily mean that you're right in your theories. Right? I mean, to me, if I'm not mistaken, Royal Order of Scotland is what, like one order, not even above, but kind of separate from 33rd. It's what the Harridan of Kilwinning and Knights of the Rosy Cross or the Rose Cross. You know, it seems like he's done a lot of really good things for Freemasonry. However, I'd be very hesitant about I've always been hesitant to ascribe some of these more esoteric ideas to the craft. Well, yeah, it's. I don't even know if it exists in. I mean, it's Order of Scotland. I don't even know if you can get into it in, say, North America. I don't know any North American brothers. I've heard of European Masons getting inducted into it, or not even inducted, getting. I guess technically the term would be invited, right? It's an invitational order. You don't. You don't get to apply for it. You have to be invited into it. So. And I would avoid thinking about it in those terms, Brother Adam. Not that I understand what you're trying to say, and it makes sense, but it's kind of the same way non-Masons will say something to the effect of like, I don't know, a 33rd degree is like the highest degree of Freemasonry or the best of the best. I mean, at the end of the day, whether you're a 33rd degree Mason or a 3rd degree Mason, you're basically the same rank, right? I mean, a 33rd degree Mason in Lodge doesn't have any more sway or control or say over Freemason, over what happens in that lodge than the 3rd degree Masonic Lodge, third degree member, right? It's not like the 33rd degree is 11 times better than the 3rd degree Mason. So I certainly, it indicates that he has been very successful and has done a very good job, but I'm not sure if I would necessarily describe him as like the best of the guests. Would describe any of these higher ranks as the best of the best. I've known plenty of best of the bests who were 3rd degrees. I've known a few who were entered apprentices. You can share any quote you want with me. It is no problem at all. The best of the best of the best, sir. Who is the best of the best of the best? Is that the Albert Pike quote? Yeah, you could put it that way. I don't even know if I'd put it that way per se, right? I get it. I would say the way I would define it is the best of the best is the Mason who dedicates himself to being the best Freemason he can be, right? That's the best of the best. Well, but the thing to your mind, Lapis, right, is the gatekeeping doesn't extend, like there's no lower degrees because you can't gatekeep the Masonic. Like, so for example, if you have a 33rd degree show up in a Masonic lodge, it's not as though the 33rd degree has more power or more say than the 3rd degree, right? The 3rd degree has an equal say in lodge as the 33rd. In fact, if the 3rd degree is an officer, he may have more say. So you don't really get this same level of gatekeeping because you are on the level, right? I've known 33rd degrees. I've seen some of them fall asleep in lodge. I don't know how awake they are per se, though I appreciate the idea. Um, like I said, I've seen enough. I've seen enough 33rds falling asleep in the lodge, but the certainly they will, for example, maintain and keep certain aspects of the Scottish Rite ritual private. But by the same token, I, as a Master Mason, would not share information about the Fellowcraft degree with an entered apprentice, right? Um, and so I guess you call it gatekeeping. More, it's about respecting the different degrees. Um, but the not sharing the specific info doesn't reflect power imbalance between the two. Well, Demole is also the name of the Masonic youth group for young men ages, I forget the ages now, ages like 9 to 21, I think, or 9 to 18. So yeah, I think, well, I mean, I know Demole, again, I'm 18th degree. I know Demole was Jacques Demole is his name, is a very important part of the Masonic, pick your term, Masonic lore. He, became part of, again, he was the namesake of the Masonic youth groups. So I think that stuff is pretty cool. But again, as a 18th degree, I never made it that far. But I do not consider, again, like I'm always talking to people about remembering that a third degree and a 33rd degree are both equal level Masons. It's not like the 33rd degree is any higher than the um, third degree. Well, I mean, that's fine, although I would keep in mind that clearly we have forgiven them since we have many Catholic Freemasons. And, so I can understand it from a theatrical perspective, but practically speaking, we have many Catholic Freemasons who both attend Freemasonry and church. Understanding the theater of it is really important. This is very good. This is crunchy because believe me, I think I'm needing some sugar. Well, thank you, Lapis. I mean, down to earth is important. The danger of Freemasonry, right? Or the danger with Freemasonry is it's very easy for people to kind of take it to fall into this super spiritual direction with it where they start to see things that aren't there and get ideas that aren't there, and then they take it in some very interesting directions, shall we say, right? At its core, what you need to remember is Freemasonry is about making the world a better place, and you can't do that if you're fighting the Catholic Church over battles about Demolay from 1307. What are those factors? Practicing parasitic alien overlord? This parasitic alien operative, he keeps on popping up and then saying stuff, and then you lose him again, and he never like expands on what he's saying. I might just not be smart enough to know what he means, but I often find it very confusing. We are not, despite what Albert Pike says. I mean, I suppose, in fairness, it would it would depend, I guess, on how you want to define. Luciferian. But no, we are not. Right, but Freemasonry, again, I think it all depends on the extent to which and how you view Freemasonry, right? If you consider Freemasonry to be a organization, the goal of which is an initiatic experience and some type of personal growth, then it's possible to view it as Luciferianism. It's possible to view it as almost any kind of semi-religious situation or entity, which it's not, right? If you view it as something, the focus of which is on, fighting for a better world through the application of brotherly love, relief, and truth, that's an external thing, right? Again, that's no different than joining a football team because you want the football team to win games and you want to contribute to that, right? It's about what you can contribute outside of yourself. Well, no, I think, well, I mean, I've heard that as an idea before, right? But I think, the idea is that Lucifer is about personal growth and personal freedom, whereas I would say Freemasonry is about community service and serving others. Not necessarily bringing light in terms of bringing knowledge, but, visiting a brother who's in the hospital. You're not bringing him any knowledge or wisdom. You're just being present with him to let him know that you care about him, want him to get better, and hope he feels better. Right? All of that stuff is kind of the purpose of Freemasonry, much more so than any kind of personal growth or freedom from anything. If anything, Freemasonry values service, which you could argue is the opposite of freedom. I guess free service, I don't know. I keep hearing this Baphomet character. He's the goat demon thing, right? That they say Freemasons worship. I've been going to Freemasonry. I've been a Freemason since 2007. Have yet to be told I need to worship Baphomet. So I don't know anything about him. I keep hearing about him. He's got like a goat head, right? He came in because of conspiracy theorists way back in the day, wanted to tie Freemasonry to demons, and used Baphomet as it's because the Eastern Star, you could kind of transfigure Baphomet's face onto it. I mean, they may have. But I've never seen any examples of Baphomet in any Masonic buildings or lodges. Even when I visited, I've never attended a York Rite meeting, but I've been in the building when York Rite was meeting. At no point did I hear anybody yell any type of exclamations to Baphomet. So I question the extent to which such a link actually exists. Oh, we're starting to get a little bit of brightness in the sky. Still not a ton like we used to get this early, but we're going to see our sunrise soon. I have got about 9 hours left, give or take. Now, obviously, like I said, there will be some breaks taken throughout for me to grab coffee, for me to go to the washroom. This isn't like the filibuster where I'm going to stay on the screen the whole time. I'll keep streaming the whole time, but I will not always be here because, like I said, I will have to take care of some stuff. I got to pick something up. So I'll be coming in and out of the stream. So don't worry. Right now, I'm just watching I'm going to try to do that. I don't think I'm going to want to spend more than like so many minutes away from the stream. Otherwise, you're coming back in and you're just seeing nothing, which would be quite boring, I think, for everybody involved. Although it is a pretty beautiful view of the river. I mean, I want to turn my heat on. It's first of all, it's generally been a crazy warm summer. So I'm not complaining about the fact that I need to wear the fact that I need to wear this sweatshirt after dying of, what felt like, I guess it wasn't really dying, but dealing with what felt like heat stroke over the last 2 months. So I'm very happy to keep the heat off. And it's not really warm enough for that. It was just kind of generally a little bit chilly. He said I wouldn't say it was chilly enough to justify um, turning the heat on. And for heaven's sakes, after this summer, how could I ever think about turning the heat on? It was brutal. I got my water here. I keep saying I'm going to drink more water. So look, this is my second bottle of water so far. Welcome. If you are joining us, please take a moment. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Let me know if you have any thoughts on Freemasonry, positive, negative, or neutral, or anything else you want to talk about. You say, I still remember. Are you no longer a Freemason? Or Okay. I mean, ritual is one of those things where it's a bit like riding a bicycle. Once you've done it once, you kind of are always going to remember it. So, um, I have no idea what salmon over rice means, other than the fact that my, oh, well, that's a good favorite food. I would support that. I really enjoy, I love seafood. I've said a million times on this stream, fish is the app. No, brother Adam. Now you're just talking nonsense. Fish. Fish is wonderful. Salmon over rice is wonderful. Fish with anything is great. Ranch on pizza is horrible. Well, I mean, I'm not sure what a handshake deal would look like. It sounds like you got scammed, Lapis. I need to know more about what happened, but that's really not the way it should be. There's a process in terms of initiation, which starts with an application, and before the application, with lodges, with members meeting Masonic lodges, or sorry, with members meeting the interested person. If you're just giving cash to the secretary and he says, I'll make you a Mason, then that's sounds like a scam. It sounds kind of scammy. Um, yeah, you join, then you pay for obvious reasons, right? Or, well, technically, you get accepted. Um, you get your initiation date set, you show up, you pay, and you're initiated that moment. There's no giving money and then joining later. So, well, it happens to the best of us, Lapis. It happens to the best of us. Next time, if you are thinking of joining another Masonic lodge or trying again, let me know which lodge you speak to. Well, it doesn't sound like anything happened. It sounds like he gave money to some guy and then he never heard back from him. So I don't even know if he was a secretary. It could have just been some guy with the YouTube, who said he was a secretary. Anyways, if you want to try again ever, get in touch with me. Let me know from whence you're coming, and I will see if I can't, make sure that the people you're speaking to are legit. That's why Freemasons and particularly Grand Lodges are so concerned about clandestine lodges, right? Because when that type of stuff happens, what you end up with is it leaves a bad impression on just all of Freemasonry in general, right? Where now people, if that happens to somebody other than Lapis, right, he might think, oh, Freemasons are all just scammers and spread negative views of Freemasonry. There is clandestine lodges are growing, and again, I don't mind they exist per se. It's when they do stuff like that that concerns me. Okay, well, then he shouldn't be just taking your money and giving you a handshake deal. he should be, there's a process by which to do it. So if you want, tell him to get in touch with me and I'll talk to him and see what's going on as best as I can. Um, yeah, it's weird. It should be 32nd. But if you want to, well, I mean, the 30th degree does exist, but you normally don't stop there. You normally go to 32nd or to 18th. It'd be weird to be a 30th degree. I mean, yeah, like Lapis, you do you, and it's cool, but I would say normally there's no such thing as a handshake deal to join, and you don't give the secretary the money in advance. There's an application process, there's meetings, there's sponsors, or maybe they're intimidated by you. That's very possible as well. I find it highly doubtful. Not saying you can't be an intimidating fella. I'm just saying I would highly question the current process under which you're operating. But if you're happy, then you're happy, right? But to anybody watching this, I would advise to be very careful and to make sure that if you are looking at joining a lodge, the first thing you need to do is meet with the guys, get to know them, and see about getting possible sponsorship. Right? You want to do that before you give anybody any money for any reason. Get to know the lodge and get some sponsors and get some applications filled out. But if you do get a phone call and it works out, then great. Well, yeah, you don't seem that intimidating to me, Lapis. I could be mistaken. Um, so I don't find him, brother Adam. I don't find him particularly intimidating. But maybe they are intimidated by you, Lapis. Who knows? By the way, I did my poll question because I was showing off all of my horror movie memorabilia a second ago. I already showed off all my Masonic items, my Masonic pins, my Masonic coins, and all the rest of it. Then I switched over to show off my horror movie stuff just to try something different. There's 9 votes on this, and we are at, let's see, uh, here's what the vote total is. Let's see. Dun, dun, dun. 67% yes, 33% no. So the yeses are in the lead. It is truly my stream right now. I mean, I wouldn't say much more than that, Lapis, 'cause I'm not sure what you're implying, but I mean, as a general rule, I would say don't do bad shit around anybody. Don't do bad stuff around Lapis, and don't do bad stuff in general. A good rule of thumb is don't do bad stuff. That's generally speaking the best approach that can be taken, I think, in day-to-day life. Usually, doing bad stuff just causes more trouble down the line. Welcome, Kaner Aaron. I think that you are. I don't even know what that possibly could mean. Welcome, Kaner. I hope that you are doing well. Thank you for being here. I feel like you've been on the stream before, but if not, please hit that like and subscribe button. Let me know how it's going, and let me know what it is that you guys want to chat about when it comes to Freemasonry. We're at that part of the stream where we're just kind of hanging out. This is a 24-hour stream. We are about, we have about 9 hours left to go. I will be taking some breaks here and there. I'm going to be taking a break actually pretty soon. So, you know, we will be taking some breaks and hanging out. But, you know, I'm not sure what these inclinations are. I should just read more than Dogma. Although even then, we have plenty of non-Masons on this stream. Not that reading more than Dogma would not be fun. Again, we get all of the conspiracy theorist folks joining, which would always be a good time. They always have a lot of fun things to say, in fairness, so that always helps a lot. Welcome, though. If you're just joining us, thank you for being here. Let me know how it's going. We are just hanging out right now. We're kind of working towards, I guess, day number 2 of this stream. I don't think I've ever read Hex Ridgeon's Bridge to Light. If I have, I cannot recall it or, you know, what it said. Kaner, are you Islamic? Is that what you're saying? Or are you asking me if Freemasonry is Islamic? Okay, yeah, I think I remember you being on the stream before you mentioning that. Well, Freemasonry has men of all faiths, including the Islamic faith, as part of it. So there is that. And, you know, that's one of the things that I love about Freemasonry is the fact that it welcomes men of all different faiths and beliefs, whether it be Islamic or Jewish or Christian or different versions of Christianity. I think that is something that is really, really cool. And really, when you talk about what I think are the greatest strengths of Freemasonry, I think the welcoming nature of it to people of different religious backgrounds, faiths, financial situations, politics. I think that is what makes it ultimately so successful. and so valuable and so important and such a necessary part of the world. I do not know what Yetzirah means. The one kind of Judaism principle, I don't know if that's the right term, that I always think about is Tikkun Olam. That is one of my favorite principles. The idea that the world is broken and it's our responsibility to put it back together. I think there's something kind of very beautiful about that. And thank you to everybody who has been here so far, and also to everybody who has hit that like button, but more importantly, even hit that subscribe button. We've made it to 2,492 subscribers, which means 8 more, thereabouts, and we can have 2,500 subscribers, which would be absolutely awesome. And yeah, if you get the chance, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, etc., etc. But what does Yetzirah mean? I'm going to look that up because I'm curious now. A Hebrew term in Judaism for the congenital inclination or impulse to do evil that is considered an essential part of human nature. It represents a drive towards self-gratification, pleasure, and potentially harmful actions. But when controlled by the Yetzer Hatov, good inclination, these drives can be channeled into socially desirable outcomes. Well, I mean, there's always going to be a certain level of human nature having a dichotomy between the dark side and the light side, if you will. It doesn't surprise me that these would be on so many different kind of mythological, religious, theological, philosophical ideas. Well, I mean, I hope so. I would hope that I could be in control of those inclinations. I think part of being alive is to try to be in control of those inclinations as much as we can be. Whether we always succeed or not, who knows? That's a whole other can of tuna, but you want to try your best. And if you ever start to feel those inclinations getting ahead of you, find ways to control them once again, I think has to be kind of the goal. But I think also, I mean, like Freemasonry is not, again, I've talked about this before. Freemasonry is not moral in the sense that it promises a salvation or threads a damnation, but it is a moral endeavor in the sense that if you try your best at it and do a good job at it, you will find a way to, like, you will become a better person. Again, it's like Karate Kid or Cobra Kai. I've just been watching that show. Karate isn't an inherently moral exercise, but if you approach it in the right way with the right values and the right beliefs and the right training, it will have a moral outcome. You'll learn, how to push yourself hard, how to be a good person, how to protect others. Freemasonry is the same way. If you approach it with the right goals and in the right way, you will find a way to turn it into a moral endeavor, which is absolutely the goal you would hope. You would hope anyways. to everybody watching this, I hope that you guys are doing well. I hope that you will hit that like and subscribe button. If you have any thoughts or questions or ideas on Freemasonry, please let me know. I can't promise you I'll be able to answer everything, but I can give you my opinion based on my approximately 20 years as a Freemason. Although I will be taking one of my breaks coming up soon, probably in another about 25 minutes or so. Welcome back, Underground Thomas. How's it going with you? I don't know if I'm a champion, but it's been a lot of fun. Looks like you're still a moderator. I hope you're cool with still being a moderator. But let me know how how the last, few hours? I don't know when the last time you were on the stream was. How 7 hours ago have been. Okay, do you prefer television shows? Do you prefer music? Like, what type of entertainment do you prefer as a general rule? Definitely don't think that. You'd go without any sleep and you'd be exhausted all the time. Okay, what's your favorite book to read? Or, I mean, favorite author to read, I should put it that way. Because I've got a scary movie right now on in the background, as again, while I wait before I take my break, which should be very soon. I've not read, I don't think, either of those books. What is Pale Fire about? Well, I mean, I'll go with Pale Fire first, and then Upstate second. I will see if I can check either of those out. Like I said, I've never heard of Pale Fire or Upstate. But Pale Fire is crazy. It's like a fictional analysis of a fictional epic, like poem and layers of intersection and interplay. It sounds a bit like House of Leaves, if you ever read that book. I don't know if you ever read House of Leaves before, Underground Thomas, but that sounds, it's like, it's this, it's hard to describe. Basically, It's about a house that is bigger on the inside than it is on the outside, kind of like a TARDIS. But the way it's kind of set up and the way it's kind of written, it's hard to describe. It's a really interesting book, though. I might check it out. There's a poem in the beginning of the book, and then the second half of the book is analysis that corresponds to lines of poem. You read both parts simultaneously. That sounds really, really cool. I will try to check it out for sure. I like books that are written in like an experimental way or something to that extent, right? Because I think that one of the dangers, like not dangers, that's the wrong term. What's the right term that I'm trying to say? One of the challenges of literature is like with a movie, you have you can do not just special effects, but you can play around more with camera angles. You can do something in black and white. You can do something in color. Um, you can be a little bit more experimental, more obviously. I feel like with books and writing, the medium doesn't lend itself to experimentation as much. You kind of have to really force it. Like Stephen King would do things like that with The Green Mile, or publishing something in electronic format for the first time ever, or um, uh, contests. Like he would try to experiment within the format as much as he could um, to keep things interesting. Goober, do you like manuals? I feel like that's a setup for some type of joke, or this is a setup for some type of punchline. I do like manuals, Goober. I like the manual for my microwave and the manual for my computer and the manual for my laptop and the manual for my phone. Let's see what joke you're going to have to make from that, Goober. And by the way, please hit the like button and the subscribe button. Be a team sport. In that case, I do like manuals. So you spent a lot of time around manuals? Because I feel like the army, I always heard that they have like some type of manual for like every nut, bolt, screw, every like thing that they have or piece of equipment that they have has some type of manual that goes with it. Okay, so then yeah, I mean I've never read them, but I feel like that would be really cool to to see. I'm sure that they are very fascinating to take a look at. What is TM? What's that stand for? Train, that makes sense. I was thinking task manual for some reason. Training manual makes way more sense. Honestly, I've never been a huge fan of like manuals per se. I am kind of ambivalent towards them, but I do feel like from a educate not like educational but historical perspective, you can probably learn a lot about a society based on reading the manuals that corresponds to that ages, or even not so much a society, but you can learn a lot about an age by reading the manuals that corresponds to the technology of that particular age. Sanitization is vital. One of the things that oftentimes resulted in previous armies losing wars was not that they had less good battle tactics, but rather that they had less good sanitation and all of their people were sick. So I can imagine that keeping your Masonic building, keeping the army field stations sanitized is incredibly important. Well, now it just sounds like you're describing my apartment, Goober. I mean, poop is everywhere in here, but that's because it keeps it more interesting. You know, I find if you don't have a little bit of poop on your floor somewhere, you're going to get bored. I want to keep my life as exciting as possible. By the way, Goober, have you hit the like or the subscribe button thus far? If you haven't, please do so. And let me know if you have any thoughts or questions on Freemasonry. Which makes sense. I mean, I can imagine if I'm a horse, I'm probably working very hard, especially if I'm a horse during war. I cannot imagine that I'd be too comfortable not getting really close to the food or trying to take the food. Although, so interesting. So that training manual had to do with like, so how old are these training manuals? Because I mean, when's the last time horses were used in war? World War One, I'm assuming. Um, oh yeah, it would be fascinating. Do they still mention like horses and any of those things? And by the way, Goober, if you have any question about Freemasonry, let me know. I will say one of the ways that Freemasonry spread throughout the world, throughout the 17th and 18th century, but even now into 2025, is military bases. Freemasonry kind of traveled with the military bases around the world, which was really, really fascinating, I think, to see. It still is that way. You see military bases in the Middle East, though, you know, the one place Freemasonry may exist is on a military base, like in Qatar, for example, or Qatar. Daniel, welcome. Please, Daniel, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. I agree. Hereditary is great movie. I love it. I loved Hereditary. I saw it with a bunch of work colleagues, and we all loved it. We all thought it was absolutely awesome. So, um, they got rid of the horses for cavalry scouts, so I highly doubt the manuals have care on horses. Do you like, what's the oldest training manual you have, out of curiosity? Like, do you collect them? Are they part of your collection, or do you just kind of pick them up as you go? But what would be the oldest training manual you have? And Daniel, if you've not done so yet, please hit that like button and please hit that subscribe button. I am seven, I'm 8 subscribers away from 2,500 subs, so I'm hoping I can get there sooner rather than later. And welcome, everybody. Let me know if you have any questions or thoughts on Freemasonry, positive, negative, or neutral. I'd love to hear them. I'm in the midst of a 24-hour live stream. I will be taking some breaks as I go, but I'm waiting to see if you guys have anything you want to talk about. I've shown off all of my Masonic coins, pins, Masonic hats, and yeah. Oh my gosh. And that was a training manual for the Army? It's funny because I love Chicago. I showed a whole bunch of pins and coins, all from Masonic lodges in Chicago. Like, I can show some of these now while I'm hanging out. Let's see if I can actually find any. of the pins. Okay. So it's not just army ones you collect. You collect training manuals for. Have you ever seen a training manual for Freemasonry? Because I can tell you we have ritual books and books of the work, which could be considered training manuals for Masons. What ones do you have that reference Freemasonry? And would you ever be willing to share some pictures of them with me? I'm trying to find my Chicago pins. I'd have an easier time just finding my Chicago coins. So what are the training manuals you have for Freemasonry? Is it like officer books or how to set up a lodge? Oh, is this one of them? No, that's Texas. Okay, I'm going to find these pins later. Oh, okay. No, I was talking about Freemasonry. So, like, what I am, speculative Mason, what this stream is about. Um, like the square and compasses. So, this is a pin or a coin from Chicago Lodge, which actually meets now out of Skokie, but used to meet in Chicago at the Jefferson Park Masonic Building. So this is Morton Grove Lodge, which meets in Glenview, which is in Illinois, just north of Chicago, about 14 miles or so north of Chicago, if that. Even your masonry training manuals, I'd love to see more of those and learn more of those. Those are our operative cousins, so operative forefathers. So we need to respect. We need to respect them, right? And the fact they came before us. And this is Oriental Lodge, which meets in Chicago. So 3 coins all about Freemasonry, and Chicago specifically. And if I could find some of these pins, I would show them off. By the way, Goober, how did you come across this stream? Were you searching for Freemasonry or just hanging out? How did you find me? Let's see if I can't find the. Okay, so yeah, this is Square and Compass Promotions. We chat about Freemasonry. I have different topics which I cover. Today I went through my Masonic items, pins, coins. I went through psychological first aid training, why I think it's important that Freemasons have it. I went through insurance matters for Freemasons, some economic news that affects Freemasonry, and now I'm just hanging out, trying to find, because I'm just generally curious, trying to find my pins from the Chicago area. I already showed you the coins, but I have pins from the same. But this whole, I have just all my stuff's in a big pile now, so. If you have any thoughts or questions on Freemasonry, please let me know. Well, I mean, more and more stuff is being written down. So I've been a Freemason since 2007. It is that we're far more, here it is, it took me forever. This is the Chicago Lodge pin I have. It definitely more and more stuff has been being written down in the last several years. If you look at, for example, Freemasonry for Dummies by Chris Hodap, you will see a whole bunch of stuff written down about Freemasonry. A lot of that stuff was done to maintain the privacy of Masonic rituals and why it's so important, but there are Masonic like training manuals. A lot of them you find in pawn shops. I'd rather you not read them because I like the mystery to be remain. But if you didn't read them and just wanted to have them as part of your collection, you could probably come across some. And I'd love to see your Masonic training manuals. I think those would be pretty incredible to see as well. If you've not hit that like and subscribe button, I hope that you will. I hope that you're enjoying this during your coffee. We've got tons of ritual books. Like I said, a lot of them are written in cipher as well. The purpose being if, somebody comes along and finds one who's not a Mason, they don't learn our mysteries, or at least they don't learn our mysteries too easily. They actually have to join Freemasonry for that. Well, before you do that, Goober, I hope you'll hit the subscribe button if you've not done so yet. And I hope that you'll hit that like button. So how old is your Masonry training manual? So how old is, what's the oldest one of those two? So the cutting stone one would be the one that's more interesting to Freemasons because Freemasonry evolved out of stonemasonry. So how old is the one on cutting stone? So bricklaying is from the 40s. That would be really, really cool to see. Like I said, I don't know if you can send me some pictures of some of that stuff. But if you could, that would be awesome. I'd love to check it out. If you could send it to me, I'd appreciate it. You can send it to, let me just put my email in the chat so you guys can find it. Let me see. No worries. I mean, obviously there's no rush. And if you don't want to, you don't have to. But as a Freemason, I think we need to be spending more time celebrating our stonemason, I guess, brethren, if you will. Info at square and compass.ca. So if you could send me a picture of it, I'd love it. If you can't, and there's no rush, so take your time. But honestly, if you want, it's not really a training manual for Freemasonry per se, but if you want to learn about Freemasonry, a really good book to start with would be uh, Freemasonry for Dummies by Chris Hoda. I'm not calling you a dummy, by the way, just to make that clear. But it's a really great work, and it really describes well a lot of the stuff I'm talking about. Like, for example, the Stone Mason Guilds, the history of it, and what Freemasonry is. I appreciate that. So it's info at squareandcompass.ca. If you get the chance to, like I said, if you want to send it off, I would much appreciate it. I'm just trying to get this set up. The things are running low, so the whatchamacallit, the battery is running low, so I gotta see if I can get this thing. I gotta find better cords. That's been a big issue with this stuff. Especially because I got my cat now playing with the cord. Which I guess the cat enjoys. Yes, I know. Oh, I should have got a monkey. It would be flinging its poop, but it wouldn't be quite as annoying. So, do you have any questions about Freemasonry that I can at least try to answer? I can't make any promises. I will have an answer. I've been a Freemason since 2007, but I do very much enjoy talking about it. I write about it. I have some different streams about it. And I'd love to learn kind of what your thoughts are on it. And yeah, info at squareandcompass.ca. Thank you so very much. All right, this has been fun, but I have to run to the washroom like crazy. So I'll be back in one moment. Nobody go too far. We're going to keep this stream going when I come back. And I made it back. Oh, Guru, if you're still there, if you have any questions about Freemasonry, let me know. I mean, I've been spending the day showing off all of my incredible Masonic items, talking about why we need to keep them. So, for example, this guy here, this is what we call a past master's jewel in Masonic circles. And also, you can follow me on social media, Instagram, Patreon, uh, Facebook, all that jazz. By all means, follow me on there to learn more about, again, Freemasonry and the ways that Freemasonry was and is relevant to the communities in which it is located. You woke, it's 5:35 in the morning and you woke up. How early do you go to work? You're a better man than I, that's for sure, because I don't mind seeing mornings from this side of the world, but I don't want to see mornings waking up to them. How's it going? Mr. Keeps on ticking. We are just here hanging out, chatting. Like I said, pretty soon I'm going to be taking my second break. New Wanda. Can you explain the Matrix? Well, I will explain the Matrix if you hit the like and subscribe button. I'm just kidding. I'll explain it anyways. I think you are referring to not so much the movie, but the idea that, like an Andrew Tate-esque idea that society is being secretly controlled by a whole bunch of different powerful interests, and you can describe those interests as a matrix or the matrix. I personally think it's baloney. I'm not a fan of the idea of the matrix. I think oftentimes it's used as a convenient boogeyman to galvanize people against or for something. So, for example, Andrew Tate gets arrested. I don't know whether he's guilty or not guilty. I haven't the foggiest idea. But he gets arrested, and he knows if he claims it is a quote unquote matrix attack, he knows that he can use that idea of the matrix attacking as a way to get lots of money and get people to donate to him and get people to believe what he's saying and all that jazz and get people on his side. You know, we as Freemasons, I believe one of the ideas of Freemasonry is we have a responsibility to be good citizens. Part of being a good citizen is not constantly casting dispersions on kind of the systems around us and imagining that they are in some way out to get us, because that does not help anybody, in my oh so humble opinion. Well, so I did not. Was The Matrix a book before it was a movie? Because if so, I was not aware of that. Or The Matrix 2. Um, I did not know there were any Matrix-based novels or Matrix-based books. That's really interesting. Um, Los Alamos, where they detonated the nuclear bomb. That's where that was, right? If I'm thinking correctly. Well, but I mean, it has to be a little bit. I mean, unless it's just a coincidence, but what you just described is an awfully obvious example of the Matrix premise, which is, machines enslaving humans. Although I guess in fairness, the idea of machines enslaving us or otherwise, I don't know what the term is you want to use, otherwise controlling us for their own evil ends. That's not exactly I guess, I guess there's been a few different times where that has been an idea. Well, okay, so I know JPL because I interviewed a JPL worker about about the Matrix, about the Euclid space mission. Again, Euclid, the 42nd problem, right? The idea of everything being interconnected to work with each other. Then also, there's also the moral idea of just an ordered universe, right? The idea that you can understand what is happening in the world. You can make calculations. Like this is that problem, the 47th problem, Euclid. Well, Nuwada, are you saying that you think we are in a soul farming planet? Because I think my soul is okay. I don't want to make any promises. It really depends on, you know, I guess the man upstairs. So I don't believe that we're in a soul farming planet, if that is by any chance to what you are referring. But I'm rather fond of Earth, all things considered. I'm happy to stick around here as much as I can. And by the way, Nuada, once again, I hope you will take a moment to hit that like button and that subscribe button. Let me know if you have any thoughts on Freemasonry, positive, negative, or neutral. I'd love to hear them. And anything else you want to chat about. At this point, we're just kind of hanging out, doing the stream. We got Mr. Keeps back. You keep popping up on the stream, saying stuff that's weird, and then leaving. Thank you, Nuada. I truly appreciate that. So what do you think of The Matrix? Do you think either the concept or the movie, or like when you hear the term The Matrix, what do you think of? Um, I'd be genuinely curious to know. And that's true for everybody watching this. When you hear The Matrix, what do you think? As always, hit that like and subscribe button, and I hope that you guys are all doing well. You know, parasitic alien, you are, like I said, you always jump on and say stuff and then just go away again. I never know. You keep my life interesting, I'll grant you that, but I have no idea what you're talking about. It all seems crazy to me. I have seen the movie Cube, a good Canadian horror flick. Genuinely did not get near the love it deserved. I thought it was an awesome movie. No, I loved it. I thought it was great. What did you think of the sequels, Mr. Keeps on Ticking? What did you think of Cube 2 and Cube 3? I liked Cube 2 a lot. I wasn't as big a fan of the third one. I didn't like the fact that in the third one they actually started showing more of outside of the cube and kind of um I don't know. I just didn't think it was I thought What made Cube so fascinating and work so well is the fact that you had no idea what was happening outside of the cube. Like who created it, who built it, how they built it, why. And I think that's the better approach. Right? In my experience, at least for me personally, I almost always prefer movies where they tell you less and leave it up to your imagination to fill in the blanks, as opposed to movies where they kind of tell you not just what the mystery is, but actually solve it for you or give you the most plausible explanation. I'm not a fan of that. Yeah, I remember that. I remember that idea expressed in it. It does not surprise me, Mr. Keeps on Ticking, that you think that that stuck with you. I'm a little bit more skeptical of that as an idea. Generally speaking, I think people know what they're working on, more or less, for better or worse. Um, that doesn't mean what they're working on is good, but I think most people have a pretty decent understanding. Well, unfortunately, to Wanda, I'm going to have to disagree with you. I do not, reptilians, I do not believe reptilians are real. Nor do I believe in the concept of a deep state as kind of, I think, I don't know for sure, but I don't believe in a deep state. I think the way you believe in a deep state. I believe there exists entrenched bureaucracy. I was once upon a time part of that entrenched bureaucracy, but I don't believe it is working, for nefarious means, nor is it necessarily working for benevolent means. I think mostly it's just working to keep itself working so it can pay for, their houses and their kids' college and stuff. Um, so when you say that there are some theories that Freemasons work with Satan in your country, do you mind if I ask which country you are from? Um, because right, Freemasonry is not Satanism. I've never met a satanic Freemason. I had one person call once who said they wanted to join Freemasonry because they worship Satan, and they believe that we worship Satan as well. When I was able to meet with him and talk to him, based on what he learned of Freemasonry, he decided he did not want to join. So you can kind of take that for whatever it's worth. But do you mind if I ask which country you're from, Nuwanda, where they believe that Freemasons work with Satan? Because there are some countries in the world, like some countries in the Middle East, in Africa, where Freemasonry tends to have a more negative vibe for any number of reasons, which we can kind of get into later. But I know it's also in France. I think that Freemasons have a more negative reputation for whatever reason. Welcome, BRM Black River Meditation. I did not get a charcuterie board. I got some protein bars. I got my coffee, obviously. I got some chocolate bars. And I got for breakfast what I'm going to show you guys in just 1 second. So I'll be coming right back. Don't worry. I got my Ensure vanilla shake. So I always think of this as like old people food, although I really like it. So, and I guess I am an old person in fairness. How's it going with you? Define hidden truths, Nuwanda, right? You got to define hidden truths because if I decided to go to work, let's say at Pepsi or Coke, right, the soft drink company, I'm going to learn hidden truths about Coca-Cola's recipe, their business practices, all stuff that's hidden behind the Coca-Cola banner, right? Hey, this stuff is great. And, I don't have time to cook some food while I'm doing this, so this is what I'm sticking to. Um, but nobody would say that, the hidden truths of how Coca-Cola makes its product are nefarious, or some might, but not in the way I think you mean hidden truths. I think you mean hidden truths in a more occultist manner, which again, occult just means hidden. So in theory, occult could mean the Coca-Cola recipe as well. Um, so we learn private secrets that are otherwise known as modes of recognition, which allow us to communicate with each other, and we learn the ritual that bonds us together. But at the end of the day, it's no more or less relevant to anybody else's life than the recipe for Coca-Cola, right? It's something that we keep private to maintain the bonds of brotherhood. But it's not occultist. Sometimes semantics are important. Sometimes they can be overdone, a la Jordan Peterson, but sometimes they are actually relevant. It just depends. Really, to me, the question is how many times do you ask the question to define something? If it's more than 5 or 6 times, you're probably playing some games. Black Raven, I was showing earlier on the stream. I'm not sure how many, if you were in for much of the stream thus far. Oh my gosh, that's crazy. Well, thank you, BRM. I really appreciate it, but that's nuts. Don't do that again. I appreciate it though very much, but I can't imagine why it would be so much. I know you said there was issues with the customs. What I'll have to do is I'll have to make my way over to you at some point and bring you something special because that is very, very kind of you. You're a better person than I am as well. I'm not sure, Black Raven, were you here on the stream earlier? So anyways, there are no occultist truths in the sense of anything nefarious or occultist. I've never heard Satan referenced in any Masonic rituals, events, programs I've attended, whether they knew I was coming or not. Because there's many times I've showed up for a Masonic meeting unannounced or, without invite. I would just happen to be in the neighborhood. At no point have they ever had to, put away a satanic Bible or something and bring out a different one. Esoteric knowledge, again, by the most broad definition of esoteric or general, then yes, they share esoteric knowledge because it's knowledge meant for Freemasons. In the same way, your bank account is esoteric knowledge for you, right? It's not something for everybody to know. But not esoteric in the sense that it is nefarious or spiritual or something like that. How easy is it? It really depends on where you're at and your jurisdiction. It used to be in some ways a little bit too easy. They're trying to make it a little bit tougher, but not incredibly hard, right? What you need to do first is find a Masonic lodge that's within your area and reach out to them and express interest, not necessarily even in joining, but just in wanting to know more. And the process kind of goes from there. You want to be very careful. Don't give anybody money right away. Make sure they're a legitimate lodge. They shouldn't be asking you for money until they've already done a vote and an application and your degree has been set. And even then, you shouldn't give it to them until the day of. And, you know, it's so, but the process, it's really about getting to know the lodge and the guys. Beyond that, to become a Mason, it's really not physically strenuous or mentally strenuous at all. It's just about getting to meet the brothers and getting to, um, know that you'd fit in with them and enjoy time. Oh yeah, yeah. Okay, good, Black Raven. Um, yeah, don't send it to me then. Yeah, I'm about to say I would have been kind of mad at you in some ways if you'd spent $80 to send me coffee. I do, I appreciate it, but I know the tariffs are crazy on coffee right now. So it's because the states and the tariffs, they're nuts right now. To send coffee from Canada to the States or vice versa, there's some like embargo on it or something. So it's a whole thing. Um, you could maybe do it by ordering from a Canadian company that's already in Canada, right? But I think if you're in the States, you can't even do it that way. I think Trump is um, Trump is making things a little more difficult when it comes to Americans sending coffee to Canada. That's for sure. You'll get it to me eventually. There's no rush. There's no rush at all. I'm not worried about it. I mean, if you want to send me the money, by all means, if you want to become a patron, do that, I guess. Or just don't do anything and keep supporting me here. That is plenty. And I very much appreciate it. I mean, I'm not going to go through them all again because I do have, a lot of people have seen them, but I was really showing off all of my Masonic items, my Masonic coins, pins. So, for example, um, like this, which is my favorite, probably my favorite item in the world, Masonically. This is my grandfather's past master's jewel. I never knew my grandfather. He passed away before I was born. Um, but he was the worshipful master of his lodge in 2000, in 1974, which was the same year that my mom's father, my grandfather on my maternal side, was worshipful master of his lodge. It is Nuanda. I think it's really cool also. See if it focuses better. You can see here my dad's name when he was worship master 2 times. Um, let's see. That is, yeah. And so it's a past master's jewel. You see the Euclid problem there. This is another past master's jewel I got for the first time I was worshipful master in Harmony Lodge in 2007. Sorry, 2018. So I got this jewel in 2019. It's not always, but most lodges, after you've been a master, they give you a past master's jewel to celebrate your Masonic, your time as a worshipful master. I got these jewels as well. This is my Scottish Rite jewel. This is my Manitoba jewel celebrating 150 years of the Grand Lodge of Manitoba. And this is my jewel from Lodge Holy Land number 50. which I got for being a member of a lodge in Israel, Lodge 1 number 50. And you should subscribe to it, Lapis. It is a great channel. So that's up to the Mason. It doesn't go on the apron. It can go on your, like on your side. You almost wear it like this, or I guess it'd be, yeah, this side, in your pocket kind of thing. And the jewels hang down. I tend not to wear them myself. I prefer to keep them stored safely, properly insured, with picture and appraisals and everything else, so people know, so I can, if anything ever happens to them, I'll be able to ensure that they're going to be okay. I had my Masonic ring as well around here somewhere. Let me see if I can find it quickly. There it is. I'll be back in just 1 second. So this is my Masonic ring, which was given to me by my father. You can see it there. It belonged to my grandfather before him. You can see on the back, it's kind of like bashed in with a hammer. It's not completely round. It's because we think that my grandfather, it wouldn't fit on his finger. So, like a good Manitoba country kid, just hit it with a hammer and you'll be fine, you know? We've got a ton of stuff I showed. We got my painting of my Masonic building. This was painted by a good friend of mine and brother, Jason, who does incredible work. Well, so I don't actually, my grandfather on my mom's side, my maternal grandfather, Papa, he owned a general store, and he was also a driving instructor or driving tester. And when he was also a soldier in World War II. And he would also make wooden, like, I remember he made these wooden, like, flowers and wooden sculptures, not sculptures, but wooden, like, flowers and wishing wells and stuff. I guess wooden decorations, and he would sell those, but that was when he was already retired. My grandfather on my dad's side, I actually can't remember what he did. I know he was a volunteer ambulance driver. So he volunteered to drive the ambulance if anybody, so required it. He also kept bees, I know that. But I forget what he actually did for a living. And how does it work with the self-improvement? Well, I mean, so Freemasonry, Nuwanda, makes no promises about heaven one way or the other. It makes no promises of salvation nor of damnation. So if you are concerned about getting to heaven, you should not join Freemasonry. You should talk to your priest, rabbi, imam. It's no different than saying, like, I want to get into heaven, so I'm going to join a football team or a basketball team or a poetry club, right? Those are not meant to deal with your soul. That is up to you and your faith leader. So I can't really answer that. I will say Freemasonry does provide opportunities for self-improvement. It will make you, potentially a better public speaker. It will make you better at memorization. It will make you give you more friends, potentially. But the reason to join Freemasonry, it'll give you a social safety net if something goes wrong and you need help. It will do all those things. But the reason to join Freemasonry, I want to make sure people know, is not, in my opinion, is not to improve oneself, but rather to have the opportunity to fight for a better world. It's about how you can help others, not necessarily, or how you can improve the world, not necessarily how you can improve yourself. And as to the question of do you need to improve yourself for entering heaven, I have no idea. You need to speak to whomever it may be, priest, rabbi, imam, your spiritual leader, whomever that may be, to answer that question, because I would not even know where to start. I don't know if I'm getting into heaven. I'm aiming very hard for purgatory at the moment. So we're going to see how that goes. But welcome. Thank you. Everybody who's here, please, please don't forget, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. We are in the midst of a 24-hour live stream. Okay, Mark, I'll try to answer the questions as best I can. Rapid fire does sound quite intimidating, but I'll do my best to answer. Let's hear some of these rapid fire questions. Morning, Christopher. How's it going? I hope you're doing well. To everybody watching this, please don't forget to hit that like button and that subscribe button. I haven't been to sleep yet, but I'm very much enjoying the stream. I will be taking a break soon, don't worry, and you guys are going to get a view of the sunrise over the water, because I think that way it'll give me a chance to go to the washroom, do a few other things. It won't be a long break, but I'm going to make sure to tune that in, and then I'll be back on. I'm going to keep streaming for the full 24 hours, even if I won't be on the stream for the full 24 hours. But Mark, let's hear the questions. And Nwanda, did what I say make sense to you? I hope it did. If it didn't, I can try again. And we've got 13 people watching right now. I know some of you have not subscribed yet, so please hit that subscribe button. Sure, we can do that. I mean, let's see. Well, I've showed these before. Here, we got these guys. We got these coins. Some of these I've already, again, shown on the stream, so people will have seen them. But to anybody who hasn't seen them thus far, we've got this is my Chicago coin, a Chicago Lodge meets currently out of actually Skokie, Illinois, which is kind of north of Chicago, but it used to meet at Jefferson Park. We've got Morton Grove Lodge coin. That's out of Chicago as well, actually out of Glenview, Illinois. If you're a fan of Star Trek, North Hollywood Masonic coin, which I got when I was in San Francisco. This is kind of a poker chip design coin out of Texas. You can see the Masonic family there. I always like this coin because of all the colors. This is out of California as well. No, these are just collectible. They don't. You don't pay anything. It's not like John Wick. If you become a Patreon member, you get one of these coins right now. This is the Windsor Masonic Temple and the Windsor Masonic Temple facade. This is the other side of it. This lists all the Masonic lodges that meet in the building. This is our... Well, you can go for it, Mark. You might want to go for it soon before we do start with our next break. This is from the Grand Lodge of Colorado, and this is Buzz Aldrin, the first Mason on the moon, which really happened, by the way, to everybody out there who's saying the moon landing was fake. It's like, no, it was not. We've got, this is from the Grand Lodge of Ohio. And this side. Mark, if you forgot, that's okay. I completely understand. There's no worries at all. The coins I like the most. This is from the Grand Windsor City Hall grand opening. We did some cornerstone ceremonies, cornerstone ceremony at the City Hall, which is a really special public Masonic function, Masonic ritual. And we were invited to the grand opening, and we got this coin as a result of it. So I thought that was really, really cool. I like this coin because it's got the white and gold. I think that looks really good together. This is from the Grand Lodge of Delaware for its bicentennial. I don't think Stanley Kubrick made Star Wars. He made 2001: A Space Odyssey. Star Wars was George Lucas, right? This is Hiram Lodge out of Franklin, Tennessee. The Masonic building that they meet in, which you can see it here, is a really fascinating history. It was used by both Confederate and Union troops at different times during the Civil War. It was used as a hospital actually during the Civil War, and you can still see on it cannon fire. When it was built, it was the tallest building for like miles around. It was built as a Masonic lodge, but then the troops took it over for their purposes. Boblo Island, Canada. This is a wooden coin, wooden token. Let's see. Here are some Texas coins. I really like these coins a lot. I like the kind of the way it's got the white and gold. I really like this one from Brad Billings, who I met in Gonzales, Texas. Well, I hope you're okay, Mark. I hope that, people enjoy a beverage or whatever it is now and then. That's fine, but I hope you're not overdoing it. I certainly hope you're keeping yourself safe and not driving or anything like that. And I appreciate you being here. This is from Cameron M. Bailey, the Grand Lodge of Washington. His challenge coin. This is him there. I really enjoy Cameron M. Bailey. He's a really cool dude. He's a good writer. And he was kind enough to invite me to several Masonic events in Puerto Vallarta, Mexico, which I went to and had an absolute blast. Loved it. This is a coin I really like because this symbol reminds me of the symbol from Charmed. And I love Charmed, the TV show. And this is from the bicentennial of the Grand Lodge of Missouri. Celebrating 200 years. And that's pretty much it in terms of my coins. I showed off my aprons as well, including the apron I got from Puerto Vallarta. Yeah, but, you could tell the moon landing looked very different from 2001: A Space Odyssey. Because 2001: A Space Odyssey was fictional. Where was it? I'll show this thing as well because people seem to love it when I do this. No worries, Black Raven. This is something else I got. Whenever I tell people, like, you don't have to just go with pins and coins, they're wonderful. But if we are doing this to try to form a relationship with people, a big part of that means we need to be willing to think outside the box and try different things and try new things when it comes to our gifts and what they are. So, for example, this is a frisbee from Morton Grove. I have no idea what that is. Sheep? So I think this is really cool. And also, they even have Masonic tarot cards where you create your own package of cards that are Masonic, tarot cards that are Masonic, which is put in this gift here. So this was kind of a thing somebody did just for fun, where they created, I mean, they were a limited edition. They're basically made by a worshipful master. He created them to give away as gifts. So everything on here looks like something, has a Masonic connection somehow. So this is a Masonic apron with the flap up, which is referencing a certain degree. This is the moon. This is the Fibonacci sequence. These are the famous Masonic pillars. We've got the volume of the sacred law, which could be whatever volume you want. We've got the mosaic pavement or the trestle board, the apron with the flap down. Oops, I gotta get that. 3, 4, 5. A level, or sorry, a plumb rule, excuse me. This is the level. This is the 24-inch gauge. Trowel. A rough ashlar. A perfect ashlar. The gavel. The letter G. Oops. The compasses. The square, and the sun. So there you go. So that, again, I love my pins. I love my coins. Geometry is a huge part of Freemasonry, Nwanda. We use geometry for moral lessons, whereas our stonemason forefathers used geometry to understand how to build buildings that would not fall. I've been really lucky in some of the stuff I've gotten, and that's why visitation is, one of the reasons why visitation is so important is because it gives you the chance to get different ideas and things you would not otherwise potentially expect to acquire. Oops, and a compass over here. Well, I guess it's merchandising if they're selling it to make a profit. 99% of the stuff I've got here is free. Like these cards were given to me as a gift for free. All of those coins, with the exception of 1 or 2, were given to me for free. So, I'm not crazy opposed to this idea of merchandising per se, in the sense that I don't think there's anything wrong with Freemasons creating coins, pins, and selling them for fundraising efforts to raise money for something, right? That makes a lot of sense to me. The danger is if you're merchandising it and just churning out schlock. to make a profit without thinking about who you're giving it to or why you're giving it to them or anything like that. So, um, and like I said, whether you are creating thousands of these things or 10 of these things or anywhere in between, you need to make sure that you're thinking about how you're going to be properly insuring them. And if you're giving them to somebody, how you're going to get it back if they pass away. And if you own these items, so for example, I own these things, but I have it listed in my will very clearly what they are. I have a picture of them and where they are to go. Because the worst thing I can imagine is, me passing away. The executor doesn't know what to do with my stuff, and this gets thrown into a box and gets sold at an estate sale and goes to somebody who has not a Freemason and just likes the way it looks, but would not pass it down to other Freemasons. So that's why you need to be responsible for this stuff in a way that a lot of Masons aren't right now. Nwanda, you do not have to be a Freemason for a lifetime. You can be if you'd like. I like to think of Freemasonry as a lifetime career, but many Freemasons choose to leave the Masonic order for different reasons. And what else was I saying? Well, I've been a part of dozens and dozens of Masonic rituals, and I'm still alive. So you want to think, when you think about Freemasonry, you want to think about it in terms of ritual and in terms of metaphor. Because I'm still alive, I'm still here, so that should be a pretty decent sign that you're going to be okay. All right, I'm taking break number 2 in this 24-hour live stream because we are 2/3 of the way finished. So what we're going to be doing is I'm going to be showing you guys the view that I am truly lucky enough to have. Because I need to run to the washroom, I need to get some coffee, I need to take care of a few things. I will be back, I promise, but I'm going to show you the stream. Now, if at any point there are technical difficulties, just check back in later. Welcome, Gina Ramos, Mixed Channel. Gina, please hit the like button and please hit the subscribe button and check out this awesome view of the sunrise. I'm doing a 24-hour live stream, so we're running a little bit. I'm taking my second break at the moment. As I said, if there's technical difficulties and something happens, don't be alarmed. I will be coming back for the stream at some point, so don't worry. I hope you guys enjoy this view. I personally think it's as beautiful a view as you could want. We get the Detroit River there, we get the sunrise. Enjoy it. I'll be back soon. Okay, we are back. I hope everybody enjoyed the break. I fed my cat, I got some coffee, all that good jazz. And now we have returned. No, Mr. Keeps on ticking. I do not receive bullets from Detroit. Actually, I'm very fond of Detroit. In terms of all of my Masonic travels, my travels to Detroit have been some of my favorite thus far. I'm still going to have to, at some point, by the way, run to the Square and Compass in order to grab my my items I got there, sent to me from Mr. Keeps on Ticking. So thank you so much. Sorry I was busy for a few, but I came back. So now let's see who's going to join. And please, as always, take a moment to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. I hope that you are doing well. And thank you, everybody who has been part of the stream thus far. Let's keep it going. Welcome. If you are just joining us, jump in the chat, say hello. If you were on before, I hope you enjoyed the awesome Detroit river and sunrise thereon, which is, in my opinion, one of the most fun things to watch. I'm very lucky to have a view like that. And so why not share it while I take care of some work I got to take care of. Oops, if I could get this thing set. It's the right one. Nope. So let's grab my, there we go. And please, as always, if you are just joining us, hit that like button and that subscribe button. Ryan, how's it going? I hope you're doing well. By the way, if you could do me a favor, apparently there is a package for me that was on the bar. If you could grab it and put it in the coffee club room, I'm going to try to swing by there at some point and pick it up. I don't think I'll be at the coffee club this morning, but at some point I will swing by to grab it. Or honestly, I may take a few moments and swing by the coffee club in order to just say hi to people. Maybe I'll leave this stream in my capable co-host's hands. Mason the Moose. We've still got him here. He's still co-hosting. How is it going, though? How was your night? How'd you sleep? How's your morning going so far? I mean, if you're planning to go to coffee club, if you're not, don't worry about it. Don't go on, my account or anything like that. And we asked the question there, are you a fan of scary movies? The reason being, I was showing off my horror movie collection as well. So don't forget also become a Patreon member, patreon.com/square and compass. We've got some great Patreon members, some new ones from this stream as well, which was also awesome and truly, truly appreciated. So thank you everybody who has joined for that. And thank you, Lapis, for being one of my moderators while I was not there, while I was taking a bit of a break. I really appreciated it. Thank you so much. And Mr. Keeps, no, I promise you, there was no, there are no stray bullets from Detroit. Detroit is a great city. It's absolutely a blast. By the way, I think I mentioned this before, but just to remind people once again, if you follow me on Medium, I have a Medium story being released August 24th. So Sunday, August 24th at, when do I have it being released? August 24th at 6 p.m. Eastern. So it's going to be a great article. I love to write about Freemasonry as well as talk about it on social media. We are back. Keeps me out of trouble. Actually, I got the most watch time thus far out of any stream I've done. So thank you, Mr. Keeps on Ticking, for that. And not just Mr. Keeps on Ticking, I should say thank you to everybody for that. Thank you to Mr. Keeps on Ticking for the care package, which I do plan to grab today. At some point to swing by the Masonic Temple to pick it up. So there will be no 1 p.m. stream today for obvious reasons, but there may be a one. Actually, no, because today is Friday. So the next stream will be Monday, August 25th at 1 p.m. Ricky, as in Rick and Morty? I'm trying to think who's Ricky's shirt. This is my, I had to get changed at some point. That shirt I was had on before was trying to get a little bit was starting to show the effects of, oh my gosh, I should have known that. I should have got that reference. But the other thing I've got going on, don't forget, is, like I said, so coming up we have the Medium story being released, Square Comes Promotions. Oops. Right now I've got the TV going off over here. There we go. Should probably put on some socks at some point. We've also got the some episodes I'm planning to release. I'm planning to interview Brother Dion out of Texas. He's going to talk about insurance issues as it relates to Masonic lodges with any community group, not just Freemasonry, but with any community group. You need to think about your insurance needs. What are some of the unique needs that a civic or a social group has that, let's say, Masonic lodges will not? When you say Courtney, do you mean because he's, well, we're going to have some Texas. I mean, Courtney's a great Texas brother. Good for him. I mean, I love people who are passionate about stuff. And if he loves Freemasonry, then you know what? Good on him. It's better than, there are worse things one can really love. And if he loves Freemasonry, then all the power to him. And he was an early on. He was one of the early fans, which I really appreciated from Courtney as well. Back when I started this way back, well, it's been around for a little bit, but he was one of the first ones to show up regularly, and it was much appreciated. Speaking of, like I said, we got the most watch time yesterday we've ever had so far, including when we've had other 24-hour streams. I think it's just his personality. Everybody's personality is a little bit different, right? So, at the end of the day, I will take that over some alternatives, I suppose. But I can see, but yeah, at the end of the day, it's different personalities. Right. One of my least favorite attributes that anybody can have is the whole too school for cool kind of approach to things, right? Where they view themselves as being too cool to care, which I don't know where that came from or why that attitude became so prevalent. But I feel like in the 90s, everybody's whole point was that they were going to be like the super cool kids who just didn't care about things, right? Being ironic, and ironic meaning detached and disinterested, became some type of very weird cachet. And the people who cared about things were considered uncool. At least that was my experience in the 90s. I don't know to all the 90s people out there if you guys experienced the same thing, but it was very strange. I'd like to think in some ways Freemasonry can be an antidote to that. Hopefully Freemasonry can encourage people to care or to care a little bit more and to do so in an unabashed manner and not necessarily feel like they have to be disinterested. That's a good concern to have. Mr. Keeps on Taking. Hey, we got Coffee Stain Mug back. My favorite username. Speaking of, I gotta find time to go get some coffee still. I haven't done that yet because it's not time for coffee hour. I may even go down to the Masonic Temple. But if I do that, basically that's another putting the, phone back over the river. Or I could leave you guys in the capable hands of Mason the Moose, which we've not seen in a while. We're rolling on what? 20? 19. Yes, about 19 hours. No, I get it. I mean, that can be, people have that with different people, right? Different styles, they sometimes clash. So it's no worries at all. But I appreciate Courtney. I appreciate you. I appreciate Coffee Stain Mug. I appreciate Ryan McKee. I appreciate everybody who is part of this stream. Keith's been in trouble. I mean, we did have the most watch time yesterday compared to any other stream, including when we've done the 24-hour streams. So that was much appreciated. And the care packages from Mr. Keeps and the support from everybody on my Patreons keeps me going as well. And the fact that I got a free hat and a free wallet yesterday. Where did I put that hat? This awesome free hat. What are you talking about? Parasitic alien operating system. You keep jumping on the stream, saying random things and then jumping out. And also your username is upside down, which I'm not sure what the purpose of that could possibly be. I mean, it keeps things interesting, I suppose, to have potentially an alien on the stream. It's a good way to look at it, Mr. Keeps on Ticking. I mean, as a general rule, I would say I once knew somebody back when I was a probation officer who said, look, if nobody ever complains about you, then you are probably doing something wrong. But by the same token, if everybody complains about you, then you're probably doing something wrong. But if nobody ever complains about you, then you're also probably doing something wrong. So that's usually the way I look at it. If everybody thinks I'm doing a bad job, then I probably need to do something different. But if nobody thinks I'm doing a bad job, that probably means I'm just trying to please everybody. And that is probably not a healthy approach to take either. So you need to find that happy medium. I think that's a good advice for life. That's certainly, I think, good advice for Freemasonry, which is you always need to be willing to, if you want to make, and that's true for, I think, if you want to try to make changes to something or try to approach something in a different way, whatever it might be, part of the process of that might be upsetting a few people. And that's just kind of part of the cost of doing business. You can try to, you can try to be everybody's friend, but oftentimes that does not work, at least not in my experience. Thank you, Lapis. I do try my best. Again, lots of years of having to handle a lot of different Masonic lodges or Masonic brethren with differing opinions and all of the challenges therein. I like pizza of any sort, I suppose, but my favorite pizza is Domino's, to be honest, and that's sacrilegious in Windsor, because Windsor is known as like Ontario's like pizza capital. Everybody says Windsor has the best pizza. It does have really good pizza. So it's like you got to get the local Windsor pizza, like Naples or whatever it might be. But for me, personally, I will always go with Domino's because I'm basic like that. But being basic is okay. It keeps things, more exciting and more fun. I don't need a lot of variety when it comes to pizza. So Domino's is my favorite. I do like pizza though. I've been just pounding back in Shures and drinking pop and keeping myself awake that way. My pizza combo? Pepperoni and I've heard of Sam's. I think I've had them before. I feel like I have. I don't know. Because we've had a lot of different Masonic, I've, been to a lot of different Masonic lodge meetings, a lot of different Masonic junior wardens. I feel like Sam's sounds vaguely familiar to me. If you're talking about pizza combo, Mr. Keeps on Ticking, it's pepperoni and roasted red peppers. Those are the best by far. Tyrone, I saw you got removed before. Don't be causing trouble in the stream. No. Coffee stained mug. No, pineapple does not belong on pizza. I am willing to die on this hill because you can't taste anything else. Pineapple is too strong in flavor. Right, that's the problem. So it overpowers the taste of everything else. And it ends up, you can't taste the pepperoni. You can't taste anything else on there because all you're tasting is pineapple. No, not ranch either. See, once again, I'm like losing control of this stream. Now we're dealing with ranch. I mean, like at this point, I'm worried that there's going to be some unholy alliance, and it's going to be like somebody's going to be suggesting we put ranch and pineapple on the same pizza, and I don't even know what I would do with that situation. I don't necessarily, no. You do not mix barbecue sauce and mayonnaise either. It's unnatural. It's a perversion, right? No, it's just like mayonnaise and ketchup. You don't mix those together either. Tyrone, I have a cat, so that is as far as it goes in terms of me being married. I mean, it's not as bad as Courtney's coffee and fruit punch. I will say this, I love the guy, but coffee and fruit punch sounds terrible. No, I will take barbecue chicken pizza. I think that's really good. Like, let's not start, yes, please do not start movements. Uh, I will definitely take, I like barbecue chicken on a pizza. Like, that is good. If you have, instead of tomato sauce, barbecue sauce on the crust, that's really good. But we're not adding, I'm not adding any mayonnaise or ranch to it or pineapple to it because I'm not some type of monster. Um, it must be nice in Canada. Canada's awesome. I love Canada. It is my, like I said, it's my home. It's beautiful up here. I've always said Canada is the greatest country in the world because we have the greatest neighbors in the world. And I still believe that 100%. But also because we have some pretty nice weather as well. Not this summer. This summer I've been dying of heat stroke. Maybe not literally, but it's felt that way. Garlic aioli is just fancy mayonnaise, Lepis, and I'm no fan of fancy. I'm not a mayonnaise guy, as we've discussed on this stream multiple times. One does not need mayonnaise. I know I've mentioned this a couple times before, but once again, one more reminder. August 24th, we've got a Medium story being dropped. You can check it out on Medium. It's going to be awesome. It's basically what we talked about before, the lessons from Steve Jobs and how those can be applied to Freemasonry. Also, I want to give a shout out, a reminder, pick your term, to my friend and yours, Jeff Kavanaugh. He was recently diagnosed with stage 4 cancer. And aside from having a GoFundMe, Jeff Kavanaugh Fights Cancer, which I've talked about before and given the link to it, he's also having an all-you-can-eat pasta fundraiser. $10 cash at the door, all-you-can-eat pasta, taking place September 9th, 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. at the Moose Lodge. Like Ryan, I know you're a fan of the Moose Lodge. I know a few other people here from Windsor have been to the Moose Lodge a bunch. Jeff is a great guy. If you've ever been involved in professional wrestling in Windsor, you would know about Jeff. He always is willing to lend a hand to any show, that might need support. He's always willing to help out a brother, not Masonic brother, but a wrestling brother, give advice. It's a real shame. I mean, getting diagnosed with cancer sucks, especially getting diagnosed when it's stage 4 and later on in the process. So if you can support him, just a reminder, August 9th, $10, all you can eat pasta. It's absolutely worth it. Yes, one does not eat mayonnaise. One does not need mayonnaise. Nobody needs mayonnaise, nor should anybody eat mayonnaise. We can be better. We can be better than mayonnaise and ranch and all of these, so-called condiments.